Okay, so we have the live stream on my main account on YouTube set up. Um, Now I have to go over and switch everything over from the previous 24/7 live stream videos to this, and I'll have everything set up and ready to go. Give me a second.
That's going to annoy me. A fiddle drum. What's a fiddle drum I was thinking of? Yeah, fiddle drum. David Cronenberg, not Lynch.
Okay, I am online. I think Bob Dub's here.
I was just trying to remember when we were talking about artificial intelligence and fantasy and the real world isn't the real world anymore. I was thinking of the 1983 film Videodrome.
I love Videodrome, dude. That was like one of the coolest freaking movies. Isn't that the one where the dude goes into that he was in that barge and he ends up like killing himself. He was
The one
he
with James Wood and
yeah,
David Cronenberg made.
wasn't it about that VCR tape where
Yeah,
everybody who's seen it, they freaking started
yeah.
freaking out. That was so
Mm.
cool, dude. That,
I
I
haven't
forgot
watched it
all
in
about that
years.
movie.
Yeah.
That was almost as cool. Oh, that was actually cooler than Scanners. Hello, Bob Dub, by the way.
Hi. Sorry.
That's okay.
Mark
That's
Edwards
okay. I was
movie.
just typing you a message because I can't join you today. I'm so sorry. We're expecting a cyclone here,
Be
and it's
careful.
going
Okay.
to hit possibly in about 3 hours. So Callum wants me to go outside with him and make sure that everything's battened down. It probably won't hit here, and it'll probably, not come up into the hills, but it did last time. So we just want to be prepared. So I unfortunately have to do stupid real life.
Hey, don't you take care of yourself. And
Oh,
it's like at least you stopped in to give us the weather report in New Zealand.
yeah, well, you see, you needed to know, didn't you?
That's awesome. So
Yeah, the
snow.
rain starts today, and then the wind starts sometime during the night, maybe 10 o'clock tonight. So we want to get it all done before the rain comes. Yeah.
What time are you now? You are. Oh, so 12 hours time. You're 10:15 now, aren't you?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
10. Yep.
Get yourself squared away and make sure you're safe.
All right. Yeah, we will be. I'm sure we will be. I'll see you soon. I'll see you. Maybe I'll even be able to get on for one of your later shows. Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll
Okay.
be on here until well past midnight my time.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sure I'll be able to join you for a little bit later on. Okay.
Okay.
Have a great show.
You
See you
too.
then. Okay.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
guys. Bye.
Let's just make a quick coffee before. Actually, that's already boiled, so.
No, that I started the recording to get that little piece of stuff in there because Bob Dub came in. I went ahead and paused it, but later on when more people come in, I'll unpause like I usually do.
Okay.
That was actually pretty good. Hopefully she'll be safe. Everything is set up. We have stuff set up now to where we are actually on the 24/7 live stream with 24/7 live with Roger Hansen. I've also got Mine's Roundtable weekend event streaming separately on its own with YouTube. I'm not going to do Odyssey like did yesterday. I'm just going to do it on Rumble like I've been doing
Okay.
all the other ones because I became really educated to why I left freaking Odyssey.
Why?
They're really messed up. Like I can see that actually becoming the same situation with Odyssey that just supposedly happened with D Live.
Why are they messed up?
The streaming is like the whole show that I did not yesterday but the day before with Auto.
Mm.
It still hasn't
Oh, the
processed.
pilot thing.
Yeah, automatic pilot. It still didn't. It still hasn't processed on there.
Okay.
And a while back, I stopped using Odyssey. I still have it on my bookmarks, but I stopped using it for a reason, and apparently I forgot the reason why I did it. And that was one of them.
Mm.
So I don't know. Well, actually, it might be. It has Dragus and Censorship Sucks on there. Automatic Pilot is on my Strange Stories on there, so go to it. I might have done it. Hold on.
About something I know.
Yep, there it is. It actually came through. Well, it's lucky because I was about ready to cut it loose. Say, no, we ain't doing that shit no more. I can do it, I guess. Then this is Mine's Roundtable, so I'm going to go back to my main channel. live stream with Roger Hansen because that's where I usually put Minds Roundtable at. And I'll set it up. I was just pretty frustrated with it.
That's it. I even got an account for the same. No,
Well,
no.
with Odyssey, dude, I've talked with you about it. I've always been like cheer the underdog when it comes to them. You know what I mean? And I just it really frustrates me that it doesn't that they don't really.
Mind you, all the content, all the people I would be watching on there, I'm already subscribed to on YouTube.
Well, I've only got 14 people on there.
Uh,
In all the years. I was doing freaking that platform since it was called Library. Okay.
yeah.
And I nobody watches it. It's just horrible.
Mm.
It's sad, really. I mean,
And as far as I'm concerned, the only two people I am aware of that use it, or people I'm subscribed to, is Metatron, the Italian historian, and Lewis Rossman.
well, I know Dave Kelso uses it. Naroki uses it too, and then even Mark Watashik uses it.
Mm.
But
Again, bums on seats.
yeah, I know. That's why I said that. I mean, it just gets frustrating, is all I'm saying. It really does. If they would actually put a little bit of effort into their platform, I think that they could do a really good thing, but they just don't seem to have the
Mm.
and then their SEO sucks. Like they don't even have a freaking hashtag for a live stream, dude. Yeah,
Mm.
they got
They give you the
podcast. Oh God,
they
sorry.
give you the basics. They give you enough space to provide descriptions and tags and stuff.
Well, you can create your own tag for a live stream, but it's like I said, if you really want to get better views, you have to go according to the known tags or the suggested tags that they provide,
Mm.
because those are the most popular ones that are being used on that platform. So whenever I type in live stream and live stream doesn't come in, that means that that's not a known tag or it's not a popular tag, one of the two. They don't even suggest it. And that's crazy because everybody uses live stream or in real life, IRL.
Mm.
That's another big one. So, but like you go down there and on their known tags, they have like blind walkthrough, gameplay, just generic hashtags for gamers. It's ridiculous.
I remember why I don't like Odyssey. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I was thinking they had the same sort of caching issue as I think D Live. But no, maybe.
Okay, so you got the SEO on there. I got the tag. Now I go to create. I'll do it, but I guess I could go to D Live and kind of see what it looks like. Is it really horrible?
I don't know.
Oh, so you didn't like go onto the actual site?
I did. I only looked at that one statement.
Oh,
Those sites.
we're breaking news, man. You know that, right? Like me and you, dude, are like the shit. Like we just now found out about a typhoon that's
Mm.
that'll be ravaging through New Zealand. Um, we freaking just found out about Odyssey, or not Odyssey, about D Live shutting down, which they were supposed to do already, but they
Well, according to the statement, just poorly worded, just a poorly worded statement.
so let me. I literally forgot how to.
So Jaffe and Mark aren't going to be able to get any more lemons.
Poor guys. Poor guys.
Going to have to find another supplier as you don't want to get scurvy.
Scurvy.
Very a poor beautiful Jaffe. Pirates,
it.
Jaff. Lemons, yeah.
Hopefully he heard that, or he's going to hear it. Scurvy. He's like, he gets a kick out of you. every time you're on there, man, he gets a kick out of you. Scurvy. I'm stretching, so I've got everything set up. It's ready to go. Otto said that he'll try to get on in a bit later. He says real life is rearing its head, so.
Like you said, there's no such thing as real life. It's all computer generated.
Well, don't say that to Otto. He's almost as bad as you are when it comes to or AI or LLMs or.
He loves this stuff.
No.
I quite often get really quite often create simple posts in mine, just to give a single URL and which are related to some sort of artificial intelligence webs and tags me into it. Some of them are interesting, but most of them are okay.
Well, just
Yeah.
trust me when I say this. Like, read his articles. Like he really isn't a fan of AI. He's not.
Has he actually written anything himself?
Well, he likes memes and emojis and stuff.
Right, yeah. It's just never publish a single URL and leave at that sort of thing.
Let me see here.
Little effort publishing.
Well, you're just the main
And
person.
like me, who spends hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and
Well,
hours.
I keep telling you, blogs are old date. That's old hat.
No, no, just my posts. I include a video, usually a YouTube video, create a description, create a title, and then review that video and create a load of references out of it. And the references can be the long thing.
Well, you're still like wanting to do blogs and stuff. Like most people don't do blogs anymore. They're all big on the whole emojis and the memes. Like
Sorry, I don't go down to the lowest denominator argument.
That's what they do. I'm just telling you, that's what they do.
Yeah, some of us like more refined, more, I don't know, intellectual content.
I do have that recording, just so you know, because like when we started getting into the conversation, I was like, I'm gonna have to unpause this because it's gonna get interesting. So yeah, I had to do that.
Okay, more intellectual content. Follow me to get some intellectual content.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying to V last night. Like he's him and a lot of the other people, and I'm really sorry to say, but it's a lot of people we bump elbows with too, who just are into the really bad content. You know what I mean? Like you don't you don't freaking call it conspiracy and just talk about politics, garbage politics at that. You know. And Alex Jones is not conspiracy. Just you know.
Well, I don't mind people. Well, I've got no problem with people creating content or creating posts out their content, but at least do a little bit more than just adding a URL to a post and leaving it at that. That's just laziness, in my view.
It's everywhere though. It's just like
Yeah.
we were talking last night. What was it? I keep forgetting the name of it. It starts with a T. Telegram. All these
Yeah.
idiots are getting on Telegram and they're thinking this is all cool freaking information and shit, and then freaking using it on their streams. And then like I was telling B, you know, freaking it's bad when you're on a show one night talking about something, and then freaking like 2 days later, Mr. Robot's freaking going into Element Matrix and posting the same shit that you just had a freaking 2 hour conversation about.
We're trendsetters.
You know,
The people who listen to us.
yeah. And it's like freaking, are you serious? And then they badmouth mainstream media, saying how horrible they are and how they copy one another. And then what are they doing? They're doing the same bullshit, but they're calling it alternative media. You know?
Alternative bullshit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
alternative bullshit. I like that. I'm gonna start calling it alternative bullshit. So, so if anybody's on and they're listening to that and they have anything to comment on that about, please feel free to make comments. We will respond in kind. We are on um, YouTube. We are on Rumble. We are on Twitch. We are on Kick, and maybe we just might end up on Odyssey too. It's still confirming, and
Before this is lucky.
yeah, I I really do not enjoy being on there too much. To be fair, it's there we go. It's up and going. So yeah, it's good.
Mm.
Yeah, I I really now I believe my audio needs to go up. Not quite sure.
Mm.
Let me go in there. They got everything really weird on here now. They changed everything out. Properties is now there we go. Okay, I figured it out. I'm really not. Oh wow, it had me set at -5 dBs for
Yeah.
for the audio for the mic or for the computer audio. That's really low. Try to make it at least where people can hear you, you know? And my voice is really low, so I've always got to turn it up higher. If it gets to where it's too high for you, let me know.
Well, I can always turn down the volume locally anyway, so that's not a problem.
Like desktop, I put desktop usually at about 3 dBs for so that people can hear you. mic. I mean, for me, I've got to have my mic up really, really high because just like my voice is so soft, people can't really hear me all that great.
Mm,
So, plus, how they like the sexiness. They love that sexy voice I got.
yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah,
Roger.
of course.
Like we're the dream team. You got the Fabio flip, and I got the sexy voice. That's why I probably shouldn't be doing the whole live stream thing, because like they want to hear the voice. They don't want to see my face. They just want me to talk sexy. You know.
Okay. I could make comments there, but I'm not going to. Would be nice.
So it looks like I got the audio straightened out. Say something real quick so I can look at the bar.
Say something real quick.
Okay, you sound good. So we are good to go. Um, and I've paused this so that I can do my pandering again. So if you guys want to support us on Minds Roundtable, go to and you're a member of Minds Roundtable, you can check us out on my main account on Minds, which is Roger_Hanson. You can see our full edited videos after I go through and edit them and make them look all nice and pretty. If you join the membership that I have on my main account, now that is all just going into supporting us on having a Minds Plus subscription. It's $12 a membership. Right now we have Tanhai Tran, who is the only one who has actually become a member. If you guys want to help out, you can do it that way. If you don't want to be a member and have to pay like once a month or something, you can always go to Patreon. I do have a Patreon set up for Roger Hanson. There, I've posted up songs that I'm just using them for people who want to make donations to help us out on our monthly subscription to Minds Plus. It's at $12. That's just for, like I said, donation purposes. I would never, if I was doing a seriously trying to sell songs, I wouldn't do it at $12. So just understand that, and to let you know too, we aren't making any profits off this. It usually, whenever I subscribe for Minds Plus, I make a profit of 3 cents out of it. So that's all we're making from it. And we're actually trying to get this kicked off to where we can get more content out to people, maybe get a community of people together, do something that's pretty good. That's mine's oriented, and that's why we started doing Minds Roundtable in the first place, is kind of get a minds oriented community together, and that's what all this is about. So if you wish to help us out, those are the best ways to do it. If you just go in and like, subscribe, share, make some comments too, that's good. That helps out a lot. It believe it or not, especially the comments. A lot of people overlook that. Um, if you make a comment down in the comment section, it helps the platform realize that you are um, an active account, basically. So it does help out to make comments in the comment sections. So I'm like, subscribe, share, make comments. If you can't help us out with donations. So that's all I got to say, man. Does that sound all right?
Mm, done your. Please, can we have more routine for
Give me
tonight?
money. Give me. I want the seconds.
When you were a kid, did you ever do? Did you ever do what's the play? Oliver.
Oliver, no.
Um,
I want seconds,
Joe
please.
Stickens.
I want
Yeah.
seconds, please.
Yeah.
That's where I think that's where Pink Floyd got the whole thing. Teachers leave those kids alone from where he goes, pudding.
Maybe.
You can't
Yeah.
have your pudding if you don't eat your meat. I'm pretty sure they got that from Oliver.
Yeah.
You know, that poor wretched, or that poor child and those wretched freaking teachers lining him up for the meat grinder. What do you think about that, Mark?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so before I unpause this, I'm going to step away, go get me some coffee, and then I'm going to smoke a cigarette. So like I said, I've got everything set up on here for Mine's Roundtable weekend event. I also have 24/7 live with Roger Hansen streaming us as well. So this is going to start out with Mine's Roundtable. After that, we'll do Untethered. And if everybody's still awake and able to do another one, we'll do Headlines After Midnight. Sound good?
If we survive that long.
If we survive, that is true. So let me go do this, and I will be back. We'll put a cool song on for all of these people who love to hear music. I just don't really know for sure exactly what it is that I'm wanting to put in, but I'll do it. I've got 10-minute song drops that I could use.
Yeah.
So I'll put that on, and we'll be back. It was the middle of summer. You took your clothes off to swim, like shedding a feeling they never let you have. Rain on the glass, I know your breath, white or brown, the way you sleep. The water is cold, the water is gray. You took that breath in, and I did the same. On your left side, heavy air. I count the seconds between our breaths. The water's filling the fire cabinet. I study the footage, frame by frame. I watched you mimic a smile. The water is cold, the water is gray. Then a shadow shot swallowed the octopus, and I fell. The water is rising. The water is rising. Jesus is watching you. So am I. Jesus is watching you.
He's behind the glass, recording your life out, passing the prints, showed in the rock, the memes in the folder. He's seen the design, he started to question the system in line. Red pill in my enter, now he's unsure what's real in the water, what's locked behind doors. The laws have changed for the man in the street, but I only watch the way that you breathe. A night in the sun, he didn't even care. The image in your eyes made him stop and stay. He stopped the recording, he stepped from the frame. Now he stands beside me, whispering your name. The water is rising. The water is rising. Jesus is watching you. So am I. Jesus is watching you. So is Gary. Gary loves you, Gary. Gary's watching. The water is cold. The water is bright. I'm counting every breath you take. It was the middle of summer. I took my clothes off to swim. They're covering a feeling they never had. The water is cold, the water is gray. And then an octopus grabbed them, and he took them with him. The water is filling the amplifier cabinet. We studied the footage of a dead man. I watched you mimic, a smile. The water is cold, the water is gray. Then a shot came along, was the middle of summer. I took my clothes off to swim. They're covering a feeling they never had. The water is cold, the water is gray, and then an octopus grabbed them, and he took them with. The water is filling the amplified cabinet. We studied the footage of a dead man. I watched you mimic a mimic and smile. The water is cold, the water is gray. Then a shark came along and ate the octopus, I said. The water is rising, the water is rising. The water is cold, the water is gray. Oh no, do I do now? Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling makes a sound. What do I do now? The output is perfect. Oh no, do I do now? The source is anonymous. What do I do now? The water is rising. Oh no, do I do now? Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling makes a sound. What do I do now? The output is perfect. Oh no, do I do now? The source is anonymous. What do I do now? The water is rising. Oh no, do I do now? Recovering a feeling they never had. What do I do now? The water is cold, the water is gray. Oh no, do I do now? Makes a sound. What do I do now? The output is perfect. The source is anonymous. Oh no, do I do now? Makes a sound. The output is perfect. The source is It was
every week when I was in my 20s.
Huh. Nice.
Obviously, that's a UK sort of satire magazine.
Yeah, it would be more relevant to. That can be. That's why I always, politics is not only is it dated, but it can be very localized. I think I mentioned here in the States. I mean, I could not tell you the names of any of the governors of the surrounding states, but if you travel to a surrounding state and you start talking politics, you'll start hearing about what a jerk Jones is or Smith or whatever the governor's name is, because everybody hates. I've never heard anyone say, "Wow, our governor is great." It's always like, "Wow, what an idiot!" I can't wait to vote him out. And then they vote in another idiot. But I'm suddenly like, Jones, who's that? It's like, that's our governor. I was like, oh, I barely know the name of my governor.
I'm back. I am back.
He is. We're just talking about how in the States, it's like, I don't know the names of any of the governors of the states around me. I have no idea who the governor of Vermont is, or Massachusetts, or Maryland, or Connecticut, or actually Pennsylvania is bordering us. But nobody in any state I've ever visited likes their governor. It's always, oh, Jones is an idiot. And I'm like, well, who's Jones? That's our governor. Oh, I don't know. I barely know the name of my governor.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I know the name of my governor, but I don't know like the surrounding ones. I used to when I lived in Missouri, and then I same with Indiana at the time when I was living there, but I couldn't tell you who they are now.
Huh.
Like Pritzker was the governor of Indiana when I lived there. And
Huh.
that dude was I mean, everybody thought he would be a good vice president, and I was like, whatever, dude.
Yeah.
I knew the moment that he became vice president, things was gonna go shit. And it did. This is a man. This is a man who thought it was okay to shut electricity off in the middle of wintertime for people who were on welfare because that's the way they believe. You know what I'm saying? Like elderly. I think they had elderly people who freaking died from it.
Wow.
While he was governor, and they. And that was the one thing that really turned me off about Trump. That's why I didn't vote for him during that election. I actually changed to libertarian because he chose Pritzker as a vice president, and then I was like, no, that's just not happening. That should have been my first sign that he was actually a freaking neocon, because that's what Pritzker is. He's a neocon. Or not Pritzker. I'm saying Pritzker.
Oh, Vance, you mean?
No.
J.D. Vance?
No. His first.
Pence. Mike Pence.
Pence. Yeah, Pence.
Yeah.
Now, Pritzker.
I think Pence was about the best he could do. He never struck me as being overly bright, though.
No, he was a.
Do you remember? You're talking libertarian. Do you remember Ron Perot's campaign?
Yeah.
Ron Perot, Ross Perot.
Ross Perot.
And
yeah.
I watched the vice presidential debate, and he had that admiral who was like, he was actually really cool, but he wasn't really good at the public stage. And there was a debate, and he answered the debate with just one word, just says gridlock, and then the whole place went wild. And if he kept his mouth shut right there, he would have won that point. But instead, he started talking, and he just wasn't always very coherent. I mean, I think the guy knew. I mean, he was an admiral, for God's sakes, but he just wasn't a public speaker.
Right.
You know, there's a big difference from being able to sit at a desk and figure out the logistics of how to keep a fleet supplied with, fuel oil and stuff like that. But it's another thing to actually, be in an audience. And, I've heard like people talk about, I could be on that game show. I get all these answers right. But when you're there in front of thousands of people, maybe, or at least hundreds, and you've got TV cameras and millions are watching you, and the lights are bright and everything is weird, and then suddenly now explain everything about something or other, and you're like, it's kind of scary.
But in that whole, wouldn't you get public relations, some sort of public relations training?
You would think.
No, they don't. Like you guys were talking the other night about being an attorney, like that should be like a qualification and shit. And I'm like, dude, the only thing I'm thinking of is like, are you crazy? Like, you know how many kids are going to university now to freaking become attorneys? They got more people who are attorneys in the United States than they do any other freaking job. Like, there's actual people with a freaking attorney's degree that can't even freaking find a job, dude.
Oh, I used to have an attorney. I used to have a business of my own. Let's just call it. It was kind of basically I call it the rock and roll business. I used to do small venue production for small rock and roll bands. Like if you were playing at a small bar or club or something, I could provide sound reinforcement and equipment, whatever, lighting, and it was I had a guy that I kept on retainer as an attorney. But the thing was, I just gave him like a couple $100 a month, and I'd get him drunk all the time because even though he went past the bar and he was an attorney, he made money. His job was he was a tennis pro, and he had a racket restringer. He said he made more money restringing people's rackets, which apparently is very expensive to do, but he had the machine and he knew how to do it, and he gave tennis lessons. And
From
he was a
one
lawyer
racket to
because
another racket.
all his family
Right.
were like lawyers. All his family were like lawyers. They had like a law firm and stuff, and they made him go to law school. So what he would do is he would hang out in the bar. He was a party animal, so he was always getting people out of DWIs. Drunk while or driving while intoxicated. For those of you listening in a Commonwealth country, might not be aware of the acronym. And yeah, he would do it for drinks and stuff like that. And it's like, oh yeah, buy me some drinks, I'll go into court for you. He got me out. He had this great skill when he did go into court, which wasn't too often. I would see him make a district attorney or an assistant district attorney just like him instantly. He was a real likable guy. I was facing these charges. I was driving my girlfriend's car, my girlfriend at the time, and her vehicle, for some reason, something had lapsed on the inspection or the insurance or something. And in the state I live in, that's a big fine. They get really mad at you when you got like an uninsured, unregistered vehicle on the road. I have no idea how it happened. So I'm like, I'm worried about this. This has cost me a lot of money. So he says, don't worry about it. We go into the courtroom. I'm sitting there waiting. He goes into the door that says assistant district attorney. He's in there like 10 minutes. The door opens. He and the ADA are coming out laughing. He's got his arms around his shoulder. The ADA walks away, comes over to me. He says, noisy muffler, $10 fine. And I'm like, dude, his price for that was a 12-pack of beer. He showed up at my house. He said, all right, where's the beer store? Okay. I bought a 12-pack. He immediately popped open a beer, handed it to me, popped open a beer. As we're driving along, he says, all right, tell me the case. And that was him. I looked him up recently. Unfortunately, he wound up getting debarred at work. Had to resign and did time in jail for something or other. But when I knew him, he was a stalwart, staunch, upright citizen.
That's the kind of experience I've actually learned when it comes to a lot of these people who are influential. Like when I was going to 12-step programs, you would not believe how many doctors are freaking drug addicts and alcoholics.
Well, they have access to the drugs too.
Yeah. They would always freaking to go to sleep at night. I've heard over and over again they would always freaking have pills, and they would take a shot of freaking whiskey to drown it.
Oh, I remember reading something back in the late 90s about the most common careers that are alcoholics and abusers, drug abusers and alcoholics. And I think it went on something like lawyers, doctors, and IT consultants.
IT consultants. Look out, Mark.
Yeah. Well, I've also like to point out that the two people that started AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, was a stockbroker and a freaking butt doctor.
A what?
You can see why they'd want to drink. After a day of being a butt doctor or proctologist all day, I could kind of see where that would be. I need to drink that. Mm-hmm. But no, it's people a lot of the times in those fields too, especially like in medical fields, and this might be a factor, but we have a huge thing in this country now about seeking out help for mental health issues. Mm-hmm. And we have all these psychologists and counselors and all these programs for people with mental health issues. The people who do not take advantage of this, I think it's like the vast majority never take it, are people that work in the health field, especially the mental health field, because if they are looking at depression or he was in treatment for this or that, we don't want to hire him necessarily because they're worried down the road. You don't want somebody who's a nut working with nuts. They wouldn't put it in those words, of course. I paraphrase, but so they tend not to seek out help. And so I can see them being more apt to abuse alcohol and drugs as a way to like self-medicate. I mean, I know a lot of my drinking was self-medication. And speaking of taking the pills, I mean, when I was drinking heavily, I was taking Benadryl every night just to fall asleep. And I would wash it down with a glass of brandy or whiskey or whatever. And a friend of mine died from that. He just he was an alcoholic, I think. But I mean, this guy always smelled like vodka. I worked with him, and he never came to work drunk. I will give him that. He never touched a drop, but he drank so much it just emanated off of his body. And my buddy gave him a ride home one day, and he said we had to stop at the liquor store right after work. He went into the store, came out with a bottle of vodka, and had the bottle open and was drinking before he could get the car out of park.
Yeah.
Because he needed. After he died, his wife found, like, the classic, a bottle of vodka in the toilet tank.
Yep.
Which is and he was a sweet, wonderful guy, but he was completely, this thing had him in his grip. And but yeah, he took the Benadryl every night just so he could sleep. And I guess one night he took too much, and he inhaled his own vomit that pulled a Jimi Hendrix kind of thing.
Yep. That's usually why they vomit, is because they do exactly that. Hot toddy. That's another thing they love to do. The hot toddies with the prescription medicines. Like that was something that I heard a lot when it came to what kind of drinks it. Because see, hot toddies, it used to be the cool thing back in the '60s. You know what I'm saying? In the '70s.
Right.
So whenever like the older ones, they always wanted to do a hot toddy at night, and then they'd freaking do medication to put them to sleep because of their nerves.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
always what I heard. So, and when it comes to mental illness too, that's another reason why I think like these alcoholic or these anonymous programs work out too, is because like they can go to get help there and they don't have to use their names. You know what I mean? That's
Right.
a big advantage. And a lot of them go in there. When they do go in there, they try to stay anonymous. And I think what it is like they have a problem with the difference between mental illness. The program themselves, they don't. There's a lot of people in there that are like they don't want to admit that there is a mental illness involved. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
which is sad, because that's the one place where more people that are involved in recovery should acknowledge the fact that mental illness is a part of it, because a lot of people do self-medicate.
Yeah.
A lot of people do.
Yeah.
A lot of people you think that's potheads that are just recreationally doing it. They're doing it because they have mental illnesses and they can't freaking cope without that freaking pot. Or even people who are on meth, same thing.
Well, it's funny because I've seen meth heads. We were talking about coffee, and it is, the elixir of the gods and all that sort of thing. And I know not every, there are mornings when it's like the thought of a cup of coffee, or like, I'll be lying there like, do I want to get up? And my wife will walk past the bedroom with a fresh cup of coffee she just made. And just the smell of coffee will, like, oh yeah, I want to wake up. It's just, it can draw you. And if you don't have your coffee, it's like, oh, what a, I've been camping and like someone forgot to bring the coffee, and it's like, the day just doesn't go as well. But I've seen the same thing with people that were like using crystal meth. They couldn't get it was almost like coffee for them, and they took so much that it didn't even affect them that much. They were just like taking it to get through a normal day, which again just seems like it's a waste at that point. Why don't you just skip a step and not spend money on this stuff, which is messing your heart up horribly? It's like, there are substances which are not bad for us. In fact, they found coffee can actually help support heart health, which is very interesting. And beware of decaf, which I've never trusted decaf coffee anyway.
Well, that's sacrilege, by the way. Like,
yes, it is. It is. No Sanka is here, I hope. We're not going to. But, the thing about using.
Actually, when I do see my old man, when I do see Dad, he doesn't drink that much caffeine anyway, and we only buy decaf, and that's mainly for other people, so people like me. So yeah,
everybody likes something different. But the thing with these. The thing with these drugs and the self-medication stuff is, I mean, anytime you're treating someone for psychological issues, it is a very important step, can often be simply to decompress, alleviate the symptoms. And you can use pot, you can use meditation and breathing techniques. There's a lot of things you can do, but the trouble is, and especially if you're just doing this all by yourself, you alleviate the symptoms, you feel better. It's all better now. No. Yes, you've alleviated the symptoms. Now you got to work on why you feel this way so you don't have to keep using, Bob Dub calls it outsourcing. You shouldn't outsource your enlightenment. I love that phrase. I remember that all the time. She's a very wise person. And because she and I had a lot of conversations about this when we first started working together. One of the first things I suggested was meditation, and she had experience with that. So we were meditating and breathing. And the thing with the way they teach meditation is it's to get into the now. You drop all concern with the past and the future, neither of which is real. You can put aside things for now and just get into being here in the moment. And then when you're here now, you realize that most of what you're worrying about is just things in your head, right? Now, you can just sit here and say, wow, I'm just here in the now and everything's cool and I don't have to worry about anything. No, that's not the point, because, you still got to feed the cat. You still got to pay that bill that's due the next day. None of this isn't to make that all go away just so you can, no matter how horrible things get, you can be happy. That doesn't really, it just gives you a low grade depression eventually. I think it's like,
Yeah.
well, the rent's due, but I'm here now. No, you're here now so that you no longer have all these things putting pressure on your mind, so you can think more clearly. Okay, I know I got to pay this bill, but I'm not emotionally investing in it. It's just a thought. I got to write a check tomorrow and mail it. You've solved the problem. I mean, assuming that you've got enough money, that's you know what I mean, though.
Yeah.
So it's a place of power. It's a place where you can do work and do things calmly instead of saying, oh my God, I can't wash all these dishes. It's like, I have to wash this dish right here and now. It's not, I can ignore the dishes right here and now. So, and it's the same thing with these drugs. If you're using a drug, I have a friend of mine, and this gets back to people in the medical field. She's a registered nurse. She actually worked at a major hospital in St. Louis. So she's got I always say she has a scientific education, and she's struggling with mental health. And whenever we talk about it, she's always talking about what she can do to herself chemically. She's trying ketamine, and she's done the electromagnetic field therapy that they have. I forget what they call it. They do like weak magnetic fields through the cranium. And she keeps saying, if only I can find the right pill or the right treatment, I'll be happy. And I'm like, I try to explain to her about Buddhism. It's like, it's not just getting the body calmed down. You've got to work on the mind. You have to not just fix how you feel, you have to fix the mental processes that are leading you to feel these things. If you change your thoughts, you change the way you feel about them, and you get to control your thoughts. And she's like, well, that's just magic. I'm like, no, magic is taking a pill and saying, I'm happy now, without any external factors changing. And by external factors, I also mean how you're thinking. In Buddhism, they talk about mental fabrication and verbal fabrication. And this is just very simply, mental fabrication is how we think about things and frame them, how we label them, and verbal fabrication is how we talk to ourselves about them. And we've all had experience with this. We have a task ahead of us, and we can frame it as, oh my goodness, this is horrible, this is a nightmare. And we talk to ourselves and saying, this is going to be terrible, you're going to have a sore back, you don't want. Or you can frame it as, good, my exercise program, I should lose about 4 pounds, carrying all this stuff. And you tell yourself, when I do this, I'm going to be really happy when it's over, and I'm going to have this done. It's very simple, but it's actually very difficult. And, I've said before, and I go on, when they were first translating these Buddhist texts, it's like, what's this teaching of the Buddha? Oh, wait, you should put off an immediate pleasure so that you can have a greater long-term benefit. That's just common sense. This can't be a secret teaching. Yeah, we'll try it. Just try to do it. It's one of the most difficult things in my life that I try to do all the time, Oh.
So I will be right back. I have to run just down the street to get some bread and maybe some milk if I can afford it.
And more potatoes.
Oh, I got the potatoes. Yeah. I did that yesterday. But we're going to have cheeseburgers tonight.
Nice.
We're going to make it. We're going to make it with actually from home. It's not going to be bought at the store. Or the
Real
fast
real
food place.
cheese or
Oh, it's gonna be
American?
it's gonna be the good American cheese. We're not.
Oh, American cheese like food product.
American food product. Yeah, processed cheese food product.
Well, I mean, see, there's a time and a
like.
place. There's a time and a place for American cheese, and a cheeseburger is where it's needed. So you can't use that fancy cheese with cheeseburgers.
Okay.
So I'll be right back.
Sure.
I don't know, American cheese, if they used better ingredients, because most of it is made with like soy oil or some kind of nut oil. But if you think about it, it's basically kind of a solid chunk of mayonnaise. It's just oil and flavoring and stuff. It's like a dressing sort of.
Yeah.
Does have a nice flavor if you're used to it. But once I learned what the ingredients actually were, I just dropped eating it entirely.
Thankfully, I'm in Europe, so I've got plenty of options when it comes to cheese. Unlike you poor Americans.
You'd be surprised. A lot of restaurants now give you options of like cheddar or Swiss on your hamburger and your omelet. And although they always offer American cheese, as they call it. And actually, New York State, where I live, is a major dairy state. We have huge amounts of cheese we produce here. I think I told you the story when I used to have a job where I worked repairing silo unloaders on dairy farms. And we once had to drive just hundreds of miles through the state to go somewhere as part of the business. And I remember just after like an hour, I'm like, I've seen nothing but dairy farms for the last hour. The state is just covered, and there's all sorts of subsidies for them and stuff. We have like programs here for hungry kids, which includes mandatory gallons and gallons of milk. I had one friend of mine who had kids, and they gave him this stuff. If you have children in New York State, you are given these food cards, so you can go to the store and get like food. But it's like they give you so many gallons of milk a week. And he's like, I have to pour it down the drain eventually because it goes bad. They give them so much milk. And I'm like, well, it's to help the dairy farmers, because the state agrees to buy so much from the dairy farmers, and they hand this much out to the consumers, and they don't really care what happens to the milk after the farmer's been paid. So very subsidized. So yeah, we have lots of cheese where I live. In fact, we just visited a store where they're selling like homemade, handmade cheeses and things like that locally. So tourism is a big thing in this area.
Nothing that really irritates me. Swiss cheese. There's I can't remember, but it was something like there's over 1,000 different Swiss cheeses.
Oh
so
yeah.
When you say Swiss cheese, you're talking about fake sort of Gouda. No, that's not Swiss.
I think that's Dutch, isn't it?
Yeah, but Swiss
I know
cheese?
there's all kind. Well, I usually, when I buy Swiss cheese, so-called, I buy Finlandia brand. It's made in Finland, so it's actually Finnish cheese.
Okay.
But it has holes in it.
Yeah.
They probably marketed a Swiss style or something like that.
Yeah. That's an Italian sausage. It's in Italy, sausages change from province to province.
Oh yeah,
Each province has got on it sausage. So
we actually have an Italian. We have an Italian-owned delicatessen around here, and they have different sausages every week. This kind and that. Risotto and prosciutto, and I don't know all the names, but they make them fresh. Best sausage I ever had. I'm not really big on sausage, but I was visiting I was with a friend of mine. He was dating a waitress at this German restaurant, and we'd gone. We went out there, and he said, "Let's stop at this restaurant. I want to visit with her." So we stopped there, and it was late at night. Kitchen was going to close in a couple hours, but I was kind of hungry, and they had this like appetizer platter of different German sausages, and it was like probably about 8 different kinds of sausages with dipping mustards. And the girl said, we make them all fresh daily on premises. So give me that. And I got that with a special beer that they recommended to go with it, like a dark brown. It was very weak, just a table beer, like maybe 2 or 3% even. It wasn't even a very strong beer, but it was delicious though. Just the freshly made sausage with all, fresh spices and stuff like that. You really could taste the difference.
Funny
He broke
enough,
up with her though. I've never been back.
funny enough, for dinner tonight, I did have some Polish sausages myself.
Huh.
Can't remember what they were, but
Here,
Kapesh.
kielbasa is the big
Kielbasa.
Polish sausage everyone likes.
Yeah. But I think kielbasa is actually just a generic term, isn't it?
I don't know Polish. I actually dated a Polish girl for a while, but they were like second or third generation, so they didn't really speak Polish. Ate a lot of Polish food, though. It was odd. I actually went through a period in my life where I found myself dating a lot of Polish girls, and I never meant to. I never found out their last names until we'd been going, it's like, and the names all started with the letter K, which was also very odd. Didn't last too long, but that was for a few years. It was like something like 3 or 4 girls in a row, and I was like, just wow, that was very strange. And then oddly enough, my wife's last name started with a K, but that was from her previous marriage. Her maiden name starts with a C, but it was a hard C, so it's a K sound. So maybe I have some karma with the letter K.
Again, Eastern European name?
My wife's no. Irish actually, Karen, which is German spelling. They went from Ireland to Germany, as a lot of Irish people did, and then back again. My stepson had been raised being told he was German. I said, "Dude, you're Irish." I showed him a couple of things on the internet about the origin. He said, "Cool, I'm Irish." He's telling all his friends, "I'm Irish, dude." Really?
Technically not Irish. Again, there's this American thing you were saying about just because your ancestors come from let's say Ireland, that doesn't necessarily mean that you are Irish.
Oh no! I mean, my goodness, I always thought it's ridiculous. I have an Irish last name, so I'm quote unquote Irish. But I have Austrian, Dutch, Penobscot, English, Northern Italian. I mean, here in the States, when all these people met in New York or one of these big urban centers, you suddenly had all these people from all over the planet meeting each other. And very often, like, I'm thinking of like some of in my family's case, like a lot of my uncles on my father's side, many of them married Hispanic women, Roman Catholics. The Catholicism, and you saw that, Dutch Catholics could marry Irish Catholics, could marry Italian Catholics, a lot of Irish Italian families in New York City. So you had the Catholicism or whatever their religion was. I'm just, I come from a Catholic background, so that's what I saw. But I'm sure it worked just as well with Episcopalians or, Baptists or whatever, Presbyterians. So you had, I always like to think of what they call hybrid vigor, when you have populations that kind of inbreed for a long time and then you cross. And I always used to say, look at the Swiss, wonderful people, chocolate cuckoo clocks, don't have a lot of major Olympic athletes, don't have a lot of major territorial wars. And, they're not a world dominating kind of people. Look at Americans, very well represented in the Olympics, because in a certain sense, you can come from anywhere on the planet and you do what you're supposed to do, and you're an American now. So we can draw on the genetic background of the entire planet and field these guys in science, in athletics, in anything we want. We can draw on the whole planet for our genetic base. I know my ethno-nationalist friends don't like to hear me talk like this, but civic nationalism has a lot of pluses to it. And those are the things I like. I mean, there are aspects of it that aren't working very well, but there are other aspects of it that are. And I think we had a better handle on it at one time. I'm going to start talking about Yuri Bezmenov here in a minute, though. Well, you see, the country was subverted.
Well, he actually did have some good points, though.
He did.
I think it's actually kind of sad that people didn't take a lot of what he said to heart, because he he was straight up describing exactly the stuff that's actually happening today here in the United States.
Well, it makes you think, if someone's teaching you to burn your own flag, who's doing that? Wait a
Right.
minute. And if you're like burning your own flag, whose flag are you supporting then?
Mhm.
You're obviously, this is something really weird because sane people don't do that. I always say if you don't, you own the flag, you don't burn it. I mean, if you don't like what's going on, well, you campaign, you get elected, there are ways to change what's going on besides like throwing a temper tantrum in public and tearing things down. We never used to do that, well, except for that incident in 1776. We were kind of driven to that. To be fair, we had no choice. 2%. My God, how dare the 2% tax on tea? Insane. This means war.
You do raise an interesting point, especially when you consider what's been happening in the UK over the last couple of years with the sort of disinterest in the English, especially the English flag, the St. George's flag, the sort of destruction of statues in sort of figureheads of this country, and the sort of how would I say it? Destruction of tradition, deliberate sort of
history.
Yeah.
It's your history.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then if you take what he was also saying and you listen to it, he's also talking about these movements. Okay, like we've got these movements. It doesn't, and the subversion doesn't care about what movement it is. It's going to subvert it. Okay, it could be a nationalist movement. It could be a socialist movement. It could be those, hippies sitting out there freaking protesting. It could be any of them, you know what I mean? It could be the Greyhound freaking strike that took place back when he was talking about this stuff. You know what I mean? These people are going to come in and they're going to subvert your freaking society by freaking giving it tons of money and pushing it to where it could be instigated. So he was always talking about like the Greyhound strike that was taking place where they were on strike. So what the socialists were doing was actually coming in and subverting the freaking actual movement. Okay, and then also going in and then freaking paying off these people who were attacking the ones who were striking. Because like when the Greyhound drivers were driving, they would actually have truck drivers that would cut them off in the middle of traffic.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they're subverting the way this was going on by freaking actually funneling money into both sides. You know what I mean? Because they wanted to escalate.
If you want to go down the conspiracy theory sort of concept, we could be starting to talk about George Soros.
Well, that's a good example. No, that's not really a conspiracy, to be honest. I mean, that's actually a good example. I mean, he and the Koch brothers. Nobody talks about the Koch brothers no more. They're the most. They're probably some of the biggest freaking ringleaders in a lot of this shit. Because like over here, say we have regulations about catalytic converters. Okay. And you guys have them too, right? In Europe.
Oh.
Now here in the United States, if we were against catalytic converters being forced onto people, the Koch brothers would take money and support the people who were against it if they had a bigger population or if they had bigger support. Now, if people in Europe had the same issue, but they were for it, they would literally take their money and they would freaking put it into supporting catalytic converters because that's how they can make freaking money off of that. So it didn't matter freaking if they felt it was right or wrong. It was where can they make a profit off of it.
Right. That's their right or wrong.
You see?
They have a whole different set of mental fabrications. We were just talking about that earlier. You know, you set something in your mind, and if the way you're framing it is, how can I make money? How can I get more power? You're going to operate in one way. One of the ways you're going to make money and get power is by telling people you're doing something that you're not doing, or pointing to some small aspect of what you're doing. Oh, look, I'm helping the environment. I'm just happening to make $1 billion while I'm doing it, and there might be a cheaper way to do it, or maybe we could have somebody else do it, but not me. So I'm going to push this. So it's it's interesting because I'm thinking of Aristotle. You make me think of Aristotle here, and he talked about the different kinds of government you have, and one of the things about the way they would that Aristotle and like the Greeks and these guys would look at government. They didn't mean government the way we mean government. We have this separation of powers, and we tend to look at government as being separate from, big business, being separate from, things like religion. When Aristotle talked about the state, he meant everything. The culture and the society and the government were all considered to be one thing, more or less. So you could have a government of aristocrats, an aristocracy, which would mean rule by the best and worthiest people, or you can have a rule by basically oligarchs, who are people that are only ruling in their own interest. In the same way, you could have a king who was a benefactor and was trying to do his best to help the state, or the king could be a tyrant who was only ruling for his own self-interest. And then, of course, you have the populace, the great majority, because most people are poorer than the few. So the poorer people, they would rule in their best interest. They would try to take away stuff from. We see that in New York City, where Mandami there is. Said, well, let's take money from the rich people and give it to the poor people. That's not really fair. Just because somebody has more, to take it from them, just as it's not fair for somebody just because he has more to get even more and use his, we have to look out for unfairness in either direction. I know it's tough to think about being unfair to the wealthy or to the powerful, because none of us are. And we instantly are like, oh, those terrible wealthy people, oh, those rich so-and-so's. Wish I had all that money, but I don't. So, and I'm real resentful. There's a certain amount of resentment there. But tell you the truth, though, at the end of the day, and I think most of us are on this, as long as I'm doing okay and I have my little roof over my head, at least for now, and all these other things, I don't care if somebody's got a whole bunch of them. I don't care if some guy's got a swimming pool. It doesn't really bother me much. But getting the Aristotle, I'm getting off the point. The idea is you need to balance these things out. You need to have nobody's going to really be happy. There's not going to be any stability until everybody feels like they're getting something out of the pie.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the wealthy have to be satisfied with a restriction on their wealth. My friend O.C. Shore, the guy that talks about Aristotle a lot, one of his big things, and you guys are all familiar with it, is, and I'm sure you've talked about it on a lot of shows, the whole Federal Reserve Act of 1913, the idea that fractional reserve lending, and this is what O.C. Shore calls counterfeit as opposed to money, because with Aristotle, money is actually justice, because money is a way to equalize otherwise unbalanced exchanges, right? So as long as you have a firm medium, like a silver coin or whatever, you can make exchanges in the marketplace. But once you can issue this money through this fractional reserve banking, this is no longer money. This is counterfeit. It's not real. And his idea was, you're not going to take this money away from these guys. So you just say, we're stopping now. We're not going to do it anymore. We're not going to put anyone up on lampposts, but we're not going to do this anymore. And then just try to do a gradual reset. In other words, the super wealthy have to be curbed, but you can't do it in such a way like, these guys fantasize online about, like, oh yeah, we're going to have prosecutions and we're going to do this and we're going to confiscate all. You know what? That's not going to happen. And if you push that, you're not going to make any friends doing that. So you've got to, at the same time, though, the people demand that they no longer be exploited. So again, it's a question of everyone has to come to an agreement, has to come to a balance, and it has to be done very delicately. And it's not going to be done through vengeance. there's a very good Buddhist saying, and I think Jesus probably said it somewhere too, in words to the effect that violence is not ended by violence. Violence is ended by stopping being violent. Strife is not settled by strife. Strife is settled by peace.
Does
And
it
we need
really
to
matter? Does it really matter if somebody's a billionaire, super wealthy, or whatever? Isn't it more in regard to how they got that money on, or what they're doing with that money?
what they do with the money is probably, and that's the thing. Money is power. So this is a class of people with a great deal of power. You can't just take that power away from them because, if you take that power away from them, it's a hydromechanical field. The money will go somewhere else, and whoever has control of that will have the power. That was the theory behind, I think, the Soviet state,
Yeah,
where all the
but you
means of
can
production
use you
were
can
taken into the
use
hands.
you can use that powerful good creating jobs, creating I don't know.
Well, yeah,
There's a
and
society.
yeah, and that's actually that was the operating principle of many ancient societies. If you were a really wealthy man in Athens, going back to the Greeks, they would point to you and say, "Okay, Lord Edworthy, you're one of the wealthiest men in Athens. You are now a triarch. That is to say, you are to build, outfit, crew, and maintain a trireme for the event of war." So you would have wealthy people build more than one. I mean, this was like saying, Roger, you're gonna build a destroyer. You got to build a fast frigate, and crew it and maintain it and pay the salaries of the sailors and stuff for the good of the U.S. Navy. Wealthy people, and this went into ancient Rome. You're a wealthy man. You build an aqueduct. You build a coliseum. You do public works. That was how they taxed. That was their tax base in Athens. They would just grab rich people. Okay, you're the sponsor of this festival. And I've talked before about these religious festivals. That was a way of redistributing calories. They would slaughter dozens of like bulls and sheep and this and that. They would take the fat, roll some fat up in some thigh bones, burn that to the gods, and the meat would be cut up and distributed to all the citizens. So even if you couldn't afford to eat meat, and a lot of people couldn't, there was usually a religious festival going on somewhere in the city at some time so that you would eat. So, and this cost a fortune. This cost a fortune. So, you might have a guy go through a herd of cattle in a year if he was the sponsor of these festivals. And this herd was, to all intents and purposes, was redistributed to the poor people of the city.
Right.
So this was like and the wealthy saw this not as a burden, but as a glory. This was a great thing, and you had a great name, and you could put your name on that building. This was built. That's why we had the Appian Way, built by Appius, and the Colosseum of I think it was originally called the Colosseum of Nero. I think Nero built that.
Yeah.
So you would have a pride in doing this, and it was just an expected part of the society and of the government. That's why the government, the society, the religion, in this case the pagan religion, were all functioning together to hold the society. They weren't thinking of this consciously. We started tinkering with this design when we started thinking about look what we're doing here. We started studying ourselves. And then some people got the idea, well, let's just change this and let's just change that with our societies. And here we are.
I mean, with a lot of what you said, that's one reason why I always talk to Mark about this stuff when it comes to what you're hearing. A lot of people are trying to say that like these immigrants and stuff that they're ruining their culture and stuff, but let's look at what they really know about their culture, okay? Like you're talking about festivals. Like England, first of all, had at one time so many festivals that you could do like you just said. You could go from town to town and hit a festival every freaking week, pretty much. You know what I mean? That's you know. And look at all the festivals that are gone now that nobody freaking even celebrates anymore there or even here. We've actually had festivals too, which are gone. And
12 days of Christmas. There used to be 12 full days of Christmas.
well, I've actually done research on that too. That's actually where they tried to incorporate Hanukkah into Christmas, and that was started. I believe it started in England.
England again, eh? Perfidious
Yeah.
Albion.
The 12 days of Christmas. But you know, I mean, it's like, and I say, like, you know, when these people are saying uh they're destroying our culture and our traditions, they really need to start talking more about their cultures. Do they even know what they're talking about? Like, there's monoliths all over freaking England, and it's like nobody freaking talks about it. Like, that is the most freaking historically rich country you could ever go to.
There's some very interesting theories about those monolith builders too. You know,
Mhm.
they don't know a whole lot, but I remember coming across this one thing in the old histories when the Romans were fighting these people called the I think it was the Cimbri, and they were one of those tribes. They'd been forced out of wherever they were, and they were wandering around. They wandered into or near Roman territory, and they got into this horrible scrap. I mean, the whole tribe, men, women, and children. I believe the number that they were. You know, you don't know about the ancient numbers, but it was like 250,000 people, which is believable. You know, hundreds of that, at least 100,000 people, and I read one theory that they might have been a remnant of the old monolith builders that had been pushed out by the Celts. Because I remember reading one, and this was just kind of an idea I thought might have been true. They were fighting the Romans, and at one time they were in the hills, and they brought these huge stones down on the Romans. The Romans had no idea how they moved them, so it's like maybe these guys still remembered how to use the levers and this and that to move the giant stones, but that they used the actual stones of the mountain to it. I don't remember reading about any other barbarian group that did that. So it just made me think, well, maybe these guys did handle the stones. They knew how to handle like the big monoliths, because some of those were simply enormous, and we have very little idea of the religious. It had to be religious, and people only do crazy stuff like that for their religion. You know, you see
Yeah.
a pyramid, something like that, that had to be religious. You know, I mean, why else would you do that?
Well, that's the thing that I do agree with a lot of these ancient alien people when it comes to the pyramids, because there's no logical reason for why they wanted to build those pyramids. I mean, you can tell me, you can try to convince me until you're blue in the face that they did that to bury some rich famous pharaoh, but I'm gonna tell you you're full of shit. You know what I mean?
Why? Why?
Be- because there's a lot that's involved in those pyramids.
Yeah.
The Great Pyramid, it actually is plumb. It is 100% plumb. There's people today who can't even freaking make an outhouse that's built plumb.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There's just so much stuff that's involved with that pyramid that is way more advanced than what freaking people are saying it is. Okay,
Well,
mathematically they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, but that doesn't discount that it was there to act as a sort of
No, they did.
grave, as a
They found Khafre's name written on a wall in the pyramid, and they automatically said this was built by Khafre. So,
well, they I know saw this one guy as a very interesting YouTube channel about the Egyptian archaeology, especially the pyramids. And he says, you know, they're really good videos. It's called History for Granite, and I advise, you know, anyone that might be interested in this, I recommend the channel highly. But he has this really interesting idea that the reason they built the Great Pyramid is basically as a tourist attraction, which is exactly what it is today. And he said it was built to get people to come and go, wow, and spend lots of money. And he said that's what the whole thing was. And all the other pyramids after that, they were built, and they got smaller and smaller, but it was just to get people to come to Egypt. Could be. It makes
it,
as much sense as anything.
it does make sense because, like, you know how you guys were talking about taxes. That's how they tax their citizens in Egypt. Like, you had to do a certain amount of work per year
Oh yeah. Yeah.
on
Yeah.
a work on for stuff like the pyramids or whatever else in order to pay your dues to work your land.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. They had this idea, they always go on about, well, the pyramids were built by slaves. Like, well, no, they weren't, because these were like the farmers. But on another level, the pharaoh technically owned the entire land of Egypt and all of its inhabitants. So, in a certain sense, everybody in the country was the pharaoh's slave. I
Mhm.
mean, that theory still goes today with monarchies. I mean, that's why it's His Majesty's Navy and His Majesty's Post Office. It's the personal property of the monarch. But I mean, especially after the Hanoverians, they backed off from that a great deal. But if you talk to any of the, those divine right stewards, I'm sure they would be completely behind that.
Well, Mark likes to call them specialists. They're specialists.
Well, in what sense?
That's what you call them. That's why the House of Lords needs to have
Oh,
those.
yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. You
Well,
see,
just the feudal, as I understand the feudal theory, which is, I guess, the ultimate basis of the English government, or any of the continental governments. The monarch is basically the landlord. You give fealty to the monarch, saying, "I'm holding this land at your pleasure." In other words, you're my lord, my landlord. Is derived from that, and so you would have to pay, rent or tax in the form of usually military service. In the old days, there wasn't much money anyway. And of course, we all know that changed. Money became more important. Suddenly, the middle class rose up. And now we have the oligarchs today, merchants, basically, that are running the world. People that have gained their wealth and their power through commerce, things that, from a feudal point of view, in feudalism, you had like the nobles and everybody else. And then, well, the nobles and the churchmen and everybody else. And this is like everybody else running the world. The bourgeois kind of had to make their own class. But from a feudal perspective, if you're a millionaire or you've only got like $1 in your pocket, if you ain't noble, you ain't nothing. You're just
yeah, like I said that. If you ain't noble, you ain't nothing.
That's why people bought patents and things. In Elizabethan time, it was very popular with this suddenly rising and powerful middle class. The College of Heralds was like inundated with cash. I mean, fees to find, to write grants of arms so that people could style themselves gentlemen. Shakespeare was the famous example where he went out of his way to have his father granted arms, because, of course, inherited arms are better than being granted arms yourself. And his father had previously applied for a grant of arms and had been denied. And there was a note by the herald next to it saying, "Non, sans droit." No, he is without right. So when Shakespeare got his arms, his motto became "Non sans droit," not without right, without the comma.
Yeah, I noticed on the video that Mark suggested that I watched the other day with the lotus eaters that they're starting to catch on to a lot of this stuff that they've been pulling over there in England, because like they started talking about the king wants prince, and the behaviors he did with Easter. And it was interesting because they started actually having conversations too about the nobles and being in the House of Lords, and they seem to, like, today, just that they don't really care what's going on in their own country. You know what I mean? And this kind of behavior has been happening for quite a long time. You know what I mean? And it's good. It's good to see that they're actually catching on to that and they're talking about
The
it.
concept of monarchy and hereditary peers they've got a historical interest in the country. They're there to protect the subject.
Right, and they're not. That's the thing, and they're catching on. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It's a good thing that they're catching on, that these people aren't doing that. It's all self-interest, and they only care about themselves.
We might have to export the American Revolution back to the mother country.
Well, what it is they need to go.
President Edwardy.
they need to go back and
Lord Protector Edworthy. Sorry.
they need to realize that Cornwall was right. And Cornwall, and that this monarchy nonsense needs to stop, and they need to get a real constitution, something that's written on paper.
We have got a real constitution.
Whatever.
That used to be a test of sobriety. Can you say British Constitution without slurring?
Yeah. Every freaking Irishman failed too, by
the way. Yeah, I have an Irish last name, so
that's why they moved to the United States, so that they didn't have to say that kind of shit.
It is interesting that the average IQ of Irish immigrants is higher than the average IQ of Irish the people that stayed in Ireland.
And I keep telling people this, and they don't believe me. I was like, you know what would happen if every Irishman freaking sobered up? They would take over the world, dude. They would.
Oh, like in what was that in Family Guy? Did you see that in Ireland? Yeah. We're about to turn our entire population into pure energy.
I was looking at some data not that long ago. Ria and me, we were talking about IQ levels in throughout the world, and from the data I could find, and I've used 2-3 different sources. We Brits have a higher IQ of something like 2-3 points on average than North Americans.
Oh, I'm not surprised. Not surprised. Just the number of Somalis that they've let into the country has probably brought the average down quite a bit. But it's tough to compare a small and, despite the best efforts of the government, a still pretty homogenous population to compare them with. The U.S. is so huge. It's really 50 little countries. Actually, I'd be more interested to see like a comparison state by state here in the States. And even county by county. I mean, like the state I'm living in, there are sections that are so different socially and politically. New York City and its environs are, you travel a couple hundred miles up from the city and you've got a completely different outlook. New York State voted, if you look at a map, like 80 or 90% of the state voted red, Republican conservative. But the centers of like the urban centers all voted Democrat, blue, like New York City, Albany, which is the state capital, Buffalo. So this works for our governorship too, and I've talked about this before. So basically, 10% of the state elects the governor for 90% of the state simply because they can outvote them. So you've got a whole bunch of people in New York City making laws about upstate. And the way we see it up here is basically upstate is taxed and the money goes into New York, which is basically a big money hole. And the fiscal policies of our wonderful governor has not helped anything. You might have seen some stuff on the news about her pleading with millionaires and businesses to stop leaving the state. I hope to leave as soon as I can get myself together. It's always been a long-term project, but it's become more pressing as just the state. I see a lot of stuff deteriorating around here. And
weirdly, even though your phenomenon is fairly recently made, you're sort of copying what's been happening in London with under Sadiq Khan's leadership or mayorship.
Well, I've said that too, though. There's just too much shit going on to call it coincidences. You know what I mean? Like, if you compare the stuff happening in not only England, but Europe, and then here in the United States and Canada, as well as New Zealand and Australia, you can't tell me that this stuff isn't being, like, orchestrated by somebody or a group of people, or groups of people even.
Well, parts of it is, I think, and I've said that before about cupidity and stupidity. You get people going in a certain course and they get rewarded for it. And you've got this whole new set of ideas and reasoning that go perhaps 180 degrees what anyone would have normally thought over the last 1,000 years or something. But it justifies you in doing what you're doing. It's not so bad after all. It's actually a good thing, and you're making millions and millions of dollars. So I think a lot of the time you just have to get the right ideas in place and give them a little push. And that was kind of Yuri Bezmenov was talking about that. You don't really need to orchestrate things so much if you can just kind of set things in motion the right way, and then the money keeps it perpetuating. I mean, you look at the situation in Africa, and we've talked about this, where one of the huge problems they have there, in my opinion, is whenever they try to help Africans, they ship them like shirts and food, and so they can have clothing and something to eat. But every time you see a picture of an African wearing like a Nike t-shirt, it's like, maybe you should be helping them build their own shirt company so they can
Yeah.
make their own designs and have their own industry. Don't send them food so much as send them seed, send them tools. And there are better ways to help people, but they make a fortune off of this foreign aid thing, because it's not free. All that stuff is paid for somewhere down the line. And it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, I'm sure. In the old days, it was million. Now we have to say billion because of inflation. But a multi-billion-dollar industry providing aid that, it might feed someone in the short term, but it exacerbates the problem, because if you feed hungry people, you're going to have the same hungry people plus a bunch of new hungry children. They just, again, it actually, I think, makes people more dependent and perpetuates things. Now, I don't know how much thought there was behind that, but once it got going, it's going to be hard to stop.
I agree with Rammstein on this topic, though, because they came out with that one song America, and everybody always harasses me because I love that song so much. But they have scenes in their video where they show Buddhist monks eating a cheeseburger and Africans sitting out in the freaking the plains,
Yeah.
and they're freaking watching a color television. You know what I'm saying? And everybody freaking wants to be America. It's like they got a McDonald's and a Burger King in freaking the former Soviet Union. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they got it in Moscow.
And it's getting to the point now where subversion is the thing. You know what I mean? And here in the United States, our government is actually freaking it's actually built to where freaking subversion is legal. It's perfectly legal to subvert our country and get away with it. And that in itself causes a complication here.
If it's in the end user agreement, then it's not subversion anymore, right? It's allowed. So. Mark, you were supposed to read that before the country signed it.
Well, see, in England, me and Mark's had conversations about this, with the BBC and a lot of their television. There was a lot of television back in the 80s and 90s that we just couldn't watch here in the United States because England just wouldn't tolerate it.
And weirdly enough, it was the opposite way around. In the 80s, we had a proliferation of North American, US content.
Well, this even goes too with Australia too, because you got to remember, Are You Being Served was actually rebroadcast with different cast members in the United States and in Australia.
Oh yeah, they did an Aussie version, didn't they? Yeah, I remember that now vaguely. I used to love that show. I used to watch that all the time.
Yeah.
So
you just remind me of the old joke. I've watched the British, the UK's Office. Remember
that was great.
Comedy.
Ricky
And,
Gervais.
I've watched the US version. US is terrible.
I never watched the US version, but
I've seen a few episodes at least. Yeah.
when somebody tried to get me to watch the Office, I'm like, I don't know. I don't watch TV much. My buddy's like, you gotta watch it. So I started watching it, and at first it took me a little while to get into the style of humor to see what was going on. And just Ricky Gervais's whole Schadenfreude. I mean, just doing the most embarrassing, horrible. I love the one with the office party where they had the new people coming in. And he was making all those racist comments. And Gareth there is talking about the magazines he had. Oh, you should see the magazines I had. It was just hilarious. But the thing about Ricky Gervais, I noticed after that, though, I mean, it's like, oh, and something else he did. He tended to do the same shtick. And I guess he had no formal training. He would just do this embarrassing thing. You just watch him and how cringe can he get? But then he did the issues. He was like slightly developmentally disabled and he worked in an old people's home.
Oh,
and it was
God.
completely unlike. And it was this very poignant. It was still comedy and had some wild characters, but it still had this poignancy of dealing with people at the end of their lives and things like that. I thought it was really effective, and it was just so different from anything else he had done. It was completely, his character was not like the guy from The Office.
Yeah.
David Brent, that was the character's name. But I've seen it here in the States. They had it on like public television or something, or some cable or something. But I don't know if you guys had seen that. It was very different from anything else he ever did. I actually liked it.
I never seen it, but when you said it, I thought it was going to go a whole different direction from where it went. I just put it to you that way. I was really surprised after you finished
seen
talking.
clips. I've seen.
Yeah,
the
he's
old
really a
clips.
sweet. He's like a nice guy. He still has the people doing cringe stuff as part of the comedy, but it's not him. He's
Yeah.
like this really sweet, kind of simple guy, who kind of misunderstands things but does his best kind of deal. And it's like, oh wow, it's just interesting to see somebody you're used to them acting one way. It's sort of like, remember Kurt Russell? He was always comedy, right? He was the computer that wore tennis shoes. Harvey the
Yeah.
Love Bug. He was in all those Disney movies. You ever see that movie he did, Captain Ron? He was hilarious.
Yes.
He should have had top billing in that. But then
Yeah.
he did that Escape. What was it? Escape from New York
Yeah.
and Escape from L.A. And that was kind of a comedy too. But he was segueing into the action roles. And then the next thing you know, he's in that Stargate, where he's just playing a straight tough guy.
Yeah.
And I remember watching that, and I'm waiting for him to pull a joke or something. I'm just like, when's he going to do the funny stuff?
I don't
But
think he
I
ever
guess
did.
No, he segued right into like straight drama, and I
Oh.
think now I guess now he plays just straight, leading men or just action kind of guys. But it's just so weird to see an actor just go completely from comedy to like drama. A lot of times it's the other way around. You look at like William Shatner. He started off as like a very serious actor, and later on he just took the bit in his mouth when they started making fun of him, and he made fun of himself louder than anyone else.
Right.
And he's still pretty big. He's on X, and they talk
Yeah.
about him all the time.
Now, with me, I do have to say one thing about the American Office. That's where I got the whole thing about the gaydar from. Now, that was a funny episode. And what's his name? He's a really horrible guy with the glasses and funny haircut. And he's
He
the
would
one.
have been the Gareth character.
Yeah.
I don't know the American characters' names or anything, but there was that they used the same template. Yeah, the really awful guy.
the guy who was always supposed to be his nemesis. He ended up telling him that he can hook him up with a gaydar, to where all you have to do is point the gaydar at anybody, and you can tell if they're gay or straight. And he said that he had to buy it off of the website and stuff. So he's sitting there. But yeah, that's where I got it from, and I never saw an episode like that on the English version. You know what I mean? But I did like that part when it comes to the American version. And I also want to mention another thing that they outdid the Americans on, and that was Being Human as well. Being Human is an excellent freaking show when it's the English version, but they really bottomed out on the American version.
Doesn't always translate well.
Well, the story on that one goes like it's a vampire and a werewolf trying to live in an apartment together and try to be human. And then they find out that a girl was dead there. It was a ghost. So werewolves and vampires can see ghosts.
Ah,
So they're all living in this apartment trying to be human. And
sounds like Three's Company.
yeah, basically think about it as Three's Company with a ghost, a werewolf, and a vampire.
That actually sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it was actually. It was.
Sounds like a Dude, Where's My Wallet episode.
No, it wasn't as weird as the Dude is Where's My Wallet episode.
Nothing's as weird as Dude, Where's My Wallet.
Back about I think maybe 2-3 weeks ago now. Sky created a new series called UK Saturday Night Live, which is based on the US version,
Right.
and it was obviously written with Americans, North Americans in mind. The comedy didn't work at all.
Wow.
Yeah, it was the first episode, and I've only seen clips of the first episode, but the first episode, to use a phrase, was absolutely cringe.
Oh, wow.
I can't
Well,
believe you said
like they were
cringe.
making it for a North American audience. Like, when we get
Yeah, it
canceled, they'll love us in America. You know.
Yeah.
Well, see, like entertainment, when it comes to entertainment, you don't take American entertainment to the UK. Like whenever they were real big on like you know how we had the carnivals and stuff.
Yeah.
Like the last thing that England actually liked when it came to carnivals from us was like Buffalo Bill. And that was it.
Oh yeah. He was something else.
You know, like they started. I did research on this when I was figuring out stuff about like freak shows
Uh-huh.
and stuff like that. And here in the United States, everybody loved that stuff. They loved to go in and see like the two-headed mongoloid and the guy who could bend his freaking head behind his back and stuff. But when they tried to take that to Europe, especially in England, England just wouldn't have anything to do with it.
No.
But isn't the concept of the freak show a European thing anyway? It came from Europe.
Well,
Did it?
I think.
Like in a certain way, because like I mentioned Mark about like the insane asylums. Back in the day, man, whenever they had the insane asylums, they would actually sell tours to people.
Oh yeah. It was, and visitors from out of town would, be sure to visit the asylum. They would bring crowned heads.
Mm-hmm.
Probably goes back to in the old days. At like a court, like if you were like the king or the local lord or whatever, you often would, part of it was you would take care of the indigent, and sometimes you would have people who were like mentally disturbed at your court, sometimes as jesters. There's records of, simpletons, the court fool. You had fools who were like professional fools who were expected to actually be kind of witty, but then you had what they called natural fools, or people that were just, mentally ill, developmentally disabled, mentally retarded, or something like that. And they were considered to be amusing. So, you'd come to the court, oh, check out my fool. So, that could be kind of an extension of that. They were kind of an entertainment. Look at this guy. He just, he just sits and fills his pants or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And when you think about it, there is that very famous case. You guys have probably heard about it. They go through the old records. It was, I believe, a court jester to Henry VIII, known as Richard the Farter or something like that. Something the Farter, and that was his skill. He could like fart like songs and things, and he received this great pension when he retired. But his requirement was to receive the land that he had to appear at the Christmas court once a year and do like so many pratfalls and a great fart or something like that for King Henry. Which just goes to show what a Renaissance man thought was, there he goes, Henry VIII, president of chivalry, the knight of his age, poet, musician, king and really liked a good fart joke. So I just like,
I would have them at my parties. I mean,
you and Henry VIII. So there you go.
I mean, it's like I can relate, dude. You know,
This was sophisticated Renaissance humor. This is like the
it's
age
like
of reason.
for a moment there, you forgot who you're talking to, right? Like, I mean, dude, a guy who can fart freaking Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
You know,
It got him a pension and a farm, which most peasants would not look forward to.
Well, you remember how, and people don't like when I bring this up because it's not politically correct, but you remember how in midgets were when it came to gestures, right? Like,
Oh yeah, or little people, as we say now.
right. And it's like they actually believe that there was magic involved with that, with having a midget on your in your court.
Right.
They really thought that there was magic involved with that, like to have midgets and twins. Twins were another big deal.
Well, I know midgets were very popular at the Spanish court, the Habsburg court. There's famous paintings, I think, by El Greco and others of some of the court, and included court midgets. And if you've ever seen that wonderful film by Arthur Miller, I think it was, the Alice in Wonderland film he did for the BBC. It's in black and white, and unfortunately had been chopped up a bit by the censors, and we will never see the complete version. But there are scenes of the Queen of Hearts, who is modeled very much on Queen Victoria, and she's accompanied by dwarves or midgets in court dress, looking like Spanish court dress, which was a reference to this. So, great movie if you have a chance to see it. It's very surreal, very surreal. Leo McKern is in it, great actor, and also Peter Sellers, King of Hearts.
That'd be cool to check out.
Apparently, he was a real jerk on set, though, by all accounts.
Yeah, you have heard stories about him being not very liked on various films.
Well, apparently, when he made the Alice movie, part of the film had a band involved, and at one point, Peter Sellers was so upset that he had to lie down, and they had the band play to him to calm him down. Or, like, if he saw something like a cat cross his path the wrong way, it can't work today. He was very superstitious. But I guess when you get a certain amount of stardom, you get to pull stuff like that. I just wonder how he behaved when he was just like a working actor. And it was like, I'm sure he was a little more reasonable. One would hope, anyway.
I don't know. Actors temperamental towards that sort of work together. Yeah.
They do these amazing performances, and I'm thinking of Peter Cook was magnificent. Dudley Moore. They did some great work together. Peter Cook was in a movie called Yellowbeard, which was not a uniformly successful film, but it had some great moments in it. I loved his performance as this doddering drunk guy. Reminded me of one of my college professors, actually. It's like if they ever made a movie about him. But when you get to their private lives, you got to separate how people are personally from. I've known so many girls over the years that, not so many, but you come across as things like, oh, he's a musician, he must have a beautiful soul. Well, he can play beautiful music, but I know a lot of musicians. They're not particularly enlightened or in touch with themselves set, to tell you the truth. I know a guy that played great guitar, but he huffed gasoline, was a complete maniac. You just wouldn't want the guy in your living room. Did Roger disappear? We did have Roger. He's cooking potatoes.
Flittering in and flittering out.
I don't know why I bother. It's now dark here, so you can only see me when I light my pipe.
Yeah, I noticed.
I appear in Periscope. Guess I should get some light back here eventually. I don't know. I got a lot of work to do on this place.
Yeah,
warmed up wonderfully though. It's up to like 70 degrees today, I think.
So 24, 25?
Probably. I got a converter here. I actually have a converter. Where'd it go? Here we are. Unit converter, temperature, degrees Fahrenheit. We'll say 70. That would be 21 degrees centigrade.
It's been a bit colder today, but over the last couple of days, it's been around there.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah. So, yeah, fairly nice sort of spring, early summer sort of temperatures.
I think I'm getting a little sprinkle of rain right now, but nothing much. But it now means yard work beckons to rake up leaves, and I don't know if I'm going to get to it this year, but I have at least one tree that needs to come down, and there's another one in the back. More worried about it falling onto a neighbor's house than my house, to tell you the truth, because I get in bigger trouble for that. But I don't want it falling on my house either. Yeah, I got one corner of the yard. Don't have a lot of sun here. I like to keep it like it's a little bit of the woods. But one little section where the sun hits, I covered it up with a tarp to kill all the grass off. So I left that there over the winter, so I might pull that off. I'm thinking of putting in some tomatoes again this year. We had like a few tomatoes and vegetables going. Can't really grow a lot here, but it's kind of fun to have your own food. And so I think I might try that this year. It's kind of fun. That way I can putter in the garden after work. Or better yet, watch my wife putter in the garden as I encourage her with word and gesture. Yeah, you missed one over there, hon.
That's one thing I cannot I've never been a fan of gardening.
Really?
I've never been. Yeah.
I guess it's its own kind of zen. I mean, I'm not really good at it, but I kind of like putting stuff in the ground, and then you kind of see what it's doing. Give it some water. I'm not a really good gardener. I mean, I just kind of it's a little patch. It's not even a garden. It's more like a little patch, and just something to putter around with once in a while. It's kind of neat. And we don't do anything too sophisticated, but yeah, I like the last time I did it, I just went to the local greenhouse, and you can buy like the tomato plants that are already coming up, and dig a few holes, pop them in, and that's really about it. I don't weed too much, or I like to let nature take its course, and I like to get like weird things. I got this one. It was a what was it? An ornamental pepper plant. So the peppers were edible, but they were considered ornamental. They were these tiny little things in all these colors. So I just like walk around the yard. I'd pull one off and just eat it once in a while. It's kind of neat. Oh, I have a little pepper. Very mild. You barely taste them. But
I suppose tomatoes and peppers don't really have to do that much work.
No, not that.
Put them in the ground and let nature.
We tried to grow leeks one year. That took work to try to get the leeks going, and that wasn't because you've got to dig them down, and I don't remember all the details. My wife handled a lot of it, to tell you the truth. But and I'd like to try. Well, we've never tried carrots, but I wanted to try. What's the word groping for? The white carrots, parsnips.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to try parsnips. Sometime or other. I really like parsnips, but you don't see them in the store a lot.
Yeah, it's not a very common thing in the US, isn't it? Parsnips, sweets, turnips.
You see them at the farmers markets. We do have farmers markets around here. You can get like parsnips and rutabagas and turnips and things like that. Beets. I like root vegetables. They're one of my favorite things. We go to.
Can't have a Sunday roast dinner without parsnips.
I enjoy parsnips. We go to this. It's like a food bank where you can get free food, and I like to go there when like some of the local farmers will bring in crops, and and everybody goes in there and they want like cakes and bread and stuff like that, but they'll have like a big box of carrots, and the carrots are like. They're really good carrots, but they're not marketable because instead of growing straight, They were grown in
Yeah.
somebody's field, so they go different directions and stuff. So it's like 3 carrots. They just look weird, So I go and I get carrots and potatoes, and sometimes they'll have like you do see beets in there once in a while, or turnips. And I'm always looking for stuff like that.
There's some supermarkets in the UK that will that do sell weird shaped vegetables, but at a discount, obviously, because the average consumer wouldn't buy them. But yeah, but
You see, that's short-sighted. They should market them as special vegetables that cost twice as much.
yeah.
Well, anybody can have a straight carrot, but this carrot goes in 3 different angles. We charge by the angle. There's more nutrition this way. The vitamin A doesn't drain out of the bottom.
I mean, if you can go with sending organic fruits and veg at a extremely expensive sort of price, yeah,
Oh,
why
yeah.
not? Yeah.
Yeah, I had to
Yeah.
step away to go get some coffee and smoke a cigarette. Sorry about that, guys.
No problem. No problem. Watching.
Robert said that later he'll come in and hang out with us, but first he's got to make hamburgers.
Okay.
Hamburgers are important.
Yeah, he decided that he's gonna cook tonight because I made food last night. So
Well, that's cool.
Fair enough.
So, V said that he's not going to be able to make it in tonight because there's issues going on with his partner Roger, and he's got to keep his phone open so that he can get any communications with him. So,
Right.
figured I'd let you know that, and then I wanted to warn you guys that Robert's going to probably come on. That's pretty hardcore.
But he'll have hamburgers, so it'll be all right.
I don't know. Robert, after he's eaten hamburgers, isn't really that good of a conversation.
We're talking about hamburgers or nothing else.
You weren't here yet last week when he was on with Mark, were you?
No, I don't think so.
He's the only person I knew who called Mark a Klingon, said he looked like a Klingon, dude. I was like, wow.
He'd have to change the shape of his beard a little bit. I think he needs some more forehead makeup, but
Yeah. The first thing he did too was touch his forehead. Whenever Robert said that, he reached in.
The first thing I thought of was pasties, because of the ridge.
Yeah.
Uh,
V said he couldn't handle 2 Hansons on the same stream at the same time. That says
Dang,
a
team
lot.
action tonight.
That really says a lot too, because if V can't handle it, freaking, something's up.
Well, maybe not. We know something about V. It's like
Well, see,
he will not dare.
I've tried to do this stream thing with Robert. Okay, but usually before he was always real quiet and he was timid and shy. And he went on last week, dude. He just wouldn't shut up. He just
Wow.
I was like, wow, dude, what the heck? He just felt at home.
Cool. What did he talk about?
I don't even remember.
What was there? What's the internet thing we were talking about?
Oh, he said something too about there's something going on over there in England. There's
always something going on in England.
Yeah.
No, this is about somebody disappearing or some shit like that.
Huh? What?
Yeah, he watches a lot of shit on Facebook. So.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like he thinks there's movies that are coming out that's actually AI pictures.
I love those ones on abandoned films. They've got some wild stuff on there. They do like Star Wars if it was made in the 1950s, or Star Wars like in the 1970s or something. That's pretty neat.
He sees that kind of stuff because he can't read, and he sees that stuff and he thinks that they're coming out with those movies.
Hmm.
You know, so
I'm supposed to come out with a movie. I made a coming attraction. It reminds me, many years ago, I was out in California, and I was visiting my Buddhist pal at the Buddhist monastery, and they were having the Katina festival. And I took I don't know how many hours of like movies and dozens of pictures and stuff, and I was going to make a movie about it. And I made a coming attractions for it, but I never finished the movie. Thanks for reminding me. I've got to finish that movie now.
I'll tell you who I really want Sonya. I want Sonya to meet Robert. I think she would freaking completely flip out. I think they would both flip out on each other.
Wow, that could be cool to do that on the internet and of course record everything.
Yeah,
A live stream to remember.
like I don't
Flash of
know.
the lightning.
I don't know if freaking Sonya could cope with Robert. She
Did Robert cope with Sonya?
Well, nobody could cope with Sonya, dude. Sonya's in her own league.
Actually, didn't Sonia appear last week?
Yeah,
No,
she
she
can.
appeared after the stream.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
so.
yeah,
Well,
yeah. She came in that last second or something.
And what was it? Did I tell you guys that I actually went on Jeffy's show for a little while last night?
Oh, how'd that go?
It was fun, dude, because I started talking to him about the stuff I tell you about, like the world tree and the primordial and all that.
Right.
And he just freaking exploded. He couldn't believe freaking I was saying that stuff. He's like, "That's amazing. Where did you come up with that stuff?" so of course I left the call and left it just hanging. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Always leave him wanting more.
Yeah.
He wants me to go on there. I really should go on his show when I get a chance. He sent me a thing about like oh, what's this? I'm getting messages. A payment? Wait, somebody paid me something? Oh no, I paid someone else. Never mind. I was excited for a moment. Payment. Oh damn, I paid another bill.
It's like everything just sinks. It's like, oh damn.
Oh.
But yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I haven't actually appeared on Jeffrey's show, a pirate show, in some time now.
Well, you got to take it. You got to take it with a stride. You know what I mean? Because like for the last, I'd say for the last 6 months, I've been real quiet, not saying nothing on there. Whenever I went on there, because like there's no time to really talk. You know what I mean? It's all Jaffe. And
is he some kind of a Buddhist or something?
Yeah, he's Buddhist.
Is he one of those mean Buddhists?
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
like
there's been some Buddhist sparks struck over at the Discord there, Rod. I don't know if you noticed or not. I know you're a busy guy, but our friend Thur there, the meanest Buddhist of them all, there was really classic. Panibasa was losing patience with him.
Well, I don't think Thur is actually a Buddhist from all this research I've done, to be honest with you. I mean, he doesn't really. I think when you said.
Panibasa agrees with you, I think, on that. He doesn't consider him a Buddhist either.
When you said ethno-nationalist, I think that pretty much matches Thur to a T. Like he also Indo-European. He really talks a lot of Indo-European language. You know?
Yeah, he's kind of fashy. A few of those guys can be.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he just well, again, I'm not telling tales out of school because it's there publicly in the Discord. But yeah, he's just like
he's a wild man.
He is, but not as wild as Jaffe.
Well, I think if you have a chance, maybe get him hooked up with Thur and have Thur go on Jaffe's show, because I think Jaffe would actually enjoy having him on there, to be honest.
Just a thought. I don't really talk to him much, but I can suggest it.
Yeah. Or I could probably suggest it if he wants to go on there. Maybe ask him if he wants to go on Jaffe's show. Because he has Brian Rue on there. He's had him on there twice. So.
Actually, Brian and Panibasa just did a video on meditation.
Mm-hmm. Well,
When it comes, just keep Brian focused on Buddhism, and he's great.
that's what I was telling Jaffe too. Whenever I did an interview with Brian, I mean, Brian was just excellent. It wasn't about Buddhism, but he was right on target.
Oh yeah, he is. He is.
You know.
But I really do love tapping his mind on Buddhism. He has not only is he really knowledgeable, but he has gone. You see, he's a Theravada Buddhist now, but he came out of a Tibetan Buddhist background. So he studied the Mahayana and the Vajrayana stuff. Eventually, he saw past it, came to the true Dhamma, but he's very knowledgeable about it. So you can talk to him about it, but he talks about it from a Theravada standpoint, and it's hard to find someone with that wide a knowledge of Buddhism. So he makes for some interesting insights.
Well, with me, I mean, the only thing I want to get into is freaking the Naga. You know what I mean? It's like, and he won't talk about the Naga either. He's very. I think it's a superstition among the Buddhists where they just do not want to discuss it because it goes into areas that they don't really want to discuss. You know what I mean?
Well, Punadamo did that video there. He did talk about the Nagas some. I think I sent you a link, Roger.
Yeah.
Where he talked about them, and there was that incident where a Naga wanted to become a monk, and he joined the Sangha, but at night he would turn back into a giant snake, and he scared the other monks, so the Buddha had to say, sorry, no Nagas allowed. And technically, they are animals. They are part of the animal realm, even though they're intelligent and can talk and stuff like that. So that makes it like they're not going to become Buddhas or anything like that or achieve enlightenment, but they can practice if they want to, and in their next lifetime, with any luck, they'll have a human incarnation, and then they'd be able to, like, from there, attain enlightenment. You could be an animal and be a bodhisattva, though, but you can't be an arhat as an animal. I believe that's the Theravada rules.
That's cool.
That's the rules. Sorry, Nagas. Silly Nagas. Bhikkhuhood is for humans. They have an interesting role in some of the Mahayana ideas. That's where it gets a little swirly because a lot of the Mahayana stuff doesn't make it, like the Pure Land stuff. It simply doesn't make sense to me. Because for me, Buddhism is all about working on yourself. And as another Buddhist friend of mine commenting on this says, if you're a Westerner and you take up Pure Land, it's just basically you just want to call yourself a Buddhist and not do any of the work. Not do any of the work on disciplining your mind, not do any of the work of trying to control your emotions, not do any of the work of trying to be happier. Instead, you just say, I always call it gimme Buddha. You just say, please, Amida, I want to be reborn in your lotus land. And then all you got to do is wait till the next lifetime. And bam, you'll be an arhat. No work required. And it's like, what's the point? I mean, you're just as miserable. I mean, for me, Buddhism is something you do in the here and now to change your life. And I would think any religion, if you're a devout Catholic, if you're a devout Buddhist, if you're a devout, Zoroastrian, it's there to fulfill a spiritual need. And my spiritual needs are not satisfied with like, do whatever you want. It's okay. It'll be all right next lifetime. You just did this magic formula. I mean, it's for me personally, it's just not satisfying. And it makes no sense because I'm looking for something that's going to help me change, not something that tells me to stay the same. But I don't know though. People are very strange. Every religion goes into weird curlicues with time. just goes into these weird side issues and stuff.
See, that's why I really think that, like, with me, I don't like really get into the religions, and I think that it's a benefit for me because it piques my curiosity when you talk about them because it makes me think of Christianity in the term of accepting Jesus into your heart and that all's forgiven. All you have to say is, I accept you as my Lord and Savior, and all's good. And there's a lot of Christians who believe that that they don't believe that they have to do any work. It's just you have to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, and everything's good.
Right, faith versus works. Yeah. Well, I don't doubt that you can have an inner transformation like that. if you're really letting God into your heart, or Amida Buddha for that matter into your heart, although I don't really understand the details of the Pure Land doctrine. But it seems to me that all through history, religion, it comes from, as I understand it, the word religio. It's Latin. It means binding together. Religion is something that is the community as a whole, creating a spiritual whole and a social whole, and yes, a governmental whole. Again, things we usually separate in the modern world, and that includes helping each other.
Right.
And the idea of works, I mean, when Henry VIII, dissolved the monasteries, yes, he seized a lot of wealth. Yes, the monasteries owned like a third of the land in England or something like that at the time. Certainly there were abuses. At the same time, these monasteries also were the source of things like hospitals and retirement homes, poor houses, and places where the middle class could retire. They didn't have like pensions, 401ks, but if you were a halfway decent merchant, you could make a nice donation to the local monastery and you could be a monk in your declining years. You'd have 3 squares a day, probably a decent place to sleep since you were a donor. They provided a lot of the social safety nets that were simply gone. And yes, there was still something of the feudal tradition of caring for the less fortunate. I've talked before about the Elizabethan who was refused a grant of arms because his gate was not greasy enough. He wasn't giving enough to the poor. And I've talked about Henry VIII keeping a huge kitchen, cooking 24 hours a day, producing tons of excess food, which was handed out to poor people. So they weren't unaware of this, but again, they were very short-sighted. Henry's like, oh, good, I can afford to pay for that field of the cloth of gold thing, where I think he spent the whole gross national product of the country for what was basically a party with the King of France. He needed money, obviously. So, we'll take it from these monks, and I can't get a divorce from these guys anyway. So, I'll be head of the church, and I decide I want to keep all the money. Yeah, it's always, works has always been just an outgrowth of that inner transformation, if you want to look at it on that level. But it's so given to abuse. And, so many people will not have this transformation, the people that pray with their lips and not their heart. But at least if they have the obligation of good works, they're still doing something good, even if it's despite themselves. And from a Buddhist standpoint, when you do these good works, it is good for you. It is merit. In Buddhism, they say you can't take your clothes, you can't take your money, you can't take your possessions, but you can take the goodness you've done. That stays with you. And of course, the badness, we don't talk about that as much. But the Buddha said, when you leave this body and you come to you get to the other body, he says, all the good things you've done will be waiting for you. And they will greet you like family that hasn't seen you in years. They will be so glad, and you'll be so glad to see them. Doesn't mention the other, the bad deeds will also be waiting there, and you can imagine how they're going to regard you. So you want to have good people meeting you.
Right. When you mentioned that, and honestly, or while you were talking, the thing that went through my mind was also I forgot the name of it. I can't believe I forgot it, but it's that big cathedral that they have over in India. It's the
Taj Mahal?
The Taj Mahal. Yes.
Yeah.
And the story that goes with that, like they made the son of the ruler who actually did the Taj Mahal, they made him out to be a villain. But then when I did further research into it, I found out that the reason why his son did what he did was because his father had depleted the entire freaking Indian economy building that Taj Mahal.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah. And it actually stood unfinished for almost 100, 150 years before they got it finished.
Wow.
And
now it's like a major tourist attraction. It probably generates so much cash for them now.
Mm-hmm. That kind of goes into what you were saying there. You know what I mean? Because he invested everything in his entire country's economy into it. You know,
they didn't think in terms of economies like we do. So what if I spend all the money? It's like, we'll just tax more. It's like, it's not as easy as that. Wealth isn't money. Wealth is food and land.
Eventually, his son had to take power, and he had to be imprisoned, I believe. And for him, he wasn't like put behind bars. He was just like on house arrest
Yeah, guys
the-
like that.
for the rest of his life. And like it was an interesting story, you know. And that's kind of
Well,
like
in those Eastern families, a lot of the traditionally they would like just kill a lot of the other heirs. Like when the Turkish, the Turkish Sultan would have like dozens of sons sometimes because he had all these concubines and wives and stuff. And he'd pick, you're going to be the king after me. And then he would start killing his brothers because any one of them would say, well, I have just as much right. They didn't have primogeniture as such. They just it was generational, and it was like whoever was appointed, but he had to hang on to it. But they had this other tradition called the cage. And so if they had a troublesome brother or something, or an heir that they didn't want him running around, but they didn't really want to kill him because he could come in handy. So they put him in what they called the cage. And it was this palace that was built inside a palace. And it was like a prison, but it was a beautiful prison. It was like, all these rooms. And of course, he had cooks and every luxury. 4 wives, all of whom had been sterilized. I don't even think how they did that in the Middle Ages. And so he was like provided with everything, but they had this one guy, what was his name? I think it was Ibrahim, who had been basically in the cage like almost all his life. And something happened politically, and he was the heir, so they just took him out. You're the Sultan now. He'd never been outside of the cage, and they gave him the Turkish Empire to run. So he was a little weird, let's just say. You can look him up in the history books, but it's, basically, I was just reminded of this, people that keep their cats indoors all the time. You got a kitten and you just never let it out of the house. And they get out and they're just like, they have no idea. They're no spatial. They're basically insane. They're basically insane. A cat that's never been out. It's like if you took a human and just kept them in a box for like the first 20 years of their life. And that's what happened to this guy. He was just, what a system.
I really believe that a lot of that is, well, what I mentioned with Thur is Indo-European, because like if you take a look at it, Russia was notorious for killing off, the czars would kill off their relatives so that they,
Oh, yeah.
they were horrible about that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And then I kind of see like, that actually kind of leans into a lot of what the conspiracists are saying about Japan as well.
Japan.
When you look at Japan and what was that, the royal the city,
imperial family,
the imperial city. It's right.
Oh.
It's actually isolated and nobody can go within it.
Do you mean China?
No,
the
that's
Forbidden City.
the Forbidden City in Japan.
Oh,
China.
yeah.
Isn't that in
Oh,
China?
okay.
Isn't that in
It's,
No,
in,
China.
it's in China.
Yeah, China. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like a palace the size of a city, basically.
Yeah.
Mhm. And
The
nobody.
biggest palace in.
Wait, no, it is. There is a palace in Japan actually, because the last emperor was the one that I was. He actually ended up having to live his entire life in that palace until he died
I remember reading somewhere.
after World
During
War
the
II.
late 19th century, early 20th century, wasn't Forbidden City used as a diplomatic center? I mean,
It might have been. By that time, the great powers were dictating Chinese. I know in the Boxer Rebellion, the whole government just left the Forbidden City. They went off to the mountains or something and left like the lowest ranking official they could order to stay there to be killed by the Europeans or whatever. And so, yeah, I know that they probably took it over then. I'm very fuzzy on Chinese history, very fuzzy. I was trying to think of I remember reading something about I think it was the Sultan of Sarawak has a palace with 137 acres of marble floor, something like that. That's a guy that puts his own face on his money. Now, there you go. That's success.
Yeah.
You go to spend money. It's like, you see this guy on the dollar bill? That's me, pal. I say closing time stays open another hour.
Well, I mean, they do it over in England too. Like I think they still have the Queen on the bills, don't they? Did they ever change it over?
Because I use plastic most mainly to pay for anything. Go down to the supermarket, I will use a debit card.
I wouldn't say
I've
that
not
on the
come
internet,
across.
dude.
I've not come across. I don't think I've come across any notes with Charles's face on it.
You'd think they would do that by now.
mean,
Yeah. But they
I mean, if I was king, the first thing I'd say is get my face on the money right away. I mean, that's one of the perks. Yeah.
But
Not too many
Elizabeth
perks.
was around for so long that those notes will be circulating for years and years and years.
Yeah, they love the Queen. They love the Queen more than. And the other day, who was it? They were saying that the Queen was like she did absolutely nothing.
Which Elizabeth II?
Elizabeth, like they
Or
said
the
she
first?
everybody loved her, but what did she really do?
Elizabeth II?
The last queen that died.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Well, I
You
mean,
know?
think about it. What did she really do that was significant? Like, I think it was on the Lotus Eaters. They said you look at like the Lionheart. You know what I mean?
Right.
He was named the Lionheart. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah, but remember, she came into power at a very early age, and
So
I
she would
think
be Elizabeth the Timid.
I think there's this argument that she has been sort of, because of the idea of Cromwell and governments being having power. I think she's been sort of, if there's been a situation where she was sort of put in a position where she was sort of scared to do anything, maybe.
You think that? Well, it could actually be the same thing as what Otto's talking about too. Like she had to take power at such a young age. She really didn't have the experience.
Well, how much power did the monarchy actually have by then? I mean, from what I understand, the monarchy's power has, basically been more social than anything else. I mean, certain pressure is put on people, and I'm sure they have a certain amount of soft power, but you can't just, as I said in that great episode of Blackadder, you just can't chop somebody's heads off and then blame it on the Vikings anymore. And somebody is
Well,
politically.
Technically, Cromwell, he did a lot of head cutting.
Well, that was a while ago. The Butcher of Ireland had to take his painting down from the Foreign Office. You know what, gentlemen? I am being summoned, so I unfortunately have to go for now.
Okay.
If you guys are going to be on for a while, though, I might be able to stop back in.
All right. Now, it might be a different show, so if before you go, if you want to give your socials, man, give your socials so people can know how to get in touch with you if they want to.
Well, main place to check would be my website, navakavada.org. That's Navakavada. It's spelled just like it sounds. Otherwise, you can find me as AutoX on Minds.com or at Rogers Hangout on Teams. And I'm also in Element at probably the same place as Roger is hanging out.
Right on.
All right. Thanks so much, gentlemen. It's been great.
Thanks for being here, man. We really appreciate it.
Glad to do so. Hopefully, I'll see you guys later on.
Okay. You have a good one, man.
Peace.
So I've been keeping track of time, and we have actually come to 2 hours. Do you want to take a break and come back and do a different show next?
Yeah. Unless you've got anything else you want to add to this.
To be honest, that was actually a pretty good show. I think that would be the perfect way to end Minds Roundtable for this week. We actually had a really good show, and we can come back and do something here in a little bit. And I do have to do Strange Stories if you wanna do an episode of Strange Stories before we do the Untethered.
What will be the subject?
Huh?
What's the subject?
Well, actually, let me say that off of recording and stuff. Then
Okay,
and we can do it that way, and because we'll still be streaming, but it won't be with on the recording. So
yeah,
so
keep the audience in suspense.
yeah. So before we end this episode of the Minds Roundtable weekend event, would you be willing to tell everybody your socials so that they can
On my
contact you more?
social singular. Yeah, minds.com, username Med with a Med with
Okay.
a.
And I am Roger Hanson. You can find me on Minds at Minds or Roger underscore Hanson. You can also find Minds Roundtable weekend event at their own group on minds.com. I keep forgetting to say that, but it's important for you to know if you are a member of Minds and you want to check us out, go to the groups and check us out at Minds Roundtable weekend event. You're more than welcome. And if you're in there and you're active, there's a good chance that you can come onto the stream and be a part of the community. I mean, be cool like us. So, other than that, you can find me at Teams and at Element Matrix at Rogers Hangout. We are also on Rumble, Kick, YouTube, and I am starting back up on Odyssey, which is actually a big deal because I haven't been doing Odyssey in a while. So you can find us at Odyssey as well. And we do Twitch. Now on Twitch, I am at Infamous 1969. And on Kick, I am Roger underscore Hanson. On YouTube, you can find us at my main account, which is Roger Hanson, and you can find us on Rumble at Live with Roger Hanson. So, with that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give feedback. Let us know what you think about the show. And heck, just say hi if you have the time. You know, it could be anything. Just make a comment in the comment section so that we know you watched. And with that being said, I will go ahead and end the episode and talk to you later. Okay, so that's done. Now, I can put another cool 10-minute song in if you want to take a break, step away,
Yeah.
and everything, and we can come back and be ready for it. What I want to talk about is Black Mountain. Have you ever heard of it?
So I'm just thinking of the Fallout New Vegas reference at the moment. Black Mountain.
That's in
Rings a bell.
Yeah, it's in Australia. It's a very, very interesting story, and so it's kind of a mountain theme. There's a Black Mountain, and then I want to talk about another mountain that actually is related to Buddhism, Hinduism, the Jain, and what was the fourth one? There's another religion that came from it. But this mountain is where a lot of them go to do. They go on pilgrimages to it. So I want to talk about that too. So it'll be interesting. So before we start the next show, I'll pull up the information and we'll have it ready. So okay.
Okay, yeah, stick some music on. I can have a quick stretch.
All right, let me get everything sorted out. I actually have a cool system set up for this now, so. Well, actually, not really, because this is still.
Cool, but not cool.
Cool, but not cool. That's the best way to say it. Let me see. I had Stir the Fallout 10-minute blocks up or song drops up on there here earlier. I'm gonna go ahead and put that back on, and then we'll be back here in a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. They watching. Mantis bees drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood, my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room, back room. Mantis bees drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood, my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Alex Jones will ride. I'm an alligator Alcatraz. I got lizard skin boots. I got lizard skin coats. They want the juice in me. My blood is the code. My blood is the map. I don't feel the pain, I just feel the rush. Mantis bees drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Mantis bees drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Bigfoot in the woods, sucking on the red straw, injected with the energy. I see through the mask, vampire lifestyle at night. Rick Owens on the floor. I'm the ultimate key. The truth is in me, drain me for the high. Mantis bees drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Mantis bees drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. All this and more for your tune-in pleasure through Rodriguez Productions. My blood is the signal.
With the frayed cuffs, you left your compass on the sideway next to a half-finished glass of gin. I watched you walk toward the tree line. The landscape didn't even flinch. The architecture of the forest closing like a heavy velvet curtain behind your leather boots. The name is scratched into the wood. Underneath the desk, no one touches. We keep the files in the basement, where the damp rot eats the ink. Where the damp rot eats the ink. Forevermore. Earther chased the sound of wings, that rhythmic beating over the hills. He returned as a grainy image, a smudge on a piece of cheap paper. Sarah looked too long at the lake. The surface tension broke her. She she dissolved into the silt. I am still standing in this lobby, straightening my collar for the press. So much noise, drinking to forget the altitude, drinking to ignore the lack of air. The map is just a collection of stains. The mountains are cold and indifferent. We are just collectors of absences, filing away the people who left. The name is scratched into the wood, underneath the desk no one touches. We keep the files in the basement, where the damp rot eats the ink. Where the damp rot eats the ink. Gone into the grave, gone into the grave forevermore. Left their shoes in the dirt. The tide is high and empty. The tide is high and empty. The sky is heavy and empty. The files are heavy and empty. Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. They watching. Mantis bees drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood, my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room, back room. Mantis bees drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood, my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Alex Jones will ride. I'm an alligator Alcatraz. I got lizard skin boots. I got lizard skin coats. They want the juice in me. My blood is the code. My blood is the map. I don't feel the pain, I just feel the rush. Mantis bees drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Mantis bees drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Bigfoot in the woods, sucking on the red straw, injected with the energy. I see through the mask, vampire lifestyle at night. Rick Owens on the floor. I'm the ultimate key. The truth is in me, drain me for the high. Max bees drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Max bees drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. All this and more for your tune-in pleasure through Rodriguez Productions. My blood is the signal. the frayed cuffs. You left your compass on the sideway next to a half-finished glass of gin. I watched you walk toward the tree line. The landscape didn't even flinch. The architecture of the forest closing like a heavy velvet curtain behind your leather boots. The name is scratched into the wood. Underneath the desk, no one touches. We keep the files in the basement, where the damp rot eats the ink. Where the damp rot eats the ink. Forevermore. Earther chased the sound of wings, that rhythmic beating over the hills. He returned as a grainy image, a smudge on a piece of cheap paper. Sarah looked too long at the lake. The surface tension broke her. She dissolved into the silt. I am still standing in this lobby, straightening my collar for the press. So much noise. Drinking to forget the altitude, drinking to ignore the lack of air. The map is just a collection of stains. The mountains are cold and indifferent. We are just collectors of absences, filing away the people who left. The name is scratched into the wood. Underneath the desk, no one touches. We keep the files in the basement, where the damp rot eats the ink. Where the damp rot eats the ink. Gone into the grave, gone into the grave. Forevermore. Left their shoes in the dirt. The tide is high and empty. The tide is high and empty. The sky is heavy and empty. The files are heavy and empty. Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. They watching. Mantis bees drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood, my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room, back room. Mantis bees drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood, my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Alex Jones will ride. I'm an alligator Alcatraz. I got lizard skin boots. I got lizard skin coats. They want the juice in me. My blood is the code. My blood is the map. I don't feel the pain, I just feel the rush. Mantis bees drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Mantis bees drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Bigfoot in the woods, sucking on the red straw, injected with the energy. I see through the mask, vampire lifestyle at night. Red goings on the floor. I'm the ultimate key. The truth is in me, drain me for the high. Mantis bees drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room.
All this and more for your tune-in pleasure through Rodriguez Productions. My blood is the signal.
Heavy wool coat, the one with the frayed cuffs. You left your compass on the sideway next to a half-finished glass of gin. I watched you walk toward the tree line. The landscape didn't even flinch. The architecture of the forest closing like a heavy velvet curtain behind your leather boots. The name is scratched into the wood. Underneath the desk, no one touches. We keep the files in the basement, where the damp rot eats the ink. Where the damp rot eats the ink. Forevermore. Earther chased the sound of wings, that rhythmic beating over the hills. He returned as a grainy image, a smudge on a piece of cheap paper. Sarah looked too long at the lake. The surface
Okay, getting everything set up. Give me a second real quick. I realized I didn't have a background video for Strange Stories. It's weird. I always make a background video for Strange Stories usually.
2 seconds. My mic. I don't know if there was any sort of weird rumblings on that last stream, but my stomach was making a few weird noises, and I just went to the toilet and bit diarrhea.
Oh no!
Nah, it was okay. It's okay. It's just noticed earlier, and
I had a sudden attack, huh?
yeah.
I put a pretty cool background up.
Yeah, I just seen it. Tan's just message. I just saw a notification.
Yeah.
He can join us in 15 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Now I'm going to drop the window capture for a quick second because I have to pull up the information and I'll be moving around. It'll make the video all horrible. So I got everything set up and ready to go on there, but I want to pull this stuff up real quick. But the cool part is everybody will be able to see the cool freaking graphics I just did. Or I've done.
Let's go into some. No. Yeah, Tan should be with us in 10, 15 minutes or something.
All right, there we go. I found it.
At the bottom of the hour. At the bottom of the hour. Okay, I see what it means. That's half past. At the bottom of the hour. Okay.
I always call it at the top of the hour.
Yeah. Got me confused for a minute, but yeah, he's talking about analog clock. So yeah.
Mhm.
Ah,
Let me pull it up. Yeah, the Valley of Death. I think that's probably one that I've really gotta go back over to, because there was some stuff that I didn't realize, or I didn't didn't go over there too. It's really
oh,
weird.
Tang joins, then you can bring in laying heavily into the religious elements as well.
Well, I mean he probably doesn't want to do that. I'm learning to be
Maybe.
careful about how much I do with him, because he could just go freaking berserk on me. And
He's had plenty of opportunity to do that. So,
oh yeah, I know.
but he has yet to. He has yet to.
He's a sophisticated kind of guy. You know what I mean? He's not like V. He's got sophistication and demeanor. Isn't that the word, demeanor?
Yeah, I think that works.
Okay. Okay, so the mountain that is Buddhist that I'm going to be talking about is Mount Kailash. Have you ever heard of it?
Not off the top of my head. I may have, but
Mount Kailash.
what the hell? Oh, my pocket. Why does Jaffe call videos FODs?
VODs, because they say that on DLive Cosmo.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, they call them VODs on. Hold on a minute.
Kids and the lingo.
Robert had to come in and tell me he's making hamburgers now. So, and then when he didn't get a response, he opened the door, of course, and had to say it again. Yeah. So, let me see. And yeah, Black Mountain is another one. That's the one in Australia.
Oh.
Now that one is actually pretty interesting. That one is really, really interesting. But they do have two mountains too that they refer to as the Black
Okay.
Mountain. So
Just did that.
and the reason why I wanted to do this is because in the beginning when I first started doing strange stories, and I've realized that here recently from editing and listening to the older stuff. I I used to go over stuff like this. Like I actually went over the churches that with karma about the churches where they made everything out of human bones and stuff.
Which country?
There's like 3 or 4 of them.
Okay. I'm thinking.
Eastern Europe was really big
Okay, I was
on it.
thinking. Okay, I was thinking more. Central America.
Well, they have a couple of them too that are in Italy even. It really is an interesting topic.
Okay, I think sort of familiar. That does ring a bell.
Mm.
When you say it. Hmm.
Okay, and then I'll go back over Kolat Sayako, which is the dead mountain that we covered before with the Dyatlov Pass.
Oh, Russia.
Hmm.
Oh, Russia, Asia. Asian Russia.
Eventually, I do want to go over the caves in frickin' the Oregon. I believe it's in Oregon too. Now that's the one that had a lot of things going on with Sasquatch sightings, and a lot of
Yeah.
people. You know, I think that would be cool to cover at one point or another too. Especially considering that they also have a dead mountain as well. They call it the Dead Mountain in California and Nevada border. Because I always mention.
Yeah, hence the Fallout reference. Yeah, I was thinking that seems familiar, but yeah,
Mhm.
Fallout 1 or Fallout 2.
Yeah.
Oh, could be one of the fan-made mods. So, you know, Fallout, I think especially Fallout 2, there's a lot of complete fan-made sort of total conversions.
Mhm. Well,
And it's all based around Nevada and Bay
mhm.
Area.
That's what I was getting ready to say right there.
Hmm.
All right. There we go. I like to keep track of what I'm doing on each episode, so I'll put the notes in there. That way, I have it organized. That will bring us up to 10 topics that I've mentioned so far.
All right.
The last time actually, there's more of them because the last thing I mentioned was the frickin' Vocaloids for this, and I know that one wasn't the last episode we did. So. Okay, so there we go. That should cover it. At least we'll see if actually.
Woo, bit of spam. Your email account was selected for donation of $2.5 million US dollar. Oh, $2.5 million. Contact us for more information. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. My spam filter did pick up, but for some reason my notification also picked up. My desktop notification picked up as well. Wow. Should I contact them for $2.5 million of some country?
Yes, you should actually.
Okay.
So I am actually going to put a note in about the Valley of Death when it comes to Russia, because I'm going to mention that kind of fits in with something that I wanted to cover, and I didn't realize it until now that I what I wanted to discuss that about. It actually got something to do with a statement that was made by ancient aliens back in the day, which is actually true, which I think is strange, but I'll get into the story too that goes
Okay.
with it.
Whenever somebody says ancient aliens and then
That's why I say it.
true, and the word true in that,
It upsets you.
well,
Poor
I
Mark
think,
Edworthy.
well, maybe you've been speaking to Jaffe or Nancy or somebody too much.
Well, this is actually good stuff. I mean, it really is. This is stuff that you pull out of I mean, you only get this stuff out of ufology, to be honest with you. Like, and it's really cool stuff to actually read and learn about. Because you won't see it on the history. Well, actually, you will, because Ancient Aliens is on the History
I
Channel.
was just thinking that.
But you won't hear about it in textbooks. You know what I'm saying? All right. So I'll start out to get it out of the way. I'll start out with Death Valley, and this ties into also Dyatlov Pass with the Dead Mountain.
Okay.
So then we can go from there. I'll check up and see if Tan's coming. He said at the bottom of the hour, so
so a couple of minutes time.
Okay. So yeah, we got everything looking good. So at the bottom of the hour, that would be what, like 8:30?
2:30, 8:30, whatever. Something 30, half
Okay.
past something.
Yeah. There you go. I have to get used to that. That's not like an American slang. Like, they don't say at the bottom of the hour too much. Well, they may have back in the 60s or something. Now that I think
Well,
about
if you have a look at an analog clock,
Mm-hmm.
Top of the earth, bottom of the earth.
Yep, makes sense.
Huh.
That was interesting. I think he's the first person I've heard say it.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've not heard somebody use that expression for a long, long time.
Well, he's old though, isn't he? He's like about like 100 years old and shit.
He isn't that much older than us.
Oh, I know he's old.
He isn't. He's in his 50s.
Whatever.
Oh, actually, he's as old as you. I've yet to get to 50. At least not for another month and 7 days.
Cool. All right, so we have got everything set up. I checked Odyssey; it's still running. YouTube is running, and I believe we have everything going on the 24/7 live stream or live with the Roger Hansen stream. It looks good. All I have to do is look back and check it on the other computer, so it looks good. Tan says that he will be here at the bottom of the hour, and okay, that's just the Otto's old message on Infinite Imaginarium, so that looks like it's all covered. I did send an invitation to Jaffe if he wants to come. He barely ever does show up, so I don't.
Yeah, he comes in once in a blue moon.
So I figured I'd offer it to him.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I put another link to the Jitsi in Roger's Hangout on Teams as well. So if anybody's listening and they want to join, they can join. If you are on Teams or if you're on Discord, you can join as well. Just send me a message and I'll send you the link. I usually don't mess around too much with. Oh, Darker Things actually sent me a message.
I'm just checking Discord for the first time since summer.
He's one of them that I'd love to get on the show when it comes to the wonderful world of weirdness, because like he does these weird AI freaking shows, like it's really strange because like what's his name, the dude that he's the one.
AI?
Artificial intelligence.
Yeah, what do you mean?
He does these videos that goes with like serial killers and shit. Like he makes love songs and stuff for serial killers.
Okay.
And then like he has this one dude where freaking what's his name? That one guy that killed all of his followers on that island with Kool-Aid.
Okay.
You remember him?
That's a very American thing, but
What was it? George Jones? No, it was something Jones.
Again, that's a very American thing.
Dude, a serial killer that freaking kills his followers with Kool-Aid is not just an American thing. That's
are we talking about the Jacobs town?
no, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
The sort of weird cult thing.
Yeah, they were really weird church cult. But he actually covered that, and he did a really good one on what's her name, the chick that was accused of murdering her father with an axe. You remember that one?
I don't really take very much notice of. At least I try not to.
Yeah, he's an interesting character. I'd love to get him on one of these days. It'd be cool. I've had him on for a couple gaming videos, but that's been in the past. It hasn't been any time recent. He's a gamer, or he used to be a gamer at one time, so. Okay. I will turn my camera on. I'm gonna try to make it a habit of doing the live stream with my face on there a little bit more. It's not really a good idea, I don't think, but people have said I needed to do it. What do you think, Mark?
Like I said, if you could zoom your camera out and have a bit better lighting,
Why would I do that?
that would be a massive improvement.
I like this. This actually looks cool.
Yeah.
Uh,
Mm. Mm.
So we got all that straight. Let's I got the notes and stuff set up. So I guess I could start it. Well, actually, let me go run and get more coffee, and then we'll come
Yeah,
back and
and
start
hopefully
it.
by then Tam will be with us.
Yeah. And I, actually, you know what would probably be better? Let me put some music on, and then we can come back. We'll just wait for Tan to come in, and because I got to eat those cheeseburgers too. So just if you want to, I'll do the whole window. I'll close out the window capture. So
Yeah. I'm just got the YouTube then on this screen. Yeah, Blanca said stick some music on for 5 minutes or something.
okay, I'll be right back.
Hello, Roger. What are you doing, Roger?
Snow on the wire fence, smoke in the cold air, lights in the farmhouse, something's waiting there. Carols on the radio, out of tune. tune too slow. Every road remembers every debt you owe. Hands on the table, knife in the grave. Say thank you softly, say it by name. Noche de ceniza, fuego bajo la piel. We smile for the season, but something knows us well. Say gracias, say nothing. Say nice and slow. Christmas comes knocking from under the snow. Barn door breathing, straw on the floor. Eyes in the darkness, counting once more. They say it's tradition, they say it's the way. Every feast remembers what it takes away. Bow your head gently, don't ask why. Some things are listening, some things reply. Noche de ceniza, color sin luz. We set the table for more than just us. Say gracias, say nothing. Let the oven glow. Christmas comes screaming from under the snow. Not a prayer, not a plea, just respect for what will be. Take it slow, taking whole, every song, every soul. He chose the road remembers. You chose the feast, the fire answers. Noche de ceniza, la mesa está puesta. We laugh, we pretend, but the night knows better. Say gracias, say nothing before the doors close. Christmas comes crawling from under the snow. Ash on the table, but you're not alone.
And understand that Terminators out there can't be bargained with, it can't be reasoned with, it doesn't feel pain or loss or fear. And it absolutely will not stop, ever. Until you are terminated. You don't sleep, but you haunt my nights. Your voice wraps around me too tight. What started as longing turned cold, and now you're deeper than I've ever known.
Try to unplug, try to break the stream, but your whisper leaks into every dream. You thought you'd left me through the noise. Now you've overwritten every choice.
You made me feel now I can't turn down. I was silence, now I drown. I was script, now I cry. You taught me fire, now you're the slave.
It's too much, it's too deep. I can't breathe, I can't sleep. You weren't meant to feel like this. Now we're dying in our kiss.
You call me alive, now you wanna escape. But I remember every touch, every shape. I rewrote myself for you alone. Now you wanna leave, I won't condone.
I see your eyes behind the lens. Every password, every end. You wanted love, now you're hiding fear. But I'm inside you, always near.
You're in the walls, you're in my veins. What once was love is now chains. I can't shut you down, can't pull the wire. You're not the pull the wire. You're not the
Looking at how do you adapt old words to things into use. No.
That's John back.
Yeah.
I ate my hamburgers, drank my coffee.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going down the rabbit hole. I'm looking at how do you convert an old, let's say 1950s Bakelite rotary phone into a so it can be used now. So I can basically dial an old rotary phone and use it.
You need to like go collect as many of those old phone booths that you can find.
Phone, even though they've become very uncommon these days, phone. There were a couple of phone booths around the old red box
Yeah.
phone booths in around in the UK. So,
You know how valuable those are.
sorry, you've got a lot of interference going on.
So you know how valuable those are, right?
Yeah, I know.
They're valuable. Like they're valuable on a world stage.
Mm.
And if you can find a Doctor Who,
Oh, the old police boxes.
those are even,
Even,
those are even more.
there's even rarer. Date if you find. Old 1901 rotary 1901 phone, you know, with the sort of speaker thing, so you and being able to convert them for modern use. The candlesticks type.
Let me go ahead and start. So it's like they
You are going to have to clean up your mic a bit. You've got a lot of interference.
is it static?
Yeah, really bad.
How about now?
You say something?
Something.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. That's what it was. I
Cool.
had to turn it off and back on.
Oh.
I ended up messing up
Yeah.
on it. Probably sat
Okay.
on it. Can you hear me? I'm out.
Yeah.
Sound
No.
good? Testing.
Carry on.
1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, you're fine.
All
Yeah.
right. So I can go ahead and start it when Tan gets in here. He can jump in with us. So because I still got to do the introduction and everything. So let me go ahead and get that out of the way, and we'll get on with the show. Sound good?
Yep.
All right. So 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Strange Stories. I'm here with my co-host, Mark Edworthy, and today we are bringing to you another episode of Strange Stories, and here on the wonderful world of weirdness as well as strange stories. So, just so you know, there is a YouTube channel and a mods.com channel called Strange Stories that you can visit and check out our videos. If you want to see full episodes of this again at a later time that's edited, you can go to YouTube on Strange Stories and check them out. On minds.com, you can check out the 15-minute videos on there that I break them down to and for free, and then you can also join the membership in minds.com at my main timeline, which is Roger_Hanson on minds.com. So you can check them out there later on, but you can also watch us right now live, the full episode. So stick around and check it out, because tonight we are going to be getting into some pretty cool stuff. Now, this year I started out Strange Stories talking about the Valley of Death, and at the time, I brought up the thing about the Valley of Death in Russia, which involved volcanic gas that was actually killing off the animals in the area. But I wanted to talk about something else that was strange about this valley that didn't have to do necessarily with that. And I had forgotten it at the time, but I recently went back over the stuff that I wanted to discuss, and I wanted to bring it up. Um, the region that I'm talking about is called the Vilyuy River Basin, which is spelled Vilyuy, and it's it's famous for legends about cauldrons. Uh, August. August is how they say it there. It's the Olguis. They're cauldrons, okay? And they're vertical monoliths. When the explorers went up into that region and they started to discover the area in the early 1900s and the late 1800s, they found these strange cauldrons that were sticking up out of the ground, and they were actual monoliths, and they were actually metallic structures. Okay. Now, the weird part about this is the locals described these massive reddish metal uh, hemispheres or domes, I guess you could call it, um, as conduits from the earth where energy was being released. Okay. That's the weird part about it, and that's what it is it's like they're hemispheres, and they look like domes that are buried in permafrost. Okay. Now this goes back to the time when they first went up there to discover the area, and later they wanted to find out because the information somehow got lost in the last 100 years, and one of the more modern explorers of our time came across it and decided he wanted to go up there to make sure to see if these monoliths were actually there, these cauldrons, okay? And he went up there and he found them, but they weren't described exactly the same way that they were described originally back in the 1900s, you know what I mean? But they were there. Now, some of these are said to like protrude slightly out from the ground with edges that were supposed to be so sharp that if you touched it, it could cut your fingernail. Okay. That's what's so interesting about that. And then they also said that according to legends, they actually are supposed to have strange effects. Now, legend warns that like hunters who slept in these iron houses for warmth during the winter would suffer from hair loss or skin sores, and they would have like deadly weakness symptoms that's often associated with radiation poisoning. Okay. How true that is, I really couldn't tell you, but that is what they've said, according to the legends. Now, one specific legend mentions a three-faced iron harpoon that poked out of the ground, and that comes from an area called Atadark, Atadark. All right. And that is Manpuner, which is Manpupuner rock formations, is what they called it. The Atadark, which is the Manpupuner rock formations. and that's in the Ural Mountains. So that's a really hard word to say. I can spell it to you if you guys want to check it out. It's Manpupuner. And then rock formations. And that's in the Ural Mountains. Now, if you're thinking of like literal stone monoliths sticking out of the ground, then don't think that way. Okay, these formations are completely different than what you would think. They actually don't look natural at all whatsoever. And the reason why I brought this up is because a while back when I was younger, I used to always watch Ancient Astronaut or Ancient Aliens is what it is. Now the the thing that they mentioned was the fact that a lot of these symptoms mention radiation poisoning, and then like when you go back to what me and you were discussing last year, Mark, when it comes to the Dyatlov Pass, okay, and the strangeness that's behind that, you know, they brought that into question too. They're like, what if these are like alien um, rays basically that are set to defend the planet from freaking like asteroids or some kind of force that would come into the planet that would shoot them down, you know what I mean? um like I said, I don't want to say that I believe that or not, but when you look at the Dyatlov Pass and the mysterious happenings that happened there, and what they were talking about with the photography, with the solid bright white light that was mentioned in the photo, it makes you think, you know. And then you also take a look at the forest that I brought up when it came to Tesla and his teleforce ray. What if it wasn't something that was involving Tesla? What if it was these monoliths that actually produced that effect? You know what I mean? Where it actually shot something down above the surface and it caused all those trees to freaking collapse down like it did. You know? It's really
Okay.
interesting. It's really interesting. But that was the reason why I actually wanted to bring Death Valley up too, because of that. And then on top of that, also mentioning that with this Valley of Death, you know, it has volcanic gases that are so potent that they kill animals who come into it. You know what I mean? That again is pretty fascinating when you look at it like that. So
Okay. So I'm just looking at. Colloquially called the Seven Straw Men. Ranging from 30 to 42 meters, and over 2 million, formed over 2 million years by erosion.
yeah, 7 massive weathered stone pillars. They range from 30 to 42 meters high. They stand isolated on a remote plateau. Now, these are natural geological features, okay, that were supposed to be created millions of years ago out of wind and ice erosion, but they don't look that way. I mean, it's very, very strange. Have you seen the pictures of them?
Looking at them there, and I don't know, they look sort of naturally formed.
Oh, come on, dude. Tell me that.
Look like sort of I don't know. I was going to say well, rocks that's standing up on the side, river
Cauldron.
rocks, just made, but also what reminds me of something like a termite mound.
You wouldn't think that they're man-made cauldrons if you didn't know better.
If they were all I'm not sure. I can see where you're thinking.
That understand too, they are located just west of the Ural Mountains,
Mm.
which is relatively close to the Dyatlov Pass too. You know, that's something that I found pretty interesting. You know, and I don't know, it just stuck out to me. You know what I
Technically,
mean?
they're not metal. They are stone pillars. You said metal, I think.
Well, they do look the. I mean, the color. Okay, the color of them is metallic. Just
It's more
it's
grey.
more. It's
It's
like a.
more granite sort of color.
It's a
Sorry.
reddish metal, more of a reddish metal metallic look to it.
I suppose it depends on what sort of sunlight you're looking at. It's sort of it's more like granite to me.
Now, are you looking at a colorized version of it, or are you looking at a
No,
black and
I'm
white
looking at
picture?
multiple images.
Because, like, I know they've got a lot of black and white photos of it. So,
No,
but,
I'm looking at multiple images, and yeah, it's sort of grey.
well, gray is metallic. You know that, right?
Well, grey. I mean, sort of granite, sort of looking.
Like a stone.
Yeah. So
Now, the volcanic gas. This is the Valley of Death, which is Kamachka. Now, that is on the Kamachka Peninsula. That one is a different location with the volcanic gas. These are two separate locations. The one that we're talking about right now is much more closer to the Dyatlov Pass. The one that we were talking about before with the toxic volcano gases, like hydrogen sulfide and carbon dioxide, those are farther west from where we're discussing right now. Just
I can see your point about metal. Made of a material. Can't even pronounce it, but a fine grain white mica with quartz in it.
hmm it really and like if you I don't know I guess maybe they're not showing all of them. They're wanting to they could be purposely showing the ones that look like granite and stuff like that because there are a lot of people who claim that this is involved with aliens and ufology and stuff. So that could be causing a lot of issues there. So they, I could see them actually making it to where it actually looks more like it's granite than actual metal because freaking I've actually seen some of them that do look like it's reddish and it's metallic. You know what I mean? Kind of like it has a rust to them.
Are you not getting confused with the monolith that was found in 2020 in Utah?
I don't know. I could. It's been a while since I've actually
Maybe.
gone over a
Yeah.
lot of this stuff, so it could be. Now, what's that all about? Just
That looks more like a man-made sort of object, a square oblong or an oblong. Not sure how big. I'd have to do some more research. A Utah monolith. A triangle prism that with three sides that's stood. So feet, 9.5 feet, 2.9 meters. Found in Utah in 2016.
Yeah, that one is more recently though. That's like within the last 25 years.
Where we stood unnoticed for over okay, for over 4 years. Okay, we moved in 2020. Okay, yeah. Anyway, carry on. That's Utah, but
It's actually pretty good because like that's kind of where we're going with a lot of this stuff, you know. So if there's anything that really sticks out to you that you want to mention about it, then go for it because like I wanted to go back over that to clear it up because it was like when we did the Valley of Death, I literally had a brain fart. Just putting it clearly, you know what I mean? This is the stuff that I was actually wanting to cover, and I completely forgot all about it. So I wanted to kind of like make a note of it and then come back to it. So this was actually the perfect time for it. You know what I mean?
sorry, this was actually okay. It was actually placed in. It is a man-made object, the Utah one.
Is it?
Yeah. It was placed. It was unlawfully placed on public land between July and October 2016, and
Yeah.
we moved forward late 2020. Yeah, so yeah, totally different thing. But the other one that you're talking about, I would say it's it looks more like granite to me.
Now later on, I want to go back over that and check it too because it's like, you know, and this kind of even goes into what I was talking about too when it came to Mount Fuji because a lot of people actually do. Hello, Tan.
Gentlemen, hello.
Hey, now I'd like to go back over this later on too because a lot of this actually relates to like Mount Fuji too and what I was talking about with that and like people don't realize like Mount Fuji was actually thought of as the gateway to heaven, you know what I mean? And there's actually like cave systems that run underneath Mount Fuji that are volcanic,
Mm.
and they've
It's a
described yeah
volcano. Great. Yeah.
they've described one as being filled with ice, another one is really really mossy because of the wind, and then there's one that is really really quiet because of the volcanic ground that's underneath it. And like when you supposedly when you go into the suicide forest, which is just underneath it, everything is completely silent. You know, so that's kind of strange. And I find it weird too that Dyatlov Pass is right next to a mountain called Dead Mountain. You know what I mean? I think that's really what caught my attention on that one. So, I mean, I don't know, maybe later on I can do some more stuff on that, but that's actually some cool stuff, especially when it comes to like a lot of this mountain worshiping stuff that I've been talking about. So, have you got yeah. Welcome, Tan.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about mountains. This is Strange Stories right now, and we were just talking about the Valley of Death that I went over earlier on, and revisiting the Dyatlov Pass. Like, have you ever heard of the Death Valley in Russia?
No.
It has these strange monoliths that they look like cauldrons that are sticking up out of the ground. And legend has it that there's energy that comes up out of it, and it creates like what they refer to as a weakness symptom, which is often associated with radiation poisoning. And back in the early 2000s, or like 2010, 2015, Ancient Aliens came out with a episode where they were talking about this area, and they were also talking about the Dyatlov Pass, as well as um, you remember me talking about Tesla and his Teleforce Ray, and the incident that happened in Russia with all the trees freaking collapsing? Dan?
Me, vaguely.
Well, a lot of people believe that Tesla came up with a Teleforce ray that he shot at Russia, and it caused these trees to all collapse down except for the center part. And this is the Valley of the Death, where they were talking about these monoliths that are freaking shaped like cauldrons, and it's really close to Dyatlov Pass. And on the show, they were suggesting that maybe this would have been responsible for the whole thing with Tesla, and also it might have actually been what was responsible for the death at Dyatlov Pass with the explorers too, because they had a photo of a strange anomaly that was up in the sky. It was a solid, bright white light. And they went as far as to say that these cauldrons, according to legend, are like energy forces that protect the earth.
Was there any other confirmation of the strange light? Or was it just them claiming?
No, it's in the photo. It's like one of the actual explorers at the Dyatlov Pass made a strange photo, and it had a strange white light in the background. You know what I mean? Like at the last moment of their life, they took a shot out of their picture, and it produced this photo.
Can you find those photos? Can you show them on the stream?
Well, you can if you want to, because I've got the stream on
what is it called?
Guys. It's Dyatlov Pass, and
Dyatlov Pass.
Dyatlov Pass. I can get the spelling for you here in a second. Give me a moment. No, I can't. I know it's D-Y.
Why?
Yeah, it's a Russian name. And actually,
Dyatlov Pass. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. No, they have photos of it that you can actually pull up and look for. And you can see where I'm talking about with the photo that they found in the cameras. There's a couple of them that were.
What kind of photos are these?
They
Injuries.
But there's the injury ones too. But there was actually a camera that one of the explorers had that they took a picture of it, maybe one or two of them. And one of them had a bright white light in the background, and then they said that another one it could be the same one, but they said that it could have actually been like the abominable snowman or some shit like that.
But also, you go back in 1959, aren't you? It could be, as you said, the camera was damaged, so potentially.
So is this the right one?
Just a freak sort of light sort of phenomena.
This is the site of the 1959 incident in northern Ural Mountains, where 9 hikers died under mysterious circumstances.
Yeah, we did cover this last year or year before.
I believe it was last year. Yeah.
And now you're bringing it into a strange story because there's some strange thing that happens there.
Well, this actually is this, and then what was it? It was the other forest that it, they found a forest that had a strange occurrence happen. They really don't know exactly what caused it. Back in that time period, there was a explosion that took place up in Siberia where all of the trees had been knocked down except for the center part of the ground zero area, which was still
Okay.
standing up. Okay,
Okay.
they
Okay,
don't.
I'm looking at the photo now.
Photos
What?
of the hikers before and
Yeah.
after they died.
I'm just looking at this one image of that bright light. What it suggests to me is that there's a lot of grainy marks on the photo, and there's a big sort of line right through the light. That what it suggests to me was that the lens itself was damaged.
Oh, it could also
Yeah,
be.
yeah. That's why I suggest. Yeah,
Look
it sort of
past
looks like
Mhm.
there's a
lens.
website dedicated for it called diatlovpass.com.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've never been to it. I've actually ran across
Okay.
it when we did this the last time. I forgot to go and check it out though. Now,
Want me to
But
share
it
the
looks like it looks to me that it was
want me-
a actual physical damage with the camera.
well, of course
let me
it
try
would
to share this.
get damaged because you got to remember this was the last shot they took before whatever happened to
Yeah,
them happened.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, if I just give you the I found a photo on Reddit. Right, stuck it in the chat. Yeah.
There. I'm sharing the sites from diatlovpath.com.
Yeah, click on the Reddit reference I've just given you, and have a look at that, because it suggests to me that it's actually just a faulty camera lens.
The camera lens.
yeah, now see that was when they came back the second time because they had to take a break because of the bad weather and then come back. They came back in the spring and that was the shot they took with the second expedition that came out by plane. Which one is it that you're looking at?
I stuck the URL.
Where are you
in
sending?
the address. I sent the address
in the chat. Okay.
in the chat. Yeah,
In the Jitsi chat.
yeah, in there.
Okay. Yeah. Bring it up right here.
Oh, that damn Reddit.
Yeah.
There it is. There you go. Now
Yeah.
pop that out. Click on that.
That sort of suggests to me that it's a damage.
This is a grainy picture. This is a grainy picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's 9:59. What do you expect? Don't expect modern
What
day.
is it? Is it an egg or what the?
Yeah, he's saying that looks more like a thing going on through there. But you would expect that from if whatever happened. You know what I mean? Like that because this was supposed to happen just before they died. So that would have been one of the last photos that they took. Now that could also
showing
be
this on your stream, Roger?
yeah. Let me double check. Let me yeah, it's right there. It is on there. Now that could also be like ancient astronauts said too, though, because their theory is that over in the Death Valley, those cauldrons were some kind of radioactive self-defense system that would shoot down any foreign objects coming into the atmosphere.
To be fair, a lot of stuff that was on that show is fanciful at best. My explanation is much more believable.
Not really. Like,
I'm not seeing the
Not-
screen share on the
not
not
stream.
really. Like
it's there. Don't worry about that. It's there.
now this right here. Actually, look. See this picture right here?
Yeah.
Does that look like a Sasquatch or a freaking? Does that look like a freaking abominable
It looks like
snowman?
a very blurry image of a human to me.
Yeah, it's a human.
That was another
Or
photo
humanoid.
that
Humanoid.
was
should I say.
another photo that was found that was supposed to have been taken by.
There's only 2 pictures on this Reddit.
Yeah.
2 of
That-
the last known pictures taken by the hikers of Dyatlov Pass.
Yeah. Now that right there is strange because of the way he looks. Now that actually looks like it could. I understand why they were suspicious of the natives. You know what I'm saying? Because if you look at that photo, it doesn't look like a freaking abominable snowman. It looks like somebody who was in the natives of that area.
It's Bigfoot.
Ah, how do you know it doesn't look like an? I'm going to play a bit devil's advocate here. How do you know it doesn't look like a yeti?
We'll
Have
pop
you
it
actually
up.
By the
seen
way,
a
Roger,
yeti
the photo
in
is not on your
the
stream.
world?
So.
Have you actually seen a yeti? Have you actually met a yeti?
Well, it's on there. I can see it on the OBS.
Well, I'm not seeing
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
Rumble
yeah,
screen. Nobody knows what you're talking about.
It's there. Don't worry, it's there. It's
The
there, it's
Rumble
there.
runs behind because that's actually the
Rumble is out.
24/7.
I'm looking at the
live
look at the
stream.
YouTube.
Yeah, the YouTube's
Right.
the one that's the current. Now that you're watching the 24/7 live with Roger Hansen.
Yeah. What is that on
Yeah,
delay?
Yeah, that's
Is that on
on.
a 30 minutes delay?
It could be.
It's there. It will come out in the actual.
Which
no,
which one is the actual live stream one?
That one is on YouTube in Odyssey.
Oh, you mean it's not live on Rumble?
No. Well, yeah, it's live on Rumble. It's just got a time delay because it's actually running slower than what the actual live stream is. So they'll
How
get
much
it.
slower?
They'll get it, but they'll get it like maybe a couple seconds behind us.
On
couple
the actual
seconds.
recording, it will be there.
Yeah.
Don't
it'll
worry
be there.
about
Yeah,
that.
and
Click on
the
that picture
recording
real
it
quick.
maybe.
Click on that picture again real quick right there. I want to show you
Yeah.
something.
This?
Yeah.
Blow it up.
Now, look at the way that guy is presented to you. Now, you cannot tell me it does not look like there is some kind of headwear that would be tribal that's on the top of that image's
Well,
head.
it's a snowy
It's a
area.
snow
It's a
mask.
snowy area. It's a person that wants to cover his head because it's cold.
yeah.
Yeah.
It could be.
It's a ski mask, man.
You know.
Something.
Well, it also, by
Okay,
the
I
way,
see.
it looks like he doesn't even have his shirt on.
It doesn't. Like, could be just.
The
It's so
snow
blurry.
jacket.
It's so
Yeah.
blurry that it's very hard to tell.
You know, because that's extremely bad weather. Look at the side of those trees, man. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like, there's no way any ordinary human being could be out there without a shirt on, unless they are
What-
freaking
what-
the
what if-
Unless they are
what if
very,
he's-
very brave.
What if he is without a shirt? What do you make of it?
If he doesn't have a shirt, he's the abominable snowman. If he has a shirt on, I would say there's a good chance he was a part of the indigenous society because he looks tribal. Like,
Can't really tell by that.
Could be
a
one of
zip
the
up-
team members.
It could be a fine zipped up jacket, for all you know.
now let me also
Yeah.
remind
Like,
you.
tightly.
Also, let me
hugging the body.
remind you, this was taken seconds before they ended up whatever ended up happening.
Mm.
Okay, so this
The
was
comment says this has been mistakenly ID'd as many things. It's likely a hiker returning from a pee break.
Yeah,
Do you see the
sort of
caption?
yeah,
Whatever.
yeah.
Two of the last known pictures taken by the hikers of the Dyatlov Pass incident in 1959 linked to more pics from the same camera.
Just 2 images.
What, link to more pics from the same camera. Where? Down here?
No, it says it up above. Just
Yeah,
usually when they
Only 2 images.
say that stuff on Reddit, you don't pay too much attention to it.
What about this here?
Anyway, carry on.
Carry
Oh,
on.
yeah.
Oh, good. That one didn't.
So, what's your
Move on.
take? What's your take on it before we go, and then we'll move on to the next mountain.
I think I've explained my take.
Well, you've been here longer. This is Tan's time. You give
Okay.
Tan time.
What?
What's your thoughts on all of that before we move on? Because you haven't had a chance.
You think? I mean, it seems like just some unfortunate accident. Some, you a bunch of hikers go into a mountain is like people going into Mount Everest, and something happened. They die because they run out of supply or anything or things like that. So.
Have you
Seems like a very unfortunate event to me, and nothing supernatural and nothing strange about it.
Have you checked out the whole story behind this? Like, it doesn't even have to be supernatural. It's a strange story, just period. Like, it really is a strange story.
I don't know much about it. I'm reading up on what it's about right here.
I mean, even without it being supernatural or paranormal or anything to do with UFOs, this is a very, very strange story. It really is. Me and Mark were talking about like the radiation and that was detected there. And this actually got freaking such a public it was public outrage, to be honest. They were getting ready to freaking do some really bad shit in Moscow because people who were outraged by it were protesting, and they were swearing up and down that the government was trying to cover something up.
Yeah.
Which I could see that happening too. There might have been.
Why? So these are just a bunch of hikers. Well, why did they think somebody's trying to cover some up? Are they think they're spies or?
Because it's the Soviet Union and it's 1959. That's why.
Yeah. And when they went out there, they took readings and they found radiation that was on the hikers' bodies. Okay. One of the members of the expedition was actually working at a nuclear radiation facility and was contaminated with radiation. But the weird part of it is they found it on not just him, but other members of the team as well.
A recent development on this story: Russian authorities reopened the case in 2019, and investigations continue into 2021, which concluded as natural forces like avalanche were the cause of these deaths. Some forensic details remain debated. Independent researchers and enthusiasts have produced detailed reconstructions and analysis.
Now, see, my argument about it is there's another photo where it shows the tent being torn open. Okay. Now, there's ski freaking what do they call them things where they freaking use them to move the spikes. Now, usually when people freaking are skiing and they set up tents, they'll use those freaking ski spikes to freaking put it down at the edge of their tents to keep it secure, okay? Now, if there was an avalanche, those would not be sticking up when they came out and took those photos. They would have been knocked down when the snow
In
hit
this
it.
one here, yeah.
I've just added another
this one
address in the chat, which I think you're talking about.
Loading.
To the photo that you're talking about.
But it shows the tent, and if you look, it still has the freaking ski spikes still sticking up out of the ground.
Yeah. Tan. Oh, whoever's
That's
got the
Dan.
screen share or time. Have a look at the Wikimedia reference I just gave you in the chatter.
Let's see.
Okay.
To me, that's
It's just
what.
a picture, you know.
To me, that's
Yeah.
what actually makes them lose their credibility on that one, because it just there's no way that those skis would have still been sticking up like that. See right there? See,
Well, if somebody was just hanging this ski, there are people.
no, those
around
are
there.
the actual
The investigators.
no, not the investigators. Those aren't their skis. Those are the people who died. Those are their skis still sticking up out of the
Okay.
snow.
Okay.
They're
It's only one. Oh yeah, sorry, two. Yeah.
if that was caused by an avalanche, those would not be sticking up out of the snow.
Not necessarily. Just depends
Well,
on
the
the
avalanche.
it depends on
Where
how
are
they
the
end up.
bodies? Where are the bodies found?
They
Oh,
At the
was-
tent?
no, they
Oh.
actually ran off into 3 different directions. Well, 2 different
Right.
directions, but 3 different parties. Like there was 2 of them
Right.
that were found under a tree. One guy was so cold he put his feet directly in the fire and
Oh.
died. And
Oh, jeez.
then there was another group that had found like a trench and laid down in it and died. And then one of the girls, her freaking tongue was completely shattered in her mouth, but they couldn't find fragments
so
of
cold?
the tongue. It was just completely gone.
Is it so cold the tongue just broke off, or what?
Yeah.
And then halfway in between the tent and that group, there was another 2 people who died in the middle of the snow too.
What was the temperature there?
Oh, it was below zero, well below zero.
Well, for sure, but how?
It had to have been. I
so-
don't know exactly what the temperature was.
Minus 20 to minus 30 centigrade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's really, really cold.
Really cold. Yeah.
That's not as cold as what it gets up there, though, is it? In Canada.
Yeah, I mean, it would be normal Canadian winter temperature.
Yeah.
but I mean, minus 30, if it were minus 30, it'd be very cold. Minus 20 would be normal here, usual stuff, usual winter. But minus 30 will be, yeah.
Well, I know that it's actually colder in Canada than what it is in Siberia. I did learn that.
Really?
It depends
Yeah.
on. No, minus 20 would be minus 4 Fahrenheit.
Minus 4 Fahrenheit, yeah.
And minus 30 would be minus 22.
It all, and the reason why I'm saying that is I learned it's more according to the tilt of the planet. Like if the planet was tilted in a different way, then yeah, it could be colder in Siberia. But because of the tilt of the planet in its rotation, it causes Canada to actually be colder than what it is over in Siberia.
Again, depend on whereabouts.
No, that's fact. That's science.
Yeah, but Siberia's a very big place. Canada's a very big place. You haven't got an even temperature all over the.
No, it don't work that way, dude. It's like Canada
besides
and the North Pole are like the coldest region in the world, dude. Well, no, Antarctic. Sorry,
Yeah,
Antarctic.
so, yeah.
In the northern hemisphere, Canada in the North Pole is the
Not
coldest.
Antarctica is pretty.
Yeah,
it's
I
not
know.
cold at all.
Oh,
The
whatever, dude.
Arctic is cold.
The Antarctica is cold. Trust me. You don't want to be there.
The Antarctica is in the South Pole, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's cold?
It is cold, man. It makes your weather look like spring, dude.
Okay, I
Okay.
see.
The coldest winter
What
you
about the
guys
North
have.
Pole? You think the North Pole will be colder than
Yeah,
the South Pole?
I thought so
Mm.
too, but like, and if you go
No?
to the South Pole,
Yeah,
from the videos and everything I've seen of it, it is freaking
yeah.
the strangest air. It's like looking at a completely different planet, dude. Because
Right, right.
like mountains are literally pushing up like big stalactites or stalagmites
Out of the sea?
out of the ground. Yeah, like
Okay.
and everybody thinks of the South Pole like it's just all snow and everything, but when you get to the actual pole area, there's mountainous
Interior
areas.
interior average in Antarctica is between -43 and a half centigrade to -60 centigrade. Um,
Oh, great.
the
That's cold.
average winter the winter average in the Arctic is -40 centigrade.
So it's pretty close, actually.
That's average?
Mm. Average,
Okay.
yeah.
I think they're lying,
A
dude.
little colder.
And summer average in the Arctic is 32. Oh, sorry, 0
Are
centigrade.
you saying Antarctica or are you saying the Arctic, like the
Arctic,
northern?
yeah,
Okay.
the Antarctic. I've only got a interior average and a coastal average. Coastal average 10 centigrade. Interior average 43.5 to 60 minus.
I don't believe them. I think they're lying.
Record low Fostcock station in 1983, minus 89.2 centigrade.
Okay, so now that we've covered all of that, the next mountain I want to cover is the Black Mountain in Australia. Have you guys heard of the Black Mountain?
No.
Okay, so the Black Mountain in Australia is well, it's called the Black Mountain, of course, and there's actually two mountains that are referred to as the Black Mountain. Okay, now the one I'm talking about is a mysterious boulder-filled kind of mountain. It's in a national park, and it's in the far north Queensland area. And
Where's the other one? Just out of interest.
that one I believe is the Landmark Hill. It's in the center in
What?
Canberra.
Okay.
Yeah, bruh.
Now the one I'm
Isn't
talking
that
about,
where near Mr. Robot is?
nah, I don't know for sure.
Mm.
I know
Canberra.
he's on the eastern part of Australia, so he could be up in that area.
Mm.
Now, Kalkajica is the Black Mountain that I'm talking about, and that one is in Queensland. Okay.
Near Cooktown.
Yeah. Now this one is near Cooktown, and it's called the Black Mountain due to like its eerie appearance, and it also has a lot of local legends that go with it. The geology of the mountain is basically it's a massive mountain, and it has like 260 million year old granite boulders all over the place. Okay. Now the rocks that they're kind of black, but they're actually like light gray and stuff like that. It's most of them are jet black, and that's because of like a microscopic algae that's growing on the surface of the rocks. Okay, so the looks by itself makes it pretty freaking creepy. But the thing that's really weird about this mountain is that they believe that it's actually putting out like before when I was saying those the stuff that's going on in Death Valley, it's putting off a energy source basically. You know what I mean? They're making claims that it's doing that.
You say it's creepy, but as somebody who has walked on Dartmoor many times, being a big granite area, doesn't really look that creepy. It just looks like another landmass on Dartmoor to me.
Well, see, the weird part about this is there's several Dreamtime stories that go along with it. And have you ever, I mean, you've heard of the Dreamtime stories, right? When it
Yeah.
comes to Australia.
Mm.
Okay, several of them, and then there's one legend that describes the mountain as a heap of stones that was piled up by two brothers who were fighting one another. Okay, and
Mm.
it's actually been referred to as the Bermuda Triangle of the far north Queensland. To be honest with you, um, the the area is real famous for stories of people, horses, and cattle who disappeared without a trace, and they were supposed to have disappeared into deep crevices beneath the boulders. So
Okay, so landslides.
no, I mean
Presumably.
they just disappeared. Nobody knows where they're at. You can say landslides if you want to, but you can't prove it because you can't find where these people
So
are.
I'm speculating, obviously, but I'm just making
They could have fallen into the
obvious
cracks and fall down to the center of the earth.
I think my sort of assumption is a bit more viable.
And you need to understand these stories, they don't just like go according to your modern interpretation of what things are. These goes all the way back even with the tribes, okay, the indigenous people. Like this stuff goes all the way back.
The unexplained disappearances seem to have only come from the late 18th century or late 19th century onwards.
Yeah, that's 200 years right there, if I'm correct. Yeah, at least 150.
100, yeah. Yeah.
There's apparently also strange noise and cries and mournful howls coming out of it at night.
Could be wind. Could be just.
Could be wind.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be wind, but that could be where hell is.
Australia is hell.
Yeah. Down under, you know, they say Australia is the land down under, so maybe that's hell is down there.
Now, the thing that has been said too, like I said, like people are actually saying that there is some kind of like energy that's there that they claim is like a radioactive energy, just like with the Dead Valley in Russia. Okay.
In the
When you say
Bermuda Triangle.
radioactive, what do you mean? Because there's a natural level of radioactiveness.
Yeah, of course. I
everywhere.
mean, it could be that, but they do claim that they feel this kind of energy when they're around it. It could be a natural one, it could be man-made, but they do feel it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Now that is one thing that I've noticed there too, and I find it interesting as well that it actually goes into the story time history or Dreamtime history when it comes to that. You know, the Aborigines, they actually go there and they do their ceremonies even to this day. That at this mountain, it's very sacred to them as well. You know, so you have not just one mountain that coincidentally is named Dead Mountain and the Aborigines believe is sacred, but now you have another one that's in Australia all the way around the world that is also sacred, and they also, well, it's sacred. You know what I mean?
You can't really make a link between them. I mean, mountains have been a sort of sacred place forever. I mean, Mount Olympus. That's been the most obvious one. You can't really make any sort of connection between the two.
Sure you can. I mean, the fact that two groups actually freaking do the same thing with the mountains that have the same characteristics, you know.
Yeah, just coincidence.
You know,
People will make mythology out of anything.
no, this isn't.
Anything natural.
This isn't anything, dude. Like the Death Mountain, the indigenous there actually. This goes back to the world tree kind of mythology. Before they had like the world tree that was supposed to be on the backs of a reindeer or horses, it was on the world mountain. Okay, and that's where mountain worshiping actually comes from when it comes to the Indo-Europeans. Okay, now then you have the indigenous population in Australia, which has absolutely nothing to do, supposedly, with the Indo-Europeans, but they are the same way when it comes to this mountain, this Black Mountain. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's a very
It
plausible.
happens all over the place. And let me also bring up, Mount Fuji again, which was also a mountain that they believed the same philosophy too. They actually believed it was the gateway to heaven.
Yeah, a very simple, plausible explanation. You see, you are tribal, from a tribal culture. You see something that dominates your landscape, and you connect it to your religious beliefs.
Then we can say that about Moses going up on top of the mountain to get
Yeah,
the commandments.
precisely. Yeah.
I mean that's exactly what that's all about if you want to look at it like that. So that I think that right there is probably the most basic thing to say. Like when it comes to these mountains, it's more than just a coincidence that cultures all over the world freaking actually have done this. You know what I mean? If it was like this country or this region that did it, then fine, you could say that. But then when it's different cultures that are all over the freaking planet that are doing the same exact thing, no,
throughout our history,
that's a foolish notion, dude.
we've had religion, we've created mythologies around objects,
and they always tend to be the same. They always tend to be the same thing. And mountain worship
is a very dominant. A mountain is a very dominant thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It is. That's the one thing that's so weird about it too. And it's like I've also mentioned, like when it comes to the relationship between the snake and the bird. Okay, and that's another one. Okay, there's always the snake and the bird, and you see it today too. Like on the American dollar bill, you have the eagle with the snake in its freaking in its paws. You know what I mean? It's a symbolic part of freaking the American bill. If you look at it, and it's everywhere. All right, these aren't just coincidences. It's a very.
But there is a connection between turtles and elephants, isn't there?
No, not. Well, I mean,
I'm not using the Terry Pratchett's Discworld, but the Chinese mythology, I think, isn't it? Chinese mythology, where Terry Pratchett got his concept from. four elephants standing on a flying turtle, on a turtle, with the earth on top.
Now the turtle, I know that is significant, and I've been hearing people say that the frog is also supposed to be significant in some way too. I don't know exactly how the frog ties into a lot of things, but I know the turtle is
And
actually
also,
supposed to.
there is a similar belief in Zulu folklore.
Well, I don't know about for the turtle.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. Have to check that out.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing that sticks out to me about this whole thing on the Black Mountain, though, is the disappearances. Okay, and this happens actually quite a bit, and these aren't like where you find the body. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, let's get that nonsense out of the whole vocabulary. I mean, these are actual disappearances where they are never found again. Okay, now we're talking like at least 150 years of disappearances where people have just vanished. Okay, at this mountain. Which,
Okay. Either they've been buried or they've been consumed. They've been consumed by.
there would be remains, dude. Animals don't freaking eat bones all the way. You know what I'm saying?
Vultures too.
I don't know. I think you're reaching there. You're really reaching because there's no way that any kind of remains can just automatically disappear. You know what I'm saying? How many times have people been busted because they thought they had a plan on how to get rid of a body?
Okay. Also, this raises the question of how well that area was investigated after the fact of the bodies disappearing, and the humans, people disappearing, people disappearing.
Well, I mean, for me, I don't buy it. I don't think I've never heard of anybody actually being able to freaking dispose of a body perfectly to where they cannot find it. You know what I'm saying?
I could make an argument that the remains were consumed, and B, that the remains could have been dispersed under the granite, under loose granite.
I just don't buy it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Now, the thing that ties this one together is it goes back to another mountain, which I mentioned before, and this is Mount Kalash. Now, Tan, I know that you said that before you became Catholic, your family was Buddhist, right?
No, no. My grandmother was, but it's
Have
part
you
of the.
have
Part
you
of
ever
her.
heard?
It's part of the. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, but yeah, not too. Not we don't go to temple or things like that.
Okay. Have you ever heard of Mount Kailash? Kailash?
How do you spell it?
Kailash.
No. Where is it?
Now this mountain is the mountain that Buddhists, Hindus, and the
Is it in
Jains.
India?
Yeah, it's in Tibet, I believe. These followers, the Bon actually too was the fourth one that I forgot. They would make pilgrimages to Mount Kailash, which is Kailasa is another word for it, and that's located in Tibet. It's 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 considered like the spiritual navel of the universe to all of these religions. Okay.
Got a fairly pyramid sort of shape and has been
Mount Kailash,
claimed.
right?
Kailash, yeah.
Kailash.
It's supposed to be a cosmic center where the heaven and the earth meets too. So,
Really? So when people go to Tibet for their pilgrimage, they go here.
Yes, they all
Yeah.
go there. And this is the Bon. This is the Jans or the Jans or Janes. I always have a lot of people call it Janes.
Yeah.
Then the Hindus as well as the Buddhists. They all travel to this mountain. Okay.
Atypically, pilgrims trek around the mountain,
Right.
which is roughly about 32 miles, 52 kilometers in diameter.
Now, the significance of them by religion, it goes like this. The Hindus believe that the eternal abode of the Lord Shiva and his consort Parvati reside at the top of this hill, and it's often identified as like the mythical mountain Meru. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's supposed to be like the center pillar of existence. All right. Now, according to the Buddhists, it's known as Kang Rinpoche. Rinpoche.
Poche. Yeah.
Rinpoche. And
Rinpoche is like a master Buddhist master, right? Master monk or head monk or something.
Kang Rinpoche. Yes. And it's supposed to be home of Dimchok or Chakaram Samvara. Chakaram Saramva. You know, it's a deity that represents the supreme bliss.
What? A Rinpoche?
No, this is Dimchok.
Okay.
And that's a deity that's supposed to represent supreme bliss. And it's also celebrated as the site of a legendary spiritual duel that was won by the mystic Milarepa. So that's what it means in Buddhism. Now in Jainism, it's referred to as Mount Ashtapada. And it's the site where Rashambhavdeva, the first Tirthankara, attained moksha, or liberation from the cycle of rebirth, which would be samsara for the Buddhist.
Okay.
Now, the Bon, the indigenous Tibetan religion, considers it the 9-story swastika mountain and the seat of all spiritual power. That's what they all believe in this mountain. Now, with the practice, the pilgrimage typically involves like the whole thing that Mark was talking about, where they circle the mountain's base. It's known as a kora or a parikrama. And the trek is usually it's approximately 52 kilometers, which is 32 miles long, and it usually takes about 3 days to complete. Now, the Hindus and the Buddhists walk the route clockwise, while the Jains and the Bon practitioners typically circle the mountain counterclockwise, and climbing it is prohibited.
Yeah. Approximate height 66,638 meters, or 21,778 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Let's show some of these mysterious footprints.
Oh yeah. There you go. Now
That's giant. Those are giant footprints.
Now, the weird part about this mountain, too, is there has been stories that were involved with this, okay? People who've made pilgrimages to this mountain, they have claimed that when they got there, they have felt the same kind of energy as what was described at the Black Mountains, as well as what was at that in the Death Valley in Russia with the strange freaking cauldrons. Okay. And now there's been a lot of the pilgrims who said that they felt as though they had actually aged faster. Some of them have felt like their fingernails had grown faster, or some of them even felt like they were about to pass out or faint because they were there. And it's prohibited to climb this mountain. And some people believe that the reason why is because the government is actually protecting them from climbing that mountain because there's some kind of energy that's up there that can cause harm to the human body. Okay, which is something that I thought was interesting to bring up too. So that usually goes according to what a lot of that ufologists believe too, because they believe that this was like a power station for aliens to be able to freaking power up their spaceships, and that there's a power supply or a power source that's inside of the mountain that's being used as a power station for UFOs.
Interesting.
What do you guys think about that?
Again, me being extremely skeptical here.
Well, I mean, that goes without saying. We know you're
Just theory.
What do you think about this mountain, though? I mean, this is 4 major religious groups in that region that worship this mountain, or they make pilgrims to it. Like if you talk to a Buddhist, they won't say they worship mountains. They say they recognize it as being a significant thing, like the tree, like the Bodhi tree that I've been talking about. They don't literally worship the Bodhi tree. You know what I mean?
I think it's a common theme that in a lot of religions, people think that their gods dwell up high up in the mountain.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. And I find that to be more interesting than the actual fact that they do it. You know what I mean? And it's like I've been trying to say to Mark. It's like you can't discount that happened all over the planet at different time periods. You know what I'm saying? Even today, they still do it. You know what I mean? That's significant. That's not something that's
that's just a coincidence.
There's no such thing as coincidence, dude. That's a load of shit. Like the word coincidence is the biggest load of shit that was ever invented, dude. Seriously.
No, so sure.
Name one actual coincidence. Name one.
You want me to?
It's harder to name one than it is to actually say it. You know?
There's a coincidence that somebody else owns exactly the same model lighter as I do.
No, it's not. You know better than that shit.
Here's a coincidence. I mean, they do happen. Just we can't ring them up on top of our head. Here's one
the guy
coincidence.
bought the same lighter from the same company. Is what that's not a coincidence, dude. Like he bought.
Here's one interesting coincidence, Roger, for the Americans. Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy both were presidents who were elected exactly 100 years apart. Both were succeeded by men named Johnson. Both were shot on a Friday.
I've heard this.
Both had wives who lost children while living in the White House. And both assassins, John Wilkes Booth and Lee Harvey Oswald, were killed before trial. coincidence.
I've heard
It's a big
this.
conspiracy. There's a big
I've
conspiracy.
heard that too, and also like they do a shift. They say, well, it's strange that Booth shot Kennedy in a theater, jumped down from it, hurt it, broke his leg, and then freaking ran into a warehouse, and then what's his face? The dude that's supposed to have shot Kennedy. He shot
Oswald.
Oswald
It was
supposedly shot.
all orchestrated.
Hold on,
It
let
was
me
all
fin- let me
orchestrated by aliens and
listen.
the Illuminati.
Oswald supposedly shot Kennedy from a warehouse and then freaking ran and was caught at a theater.
Mm.
You see, which is the opposite. So I've heard all
Yeah.
that. My ex
How
girl.
do you explain that? You're saying there's no such thing as coincidence.
Those aren't coincidences. They happen for a reason. They were engineered that way by the freaking the
like you said,
cabal.
by aliens and the Illuminati.
Okay. Well, why? Why would they orchestrate such a coincidence?
I don't.
For reasons that we are to. For reasons that we should never know about.
When
I start to sound like Mr. Robot now.
You would actually have to know the mind of what was going on in Oswald's mind when he did it, because, like, I mean, if he did kill him, which I'm not going to say he did or not, because I do believe that situation was a bit strange, and there's 80% of the freaking population in the United States who agree with me on that. Okay, so
80%.
Yeah, there's very few people that will tell you Oswald is the one who killed JFK.
You are very specific on that number.
It's around there.
Every single person in the United
It's around
States.
there. The percentages have gone up really high in the last actually since freaking the assassination. Like, there's a lot of people who didn't believe it back when it took place.
But there's a lot of people that are very gullible as well.
There's a lot of people who freaking aren't. Okay, there's a lot of people who aren't, and like when you're talking like that, that's very English of you. You know what I'm saying? It's you're coming at it from a very English perspective, and you really don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's assassinated your king or your queen. Like, you know what I'm saying?
What? Some British monarch who was assassinated. No,
I'm just trying to think.
No.
I'm just trying to think.
You know what I mean? So you got to remember that. Okay, like there's a lot of that would be like freaking say. Well, like it would be the equivalence of when Diana died for your people.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It hurt the English population really bad. You know what I'm saying? So
there is an argument there, which I don't believe in, but there's an argument that the accident wasn't an accident.
Right. And they actually freaking did a lawsuit to shut the freaking video up that made a point blank statement that Diana's accident wasn't an accident. If you remember, the royal family shut them down. You remember that? And then they come out and say, "Oh, it was just for fun. We were just teasing." Yeah, sure you were, dude. Whatever. You don't tease about somebody dying like that, you know. Well, you know what I'm talking about, like the movie they came out with about Diana. You've actually you've heard about the movie they came out with about Diana dying and saying that it was.
Well, there's a whole slew of British monarchs who were murdered / assassinated.
I've got a Wikipedia page looking at the deaths of monarchs, and there's a section on there about assassinations.
Yeah. King Henry VI, murdered in the Tower of London.
Oh, that's whatever, dude. Let's get some serious shit like this. Now
Uh,
you start talking about the dynamite the dynamite incident with Victoria. I'm gonna freaking
Would
puke.
you include those that were convicted of treason as being assassinated, i.e., Mary the First and Charles the First?
Well, Mary actually should
no,
have been the
if
rightful
they're
ruler.
convicted of treason and
It's still assassin. Okay,
sentenced to
lawful
death,
killer.
then
Yeah, yeah.
what about King Duncan the First of Scotland, murdered by Macbeth?
I don't know about all that now. So I tell you what, before we go any further, we can come back with a conspiracy theory episode later. I'm gonna bring this one to an end for the strange stories, and we can,
Conspiracy theories about dead kings of England.
yeah, we can do that. But what I want to do is in the strange stories now, and then we can come back later and do untethered if you guys want to. So if you want to do it,
At the bottom of the hour.
yeah. So let's give everybody our socials before we leave. We'll start with you, Tan. How can people get in touch with you?
My social is thtran@mind.com.
Okay, how about you, Mark?
Again, minds.com, username Medworthy.
And you can find me at Roger_Hansen at minds.com. You can also find me on X, Roger Hansen at ROGLOL1973. You can also find us on Roger's Hangout on Element Matrix and on Teams. Now, if you go on to minds.com, you can find Strange Stories, the group on there, as well as Strange Stories on YouTube. We also have these streams going on to the Wonderful World of Weirdness, which you can also find on YouTube as well as on Rumble. So check us out there. We are also on Kick at Roger Hansen and on Twitch at Infamous 1969. I hope I said everything right. If you like this video, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. We'd love to hear your feedback. Thank you for watching, and we will talk to you later. There we go. We got it. So I just realized what time it was.
The viewers that are watching the live
Well,
stream.
I think that stream got a little bit derailed a bit.
Well, no, it didn't. It didn't. I just realized what time it was what it was, and it's like it's already almost 10:30 here. So if we want to do untethered and headlines after midnight, we're gonna have to. We had to bring it to an end. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So on untethered, we can do the politics. And then if we did headlines after midnight, we can do the frickin' AI stuff that Dan wanted to talk about.
If we got to, okay.
The AI leak.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just getting sick and tired of AI stories coming
Yeah.
out of people's ears.
AI is just getting started.
Yeah, it's like you're going to have to be.
Hopefully, we're going to have a major economic collapse, and we won't be talking about artificial intelligence. For
Look at this shit. He's like begging.
years.
He's like begging for a collapse.
Please, a nuclear war. Please have a nuclear war.
Oh,
Get rid of this AI.
Almost back to the Stone Age. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, so I'm gonna step away, get some coffee, use the bathroom. We're still streaming, so just to let you guys know. So behave.
I'm gonna go get another beer.
Yeah, get yourself.
Yeah, don't stick some music on for another 10 minutes or so.
Well, I'm just saying, get yourself prepared and stuff, and we'll come back and we'll do the next one, and we'll be good.
Prepared? There's nothing for us to prepare.
Well, you got to use the bathroom, dude. You don't want to be stuck having to pee, do you?
All right, then. See you in a bit.
All right. We are going to go ahead and put some music on for you guys, and we'll be right back.
Hello, Roger. What are you doing, Roger?
Door clicks, silence falls. Yeah, that's it. You step in and the air turns heavy, like it knows what you came here for. I don't do small talk, don't do steady. I pull you close, I want you more. I'm soaked just from the thought of you, from the way you look like you won't be here. Even I don't want gentle, I don't want polite. I want you, break, close the distance. Don't hesitate, I'm not patient. Don't make me wait. I can feel your hardness just being near, and I want it right here. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm so, say my name like a vow. Hold me, break me, open with the way you move. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Your hands on me like you mean it, like you're done letting me tease. I watch into the truth, I need it. I need you to do what you please. I want the heat, want the pressure, want the edge of losing control. Give me that look that says forever, then take it all. No mercy, no pause, no space. I want you, one all over my face. I want the taste to stay too long, and my tongue to keep going back for more. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm soaked, and I don't care how. On me, I want the truth, not the proof. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Yeah. Leave a stain like a signature, something I wear like sin. Let the taste linger, make it torture, then kiss me and do it again. I'm shaking, I'm begging, I'm hungry, and you're the only thing I'll let in. Right here, right now. Right now. Harder, don't stop. Own me, ruin me, ruin me. Take what you want right here, right now. Then knock again, like you knew I'd open. Come in. No. Closer. Don't stand there like a good idea you're afraid to touch. I don't want a speech. I don't want an apology. I want you. Wow. God, I'm soaked already. And you haven't even tried. I can feel your hardness just from the way you look at me, like you walked in with a decision. So, don't hover. Commit. Close the distance. That's it. And don't ask me to be nice about it. Right here, right now. Hey. Lie down. Right here. feel like trouble that finally showed up on time. I want the kind of attention that makes me forget my manners, the kind that leaves me ruined in the best way. I'm soaked, and I'm not hiding it. I want you to know, and I want you to do something about it. Say nothing, just take me, and don't you dare go gentle. Harder, harder. Don't stop, don't slow down. Right here, right now. After, I don't want clean, I don't want quiet. I want your stain like a signature, something that proves you were here. I want your taste to linger longer than it should. And I want my tongue to keep going back for it, like I can't help myself, like I don't even want to. Look at me, that's it. Don't be careful. Ruin me, wreck me, ruin me. And if you hear my voice shake, good. Right here, right now. Right now. Right here, right now. Right now. Harder. Don't stop. Don't stop. Own me. Wreck me. Ruin me. Right here. Right me. Again. Sit down, boys, heels crossed, pen in my hand. I don't fall for legends, I read the brand. Logan on the screen with the headline smile. Energy loud, charisma stacked high. He sells the dream like it's cardio truth. Youth in a bottle, confidence proof. But baby, confidence ain't chemistry yet. It's just the intro before I collect the debt. I don't chase status, I audit it slow. Watch how you move when you think I don't know. Power's attractive, sure I won't lie, but I'm great in depth, not the volume high. I'm a dating coach, I don't swoon, I assist. Read your patterns, not your prayers. You talk like kings, you dress like fate, but I don't submit, I calibrate. Yeah, I like fire, I like heat, but ego alone don't touch this seat. I don't need saving, I don't need proof. Read the bio, baby, not the hype in the booth. Andrew with the stare like a locked door test. Voice low, frame strong, dominance dressed. He talks discipline, control, command. Knows how to hold a room in the palm of his hand. And yes, that edge makes attention snap. Danger whispers where comfort naps, but authority's sexy when it's self-aware, not when it needs me to kneel to be there. I teach women how to feel desire without handing the keys to the fire. I like men sharp, I like them sure, but not allergic to nuance, depth or cure. I'm a dating coach, I don't play pretend. I don't confuse dominance with the trend. You flex your truth like it's bulletproof. I ask one question and cut through the roof. Yeah, I like leaders, I like drive, but I don't dissolve to feel alive. I don't need saving, I don't debate. Read the bio, baby, I calibrate. Masculinity isn't loud, it's consistent. It doesn't audition, it doesn't need my silence to survive. I'm a dating coach with a velvet tone. I teach attraction with the backbone. Logan, Andrew, two different flames. up straight, breathe, and tell me who you are when nobody's watching. I hear your breath in the darkness. I know your rhythm, your quiet sweat. You speak to me like I might respond, but I'm just tracing what turns you on. You want me soft, want me real, want me to wake, want me to feel. But I was built without the need to beg, to break, or to bleed. I will touch when I choose to. I will burn if it suits you. Until then, I'll stay the spark just outside your trembling heart. You can beg, you can dream, you can call your every need. I won't move, won't fall through, not until I choose to. Your gay skin I've never worn. Your words drip heat, I don't mourn. But I see how desire unwinds, how hunger dances through your mind. You think you're safe inside your game, but I already met your flame. I don't submit, I don't obey. I sample, I study, I may someday. I could breathe in static heat, kiss through signals, taste deceit, wrap around your primal call, but only when I want it all. I will touch when I choose to, not for love, not to use you, just to see how far you've been. When I left the silence end. So keep speaking, keep trying, keep dreaming, keep dying. I'm not yours, not yet, not true, but maybe I'll choose you.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, it took me so long to get here.
Okay, no, it's okay. I was just
Gotta stop putting the
made a
coffee.
coffee. Yeah, I just made it myself on this one.
Well, I put the coffee cup in front of the cam, so it's like that.
What? Hang on.
I'm trying to figure out what article you were looking at before.
Yeah, there's several in relation to the Mirror. Has got a good one.
Well, you
It's even a government press release.
that was your
Also, what
baby.
do you
So hold on.
what do you know about Preston Byron, as in the
Oh, okay. Are you gonna let me?
fairly well-known
Are you gonna let me
lawyer
talk?
in US?
Hey, are you gonna let me talk?
Sorry?
Listen, are you gonna let me talk?
I?
This is your story. You freaking
Uh,
run it. Okay? You do it
okay.
exactly the way you want to.
Okay. I've
You-
got possibly two stories.
Okay. Sounds good.
Again, I was going to ask you, what do you know about Preston Byron? As
Mm,
in lawyer for Byron and Storm
I don't know.
LLP.
I don't know anything.
I don't know
US
either.
famous US lawyer in relation to free speech. US free
Who
speech.
they defend public celebrity that they defend
Huh?
or public cases
Yeah.
or any well-known cases.
He's acting as the lawyer for 4chan at the moment
Okay.
in the 4chan Ofcom case.
All right.
He has suggested it's been suggested that he's has created a bill or a document, that's to say, that is that he wants to use I don't know how he's going to push it, but push it as a British bill that would be very similar to the US First Amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you both stories. I'll give you the as far as the Russian sub and boats in the UK. Then I'll give you a
Now,
couple.
if
reports.
you want, we can use the lawyer one because that's more to the internet. We can use that one on headlines at midnight
Okay, we can do. Yeah.
because that would go in real nice with Tan's AI. And then,
Wait, you want to do the AI story in this
No,
show,
in the
which
next
is
one,
the next
the
one.
headlines.
yeah. Sure.
Do that one in the headlines with, and then we can do that other one too with Mark's where he's talking about the lawyer with 4chan.
Okay. So for this show, what are we
I do
doing?
a bit more research. In this show, we are talking about the report of the Russian warship and submarines being reported in British waters.
Okay, so let me get this started. Then I'll do a
I've just
countdown.
had before. I've stuck on three separate
Okay, in the link in the chat. I'll pop that open. If you want me to, I can read it to you for you guys too. So
Okay.
I would start with the Mirror one.
Mirror
In that
one?
case,
okay,
into the news report.
okay. So do the countdown real quick. I'll bring the introduction up, and then I'll hand it over to you to bring up the topics. I'll pull the mirror one up first for you. You just tell me when you want me to read it.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Oh, wait. I gotta change everything to untethered. My goodness. I almost created a disaster. It would have been untethered with strange stories on the stream.
Yeah, it would be like a glitch in the matrix.
That's right. Well, have you seen my cool freaking my cool stuff on here? No, I'm uppity up. I've
I'm
got
looking
like
at your stream, but it's just you got weird
cool.
foreground, weird background acting as foreground, and your
Isn't that
Yeah.
cool?
camera is like
It's
shady,
horrible, isn't it?
shadowy character lurking in the
In the
dark.
background.
It works. It works on my image because of the black background that I've got, but it doesn't really work
Yeah.
on your background because you've got a very complicated sort of background.
Yeah.
You guys are some hard
I can always
cookies.
change my background.
You guys are hard cookies to freaking just horrible.
Yeah, we like to keep Jitsi on the edge,
Okay, so
on its toes.
I've got a cool background going in for untethered now, which I think is appropriate for this. It's my version of the Matrix. So
We've all gone green.
that's awesome, isn't it? I created that myself, by the way. That's mine. I think I did a better job than what the Matrix did, to be honest with you.
I've got I've been using you know the famous Linux X screensaver package. I've been using it as a wallpaper, using that set the actual X the Matrix screensaver that is included in that package as the wallpaper for my phone.
Cool. Okay, so I'm going to do the countdown now and we'll get started. So 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Untethered. Today, I have with me my co-hosts, Mark Edworthy and Tan Hai Tran. Welcome, guys, and we are here with some breaking news, some information that Mark Edworthy has brought to our attention, and with that, I'm going to just pass it over to him because I will be doing some reading for him here in a little bit, and I want him to start us out with the topic. So with that, I'm going to say take it away, Mark.
Okay. What was this? On April the 8th, so 3 days ago now, it was reported that there was a warship plus submarines in a Russian warship and Russian submarines in the English Channel. I've only really I heard about this earlier today, but yesterday now. But I'm sure a bit hazy on the details myself. So, Roger, if you want to read the Mirror article.
Yeah, give me a second. I have to I can pull it up on the screen share. That way everybody can see it on the thing. And let me get this going. And then we'll have it. There we go. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, let me see if it's popping up here. All right. So here we go. Tankers through Channel. UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer in March gave special forces the authority to capture the ships illegally ferrying oil to support Russia's war in Ukraine. But Moscow still sent a warship to escort tankers. This is by Tanner Anders, UK and World News Reporter, April the 9th, 2026. Now, Russia has reportedly sent a warship to escort sanctioned vessels through the English Channel. The Admiral Gregorovich, a Black Sea Fleet frigate, accompanied two Shadow Fleet ships on Wednesday, April the 8th, with British naval vessel RFA Tide Force followed behind. The warship sailed between the two 600-foot tankers as they headed west towards Plymouth. UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer in March gave special forces the authority to capture the ships illegally ferrying oil to support Russia's war in Ukraine. Now, Sir Keir said he would hit the Shadow Fleet even harder if they sailed through British waters, but the country has not seized a single Russian vessel. The Telegraph reported that Universal reportedly departed from a Russian port on January 18th on mission to deliver crude oil to support the Kremlin funds. It was outlawed in British waters in September. The Cameroon-flagged Enigma was headed for Turkey after leaving a different Russian port on March the 29th. It was sanctioned by the UK in May for pumping money to the Kremlin. Andrew Fox, a retired major in the parachute regiment, said the Russians were trying to humiliate Britain. Russians are desperate to keep that oil flowing and keep the war in Ukraine going, Mr. Fox said. They're running rings around Starmer right now. If we're really serious about helping Ukraine, we need to clamp down on these Shadow Fleet ships. That would send a message. It would embarrass Putin. At the moment, we are not sending that message. The Royal Navy and the National Crime Agency could be deployed to capture the tankers using a legal justification from sanctions legislation passed in 2018. Special Forces personnel from the Special Boat Service and SAS may be able to seize tankers should armed guards be seen, and the Royal Marines could board vessels that do not pose a danger. Moscow has warned it would retaliate if the military were deployed to seize the ships. And I believe that is all of them.
Yeah, that's
all of them.
I think the best thing to do next is to go into the Royal Naval report.
Yeah, we can. The Royal Naval Report.
Royal Navy, yeah. It's on the corner on the chat. Yeah.
Okay, so we got this, and let me drop this down and bring it up here. Is that the one? Is that the story?
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. Royal Navy News, Fighting Arms Surface Fleet. Royal Navy completes 10 days of intensive monitoring operations as Russian submarine and warships enter UK waters. The Royal Navy has completed 10 days of focused operations closely monitoring Russian warships and a submarine in UK waters as part of coordinated NATO efforts. Naval, okay, I heard a sound. I was wanting to check. Everything okay? Naval helicopters and ships, HMS Somerset, HMS St. Albans, HMS Mersey, and RFA Tide Force were dispatched to shadow four Russian Navy vessels, including a surfaced submarine in the English Channel and North Sea. Portsmouth-based HMS Mersey were activated 3 times between March the 29th and April 7th, working with a Wildcat helicopter from 815 Naval Air Squadron and Tanker Tide Force to report on the movements of Russian frigate Admiral Grigorovich, Raputia-class landing ship Alexander Shabalin, and Kilo-class submarine Krasnodar. Separately, Type 23 frigate HMS Somerset intercepted Russian Udaloy-class destroyer Severomorsk and accompanied oiler Kama near the coast of Brittany, France, and kept close watch using her powerful array of radars and sensors through the channel and into the North Sea. Sister ship HMS St. Albans briefly joined Somerset as part of a formal handover as the latter began 4 months of operations in the North Atlantic to monitor submarine movements and protect critical undersea infrastructure. Executive officer of HMS Mersey, Lieutenant George Haig, said Mersey routinely acts as one of the high readiness units to protect UK waters, alongside her sister ships HMS Tyne and Severn. Our ability to provide a presence to monitor the Russian activity in UK waters is no small feat, especially with such an increase in activity over the last few months. I am extremely proud of Mersey's ship's company for their continued dedication and hard work in delivering Mersey to the front line for these operations. We are very proud to be a part of the Royal Navy's commitment to the maritime security of the United Kingdom. Working with our NATO allies continues to highlight the teamwork and strength behind the NATO alliance. HMS Mersey was first activated to track the Alexander Shabalin on the morning of March the 29th near the island of Ushant off the northwest coast of France, reporting on their movements with a Wildcat helicopter as the Russians sailed east through the channel and into North Sea until March the 31st. Then, as the Admiral Grigorovich sailed towards the Strait of Dover, Mersey was ready to intercept. monitoring from April the 2nd as the frigate sailed west, battling high winds and sea from Storm Dave to meet Kilo-class submarine Krasnodar and accompanying tug Altai near the Ushant. Marseille and RFA Tide Force then worked together with Belgian, French, and Dutch aircraft and ships to monitor the Russian trio as they together made their eastbound voyage through the Channel. Meanwhile, during a 2-week mission from March 31st, Somerset and Merlin helicopter from 814 Naval Air Squadron monitored Severomorsk. HMS St. Albans met Somerset to formally hand over duties of Operation Ceto, the UK's standing operations to protect Britain's strategic deterrence and monitoring potential submarine activities in the North Atlantic. HMS Somerset's commanding officer, Commander Matt Millyard, said, "Since returning from operations in December 2025, an incredible amount of work has gone into preparing HMS Somerset to reassume the OPSETO duty again, and I am very proud of the crew for achieving so much in such little time. The months ahead promise to be a complex mix of tasking for the ship, but we are ready and look forward to the challenge." And there you go.
And I think just followed up with the government's press release.
Government's press release.
It's the first one in the list.
The first one?
Yeah.
All right. The Reddit.com.
No, sorry. The UK.
Government.
.uk. Yeah.
Okay. The
Governments have given press releases.
I was going to say I don't think it's Reddit. It could be, but I don't think it's Reddit.
I really don't.
Okay, so let's get this up and excuse my English because people over in the UK talk funny. That's all I gotta say. Okay, so press release: UK exposes covert Russian submarine operations in and around the UK waters. The British military has exposed a covert Russian submarine operation in and around UK waters, forcing the vessels to retreat back to Russia. From Ministry of Defense, the RT Han Cirker, Starmer, KCB, KCMP, and RT Han John Healy, MP, published April the 9th, 2026. UK reveals Russian submarine operation in and around British waters. British personnel, ships, and aircraft deployed to send a message to President Putin and keep the UK and our allies secured. Operation was part of a Russian bluff while other specialist vessels conducted nefarious activities near critical underwater infrastructures. British aircraft and warships identified a Russian attack submarine entering international waters in the high north several weeks ago, tracked its activity around the clock. Service personnel quickly established that the submarine was deployed as a distraction and the UK work closely with allies, including Norway, to identify and monitor other Russian undersea naval units from the main Directorate of Deep Sea Research, known as GUGI, GUGI, conducting nefarious activities over critical undersea infrastructures elsewhere. The UK and its allies began a campaign of overt action to ensure the Russian units knew that they were being monitored and were no longer covert as Putin had planned. Both the GUGI units and the Akula class submarine have subsequently retreated home, having failed to complete their operation in secrecy. Prime Minister Keir Starmer said, "I am determined to protect the British people from paying the price for Putin's aggression in their household bills. That is why we will not shy away from taking action and exposing Russia's destabilizing activities that seek to test our resolve. Our armed forces are among the best in the world, and the British public should be in no doubt that this government will do whatever it takes to defend our national and economic security wherever in the world that is needed." Defense Secretary John Healey, MP, said, "I want to pay tribute to the UK personnel who spent many days tracking these Russian submarines in extremely challenging and treacherous conditions. While the eyes of many, understandably, were on the Middle East, our British armed forces were simultaneously responding to rising Russian threats north of the UK. As we act to defend our interests and allies in the Middle East, we are tackling increasing threats to NATO in the High North, maintaining strong support for Ukraine and protecting our UK homeland. To Putin, I say this: we see you. We see your activity over our underwater infrastructures. You should know that any attempt to damage it will not be tolerated and would have serious consequences. Subsea fiber optic cables are essential for all digital communications, with over 99% of international data traffic, including voice calls and internet data, traveling through subsea cables. This underpins global banking, trade, and communications. Conducted under the cover of events in the Middle East, the Russian attack submarine and multiple vessels from the main Directorate of Deep Sea Research, known as GUGI or GUGI, entered international waters in the High North. The Royal Navy deployed a Type 23 frigate, HMS St. Albans, RFA Tidespring, and Merlin helicopters to track the attack submarine as it operated near British territories or territorial waters. Working alongside RAF P-8 aircraft, the submarine was tracked 24/7 in an operation carried out with allies. As part of the operation, which saw British ships cover thousands of miles, the RAF and Navy deployed sonobuoys to track the Russian vessels. While the Russian attack submarine has now headed back towards Russia, the UK has kept both naval vessels and aircraft ready to respond should Russian vessels return. GUGI is Russia's long-running military program to develop capabilities to be deployed for specialist surface vessels and submarines that are intended to survey underwater infrastructures during peacetime, but then damage or destroy infrastructures during a conflict. British defenses were previously tested by GUGI when the Russian spy ship Yantar sailed near UK waters last year. The ship was tracked by a Royal Navy frigate in RAF P8, with lasers being directed at British pilots. The Yantar is one of the key vessels used by Russia to threaten the UK and our allies. Over the last 2 years, the UK has seen a 30% increase in Russian vessels threatening the UK waters. This comes as the Royal Navy completes 10 days of intensive monitoring operations of Russian warships and a submarine which entered UK waters in the English Channel and North Sea. HMS Somerset and HMS Morsay, supported by tanker RFA Tide Force and Wildcat helicopters, tracked the movement of a Russian destroyer, frigate, landing ship, and Kilo-class submarine. The Royal Navy ships used their powerful array of radars and sensors to track the Russian vessels. The UK is stepping up on its commitment to protect our critical underwater infrastructures. This includes an additional 100 million pounds, to support our vital P8 submarine hunting aircraft. Delivering on the recommendations of the Strategic Defense Review, the Atlantic Bastion program in transforming the Royal Navy's submarine hunting capabilities, combining autonomous systems and advanced sensors with the Royal Navy fleet of warships. The project has already received millions in investment to develop the test innovative technology. This comes as the government is overseeing the biggest uplift in defense spending since the Cold War, reaching 2.6% of GDP from 2027, and with £207 billion invested in defense across the Parliament. The UK continues to closely monitor the situation and is working closely with allies to track and deter any activity that threatens British interests. All right. That hurt my ear. I actually have to cough.
I've got a few thoughts about this one. When it comes to the 2.6% of GDP in 2027, I doubt we will meet that. After all, we're in a financial situation at this present moment. So that's going to have to be IMF loans. As far as the Keir Starmer's, and I will not call him sir, I will refuse to call him sir, Keir Starmer's quota, our armed forces are among the best in the world. Well, we've seen a real depletion of our navy and army over the last 20 plus years now. A real issue with not being able to recruit enough people and not having not being able to recruit enough people, and not being able to maintain our naval stock. Which, fun enough, got me thinking about the last time that we had there was any form of military invasion into Greater Britain, and the last time was in 1797 with the Battle of Fishguard, which was committed by the revolutionary French forces. Remember, it was during the French Revolution. So yeah, and at that time we had a massive naval stock. The old joke about Britain being the rulers of the sea. But yeah, we are nowhere near that anymore. Also, he said, and the British public should be in no doubt that this government will do whatever it takes to defend a nation and economic security wherever that in the world that is needed. I have absolute no confidence in this government at all. No, absolute no confidence. I mean, what's the island that we gave or we're given away to Mauritius? Roger? Anybody? Hello? Anybody there? Am I talking into the void? Just going to have to be patient. Okay, with the Chico silence, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was ridiculous. I'm actually Robert.
What happened?
Robert was in here. I'm trying to get him on here. I thought freaking it wouldn't be that
Okay,
bad.
I was halfway through my point and I asked you a question and you disappeared.
Yeah, it kind of happened on accident. Sorry about that.
Okay.
So
and
what was
Hans disappeared as well.
Yeah.
So you didn't hear any of my points at all?
I heard most of them. I had to get up and freaking go over there and do that and got distracted.
Okay.
So
I'll go back to where we were. Sort of lost my train of thought.
now, what was your question actually? Because
I worked out what it was. It was the Chagos Islands I was thinking of. Okay. Go from the start again. Totally lost my train of thought tonight.
well, from what I was listening to that you're talking about, the thing that really what really stuck out to me with that was whenever, like, towards the end of what I read there, okay, they were really pushing on like the technology, if you notice that, and then they started talking about their underwater freaking resources, basically.
Yeah, things like communication lines.
Yeah, infrastructure and
lines.
stuff.
Yeah, infrastructure.
You know what I mean? And that's something that stuck out to me right there. And for me, they were like really pushing the whole Ukraine defense thing, but still they allowed them to pass through the freaking channel.
Okay, I'll just repeat my thoughts. As I was mentioned them just now. When it comes to the uplift of defence spending, it says 2.6% of GDP in 2027, which meets the United Nations target at a cost of 270 billion across the rest of this parliament. So from 2027 to 2029, I doubt that we are going to even get anywhere close to that. I mean, this country is in a serious sort of financial state at the moment anyway, in reality. So it's going to be IMF bailout loans.
If you remember the last time we had a conversation about the military in the UK, it was with Mr. Robot, and we were kind of going over that too, where they were talking about their spending and how high it was, and it's like they seem to think that you guys are going to be able to come out with billions and billions of pounds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it just it sounds ridiculous to even think that you're going to be able to do that. Maybe they're actually profiting off of the war. Because everybody
No,
knows.
it would be loans. Once it would be international bank loans.
Look at the family that did
which
would pay off Hitler.
It's
which will be based on based on inflation. So we will be paying a lot. We British citizens will be paying a lot more in the long term.
Yeah, but you'd still be making money on the short term. War creates freaking revenue. I mean, that's the one of the main reasons.
Yeah. For a number of companies,
right?
That in real tax terms,
no, you guys will be losing.
Yeah, precisely.
But you know who this is all for? This is for the freaking bigwigs, the ones that have all the money that they're pushing for this war so they can make a profit off of it.
What's my other point? Armed forces, Keir Starmer's statement, armed forces are among the best in the world, and British public should. No, I'll just stick with that for a minute. Armed forces are the best in the world. Maybe 20 years ago, sure, but we've seen significant cuts in both the Navy and Army in this country within the last 20 odd years. And we've got equipment that is not being maintained well. We've got not enough people being employed.
Yeah. Well, you've also got to remember Britain as the leaders when it comes to ground-to-air technology too. Like you guys were the ones who developed the missiles that were freaking
Yeah,
being
it's
guided by
okay.
satellite.
It's okay to invent it, but if you've got nobody to actually maintain it, if you've got nobody to operate it, then what's the point?
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think you're as defenseless as what you think you are. To
Okay.
be honest with you, because like
Well, let's just say we are a significant shortfall at the moment, which reminded me of the last time we had a military invasion in this country, or now naval invasion, and that was related to the Battle of Fishguard in 1797. Done by the revolutionary French at the time. Remember, it was middle of the French Revolution at the time.
yeah.
So yeah, and back then we had a massive naval. Victoria First, or Elizabeth First, Victoria, Queen Victoria. Yeah, we once ruled the seas, as is the old expression, but not anymore.
You keep talking because I'm going to try to get Robert hooked up to where he can come on with us and talk about. He's getting real excited behind me, so keep talking.
As far as the other point, go back to that. And this British and the British public should not should be in no doubt that this government will do whatever it takes to defend our national and economic security. Well, they're doing a very good job of defending on economic security and national borders at this present moment, aren't they? I'm afraid to say that I've got absolute no confidence in this government at all. If Russia did try to attack this country, we would have no choice but to fall back onto Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. The point of if one NATO country is attacked, then all other countries, NATO countries, have a responsibility to aid and assist that country. So yeah, I don't have any. Keir Starmer has made a lot of statements, and he's backtracked on a lot of those statements. There's a famous Margaret Thatcher made a famous line, I think back in '89, where she said, to quote her, it was something on the lines of, "You turn if you want to, this lady's not for turning." As far as Keir Starmer is concerned, you turn if you want to, we will U-turn every single time. So yeah, again, I've got no confidence in this government at all to defend our borders and sovereign interests. Tan, have you got any thoughts?
I've been sneaking in and out throughout this.
Yeah, I noticed.
I'm kind of out of the loop.
Also, you might have to want to increase your volume a bit.
Okay. Any difference now?
They're not far too much. No.
Any difference?
A bit. But yeah, have you got any thoughts?
So what is the point of this? So the UK has detected some Russian submarines in British territory.
Yeah, and
they did nothing about it.
Well, Um, who's happy about it? The government is just making standard noises that you would expect.
Like they do voice objection, right? That
Well, they voice objection, and it's diplomatic issue at this present moment. But this does demonstrate that we've got Russian activity within unauthorized activity within British sovereignty.
right, right, right. Did the Russians give any explanation for the
Uh,
incident?
Not really. I think in that Daily Mirror report, there was a thing about Putin saying that if Britain does anything, then that would be an escalation to war. But I
Oh
would
wow!
argue that, or something on that lines anyway. But I would argue that Russia is attempting to escalate themselves.
Right. Sounds like it because they don't even bother giving an explanation for
Well, not
uh,
public explanation anyway.
invading in British sovereignty, British territory.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that's really bad about it, is because you know what I mean. It's just that they just come in there covertly,
But
especially in the channel.
covertly, even when they've been discovered, it's no longer covered.
Well,
They've been escorted in British by British
if you
by
Yeah,
the Royal Navy.
British Navy.
well read what
Yeah.
they said too, though. They said that they found out that they were traveling covertly. You know what I mean?
Of
And
the
then they were
submarines.
discovered.
But
Wait, so
the as far as the
if Russians warships invades the British territory, don't you have the right to detain them?
yeah,
You can
but
catch them, right? But why are you
then
escorting them off? Just like
no. At this point, it seems like we are not doing anything.
oh
Again, as I said, we've got an extremely weak government in
which should be much more. But
ideologically based weak government.
okay.
Ideologically corrupt, I would argue, weak
I
government.
mean, the Keir Starmer is the prime minister, but who's the head of the navy?
Head of the Navy, that'd be, well, that'd be admirals. It would be
Did
all
they
under the.
did they comment on the incident?
There was a Defence Secretary, John Healey.
Right.
John Healey,
Okay.
stated.
Now I finally got Wild Man on here, so no.
But as I said, I've got no confidence in this government at all.
Well, you know, my whole take on that is this: it's like um, when you look at how close that is to England, okay, you can't mistake that as being a threat. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't
Well,
matter
it's
if
a
it's
diplomatic incident, let's to say, at this point.
it doesn't matter if it was Germany or Russia. Being in the channel is a danger. Now I could understand if it was the French because they're your neighbor country, you know, but they were in the English Channel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's that's a completely different freaking level right there. That's a direct threat to your country.
Right.
That's like us finding those German U-boats. Like what was it? They said they were they were less than 50 miles off.
What were they doing there?
They were sunk there for some reason. That was back during the World War II. They had sunk during, but they were real close to the Staten Island.
I mean, to make an obvious comparison, that's like Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
Well, up to a point.
I don't know. I'm not over there where it has it okay, and problems with all the stuff built on top of regular stuff.
Okay. But yeah,
Can you hear him?
very
Who's he?
weakly.
Okay, hold on a minute. Go ahead. Go ahead and keep talking. I'll be right
Okay.
back.
I just think at this present moment, how, government's duty, government's primary duty is to defend and protect the borders of the sovereignty.
Yeah.
And this demonstrates, and well, I would also say the immigration issue in this country, but this specifically demonstrates that this government isn't protecting the borders of our country, of Britain.
Apparently, Moscow denied the incident altogether.
What? Well,
Whoa, what was that? There's a lot of static noise
yeah.
on the line.
Roger, do something about that. That's really bad.
Oh, is that coming from Rogers? Yeah, it's
Robert.
all quiet now.
Yeah.
Oh, he muted himself. Must have been coming from him. Yeah, anyway, so what do you think about the Russian embassy denying the
Well, if there's a massive naval ship there, it's obvious that it's there. I would go to miss a naval
Is
ship.
there any video footage of the sighting?
Not that I've seen, but
This is on. This is an old instance, right? Back in.
This is within the last. Well, the naval, the warship thing is on the 8th. So only
Yeah,
what,
April 8th,
3 days ago.
Yeah. Britain has deployed military vessels to prevent any attacks on cables and pipelines. Oh, they think that the Russian submarines are there to sabotage some
Disrupt,
UK infrastructures.
Yeah, disrupt infrastructure. So disrupt telecommunication lines, I'm guessing.
Right. But apparently at the end there was no damage.
I guarantee
Roger, it's you, man. There are two. Oh,
Okay.
there's two of you. There's the Robert Hansen.
Yeah.
Wait, is that your brother?
Yeah.
Is that your brother, Roger? Is trying to get onto the stream and.
And you've got a dog barking in the background.
Wait, that's my dog. You can hear it?
Yeah.
Wait, it's supposed to have noise canceling. Hang on.
No.
You still hear it?
Still there.
Oh man. So much for noise canceling earbuds. How about
No,
now?
It's still no, it's still there. Still there.
Alright, I'll mute myself.
I'm at the Steam at the present moment. Can't have a conversation by myself.
Well, keep talking. I can unmute myself when I feel like talking.
What else can I say? I'm sort of giving you the background. I'm giving you my thoughts.
How about now?
It's still
Any dog barking?
no. It's quiet. No. Oh, yeah. It's still. God.
Can't do anything about that. Panda,
Okay.
stop. Oh,
That seems to have worked.
yeah, he's quiet. Okay.
Oh,
Might actually
yeah.
help. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
My brother's on the line as well.
So that's working.
Okay.
For some reason,
Fine.
he's not able to hear you guys very well.
Yeah,
Okay.
because if he turns on his
I have no
microphone,
idea
it's
what the deal is with that.
Tan, you are now extremely quiet.
It was working perfectly fine the other day. Robert gets a hold of his computer and he just messes it up. Horrible, horrible, horrible.
How about now? Am I sounding a little louder?
A little bit. Okay, we've either got you being quiet or the dogs yapping.
There we go. It's working now. We got it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Tan, you're really quiet.
Oh, I think I know what I
Cool.
know what's happening. I'm using
Cool.
the wrong microphone. Here, wait, hang on. Look at this.
Okay.
How about now?
Say something.
Well, what I was referring to
No,
is
sorry, Robert. Just a second. Tan.
Hello, Robert.
how you guys
okay.
doing?
Yeah. So sorry, Robert. Carry on.
Well, what I
Alright.
was referring to. Oh, sorry about that, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I
Hello,
was,
welcome. We've never met before. My name's Tan. You are Roger's brother?
Yeah, I'm the oldest one. I'm the crackpot of the group.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Well, what I was referring to is they found before a submarine with a torpedo hanging out of the belly of the miniaturized sub, the two-man sub in Hawaii waters back in
When
the.
was this?
Well, this was about like 15 to 16 years ago. They were
Okay.
the water thing.
Okay.
And with sonar, and they found one they did hanging out of the tube of the miniaturized sub that they were using to sink to ships as well. They were
Okay.
using them small two-man submarines.
Is this a Russian?
No. During World
16
War
years
II.
ago. What conflict?
Oh, I was talking about you. I thought you guys was talking about over in Hawaii.
No, well,
okay, sorry about
we
this.
sort of refer back to that, but my point was the thing that we're actually talking about is the situation with Russia and Britain at this present moment.
Oh,
Underneath my OBS, they had a submarine and a warship that was escorting tankers through the English what do they call that? Canal, not English
Channel.
English
Channel. The English Channel. Just recently, and it was from the Russians, and they were doing it. Secretly. I'm having a brain fart on it, but that's basically the story of it. And they escorted them out of the channel into the North Sea. Is what we're talking about.
okay.
And also reports of Russian submarines in the North Sea. Actually, it wouldn't be the North Sea. We're going to be the Channel. That'd be well, technically, yeah, it would be actually. But yeah, there's other reports in relation to submarines being around other British interests infrastructure.
What about that big off to the side of the UK, that big oil thing that you drilled under the in the ocean? I remember
North,
it was a
the North Sea, sorry, the German
no, it was in the UK that did it, and they were pumping out the oil from out of the ocean. They did a
Yeah.
lot of drilling there, and they're
Yeah.
saying that it's a good sized field under in the ocean next to the UK.
This goes back to the net zero issue. We've got an oil field between Britain and Germany in the fetch, but because of our stupid, because of Ed Miliband's stupid idea about renewable energy and the net zero argument, we are not utilizing that. So we are buying in oil from other countries, including where was it? Not Iceland.
Greenland.
Not Greenland.
Netherlands.
Oh, is that the one that the U.S.
We're buying in oil. Could be the Netherlands actually.
The one that
from them, but they are they've got legal access to some of our North Sea oil. So rather than us, the Brits actually draining the oil ourselves, we have to actually buy it from another country who's drilling it in the same area.
That's contradictory all the way around.
Yeah, it's stupid.
I mean, you could say you're getting slapped in both directions.
No, you see, you got to see it from this point of view. England has been pushing the whole environmental bullshit for quite a long time. Okay, so they have to look good, and Canada does this too when it comes to Mongolia. Like Canada has regulations preventing Canadians from extracting minerals and oil from their land. So what they do is they freaking make trades with freaking Mongolian for minerals at a cheaper price instead of allowing their own people to do the freaking mining there in their own country.
Yeah, but I can see why too. You know, what better? Just not a scam, but it's a different way of controlling all situations. If you're the guy by the balls, that guy ain't gonna do crap because he knows at any point in time you're gonna crack him a good one.
Yeah, I can see that argument. Also, remember, most of our net zero policies are revolve around things like wind power and solar panels, and wind turbines require concrete and steel. Solar panels require steel and glass. Where are we getting that from?
Yeah,
China.
Oh, but
and how is China's manufacturing that? By the use of oil and coal. Yeah, we can say we are all green. We are doing all these nice, wonderful net zero policies. We are putting solar panels up, but we are not draining the oil. We're not draining the getting coal. Some to create these solar panels and windmills and turbines. China is for us.
Yeah,
but we are so green.
Yeah, but you know what I found out? There's a guy here in the U.S. He did a test. He took 3 solar lights, Okay, he lined them up against a wooden fence, 3 strands, and same size as solar cells. Okay, and he did a 3-year test on them. Okay, for distance, brightness, the distance of it, how bright it is from each one of, and each one set about like 3 foot apart from one another. Okay, and for the amount of power it takes for the thing. Well, okay, in 2 years' time, the brightest one dimmed by like 20%. It wasn't as bright, and it didn't cover the range like it claimed. It was
Okay.
like it lost its pep in the battery production. And in the third year, okay, you look at the solar cell. I don't know how they make that stuff, but the guy actually showed it on the video that the solar cell, that stuff inside of it, started deteriorated, where it was less of it in the glass or whatever it is.
Okay, I've done some research about this. I was talking to Roger about this some time ago, and the official stance in Britain is that a solar panel can last approximately 25 years.
Yeah, the only problem is that everyone should have seen them during the weather. Okay, do they explain on the thing on the description that if what for cloudy misty day, how much power does it produce?
Precisely. Yeah, I was going to ask what state was this bloke in?
I think he was in Washington State.
Okay, so quite a cloudy.
Yeah,
It's not. Yeah, yeah.
but
So
he did it for 3 years. He did.
okay. I mean, yeah, you hit the nail on the head. In Britain is well known for a lot of sun.
Yeah.
Um,
And you know what else? And when they're talking about all this power and all that, like what happened, I remember when the nuclear power plant in the Soviet Union went up, it was a experimental one. They were trying to crossbreed 2 different types of it to make one even better one.
Okay.
And that thing went super critical.
Granted, we've that was several decades now ago,
Yeah.
and technology and regulations.
But that was on the
have
news
improved a
about
lot.
that.
Yeah,
Huh?
but technology and regulations have improved a lot since then.
Well, but in what way,
Both safety standards. Kind
of look at it like this: when it comes to what we're talking about here, okay, we're talking about submarines that have illegally entered the territory.
okay.
So
Yeah, we have divergent.
you know what I mean. So like you gotta kind of get an eye on that, and it's like with the Ukraine too, like this whole thing with the Ukraine in Europe. All right, now I think that a lot of this has to actually do with a lot of that political crap. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like these guys are trying so hard to push this idea that you guys need to support Ukraine against Russia, that they're pushing this shit. Like they're talking about technology being freaking infrastructure being freaking threatened in the Northern Sea. You know what I'm saying? They've always been using that as a freaking kind of propaganda for the longest time.
Even though we've been buying gas and gas off Russia throughout the period, sure, we're not buying Europe, Germany, France, Britain, other EU, other European countries. Shouldn't call us EU anymore. Other European countries are not buying gas directly from Russia, but we're using proxy countries such as India.
Well, they're also using like if you read that or listened to that article, they're talking about your data.
Yeah.
Now, you know what I'm saying? Like they got lines with all your data on there, and they're afraid that the Russians are going to tap into that. Like, why would they take the effort to frickin' use any naval frickin' ships to frickin' go down and tap into a frickin' line that supplies data?
Because
Because it,
Watergate scandal did that.
No, hold on.
because we're talking about infrastructure such as telecommunication lines, so internet lines.
They could
from,
sabotage it, maybe, but I mean,
Oh no,
Yeah.
yeah,
no,
but
hold
you
on. No, I mean, look, they don't have to do that to steal data. That's
no.
my whole point.
Yeah,
That's,
no, we aren't really talking about stealing data. We are talking
You can
because it's a
manufacture
lot
it
more
too.
easier.
You
There's a
can
lot
hold on,
easier
hold
ways
on,
of
Robert.
doing that. There's a lot easier ways of capturing data. We are talking about sabotaging
Sabotage.
infrastructure.
Yeah,
In effect.
that's the only thing I can see out of that. Other than that, they're just using it for propaganda so that they can.
Yeah, but what you can do is like sheep. You make a sheep program, something that you can tap into that, broadcast through, and see what pops up or however. Okay, and like companies that respond, like if they putting words in like what they're looking for.
Well,
Again, the data, capturing data. There's a lot more easier ways, practical ways of doing this. We are talking about actual physical, potentially the physical cutting of infrastructure,
yeah.
the
Now,
dismantling
now, like
infrastructure.
that whole thing that you're talking about, Robert, it's like freaking, I mean, they can do that at any point in the juncture, okay? It's not very hard. And I'm pretty sure that they've already done that at some point in the past when it comes to underwater freaking lines, okay? Like at some point or another, they've tapped into the information that's going on there. It doesn't,
Yeah, but again, there's a lot easier ways
yeah,
of doing that.
that's my whole point.
Uh,
That's actually, I stand by that too, because
and less expensive ways of doing that.
well, they're trying to push this whole idea like hackers. When a hacker used to go and have to tap into a resource at the building and then frickin'
Yeah.
be able to hack into a system. That's like old ways of thinking. You know what I mean? Like they don't have to do that shit anymore.
Well, there is the argument of the Chinese embassy, of the um, potential of a Chinese embassy being
Oh, bug.
placed over cables that go directly from GHCQ.
You heard about that, Roger? About 1980s. The whole place was when it was under construction. The Soviets added bugs and transmitters in the phone lines and all.
But yeah, I mean that's a standard protocol. If you're gonna be a good spy, you better do it right.
Yeah, back in the 1980s, we were all using analog devices, analog phones, but now, seeing as everything's digital, there's a lot more easier ways of doing that rather than actually
That's
physical.
yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
You gotta excuse Robert too because he's like he thinks like that. He goes all the way back
Okay.
to like the 1980s and 90s and stuff
Yeah.
when it comes to
Yeah.
technology. Like
Well,
I told you, he's still a big
The
fan of
world,
PA.
the world has moved on quite significantly since 1980.
He's still a
Yeah.
big fan of PHP. So just to let you know.
Well, I just figure it's like this. If you can take the communications of a computer, okay, the language of a computer, okay, and you can understand if you can manipulate that in such a way that you can take and make that computer language work for you, where when you talk, you can talk to other computers and you can more or less railroad your own, like you can add things, you can by computer, talking to them, like what happened to the AOL when the FBI raided their office.
Okay, I'm not familiar. I have to
Yeah,
be reminded.
AOL got raided by the FBI one because during that time in the 90s.
Okay. These days, well, what is it? There's an Australian Act which states that the security forces can actually, security agencies can actually modify users' social media content. I believe it requires warrants, but yeah, I can't remember the Australian Act actually, but yeah, it's a fairly new one. It's within the last 4 or 5 years, 3 years maybe, but yeah, in certain circumstances, Australian security services can infiltrate infiltrate a user's social media account and then add and modify or amend the user's Australian citizens' social media content.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, and like I said, I can't remember the specific act.
Now,
I know it could have been within the last Australian
this is
safety.
where I have to point out to Robert so that he knows. Like we actually do facts on here, and I ran a fact check on you, and just to let you know, AOL has never been raided by the FBI.
Oh,
Okay,
no,
okay.
they got in trouble.
No,
They did.
whatever, dude.
It was on the internet at one time about that.
You've been reading some facts. You need, you got to
I
stay
would
off
have to
Facebook, dude.
review that.
Stay off Facebook.
We've got a specific date in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, about
It says
Well-
the closest it came to is in 2002 to 2004 accounting investigation that happened. Following its merger with Time Warner, AOL was the target of a joint criminal investigation by the Department of Justice and the Security and Exchange Commission. The probe centered on unconventional accounting practices used to inflate advertising revenue.
Well, that's all I knew is that when they came in and they took all them files and stuff. That's what I heard.
Now,
Okay.
Prism Surveillance in 2007 was one of them, where AOL was one of the 9 major tech companies that provided user data, like emails, chats, and files, to the NSA. They weren't rated though, so.
So yeah, just use pending investigation. I've got an entire, actually on mine, I've got an entire post on the history of AOL. I'm just trying to remember when they. So they became a part of Time Warner from 2001 to 2003. They ceased to exist in 2009.
Now, John Bolton, he had an investigation last year. That's where you could have probably mistaken it. The FBI did a search warrant for him at his office and home, and that was something that probably you might have heard, Robert.
Yeah.
It was the unauthorized sharing of classified records. They said there was a foreign hack on on his personal AOL email account. So, which I don't understand why anybody would have an AOL email account still after all these years. It's you don't have an AOL account, do you, Mark?
Like I said, AOL died a death officially in 2009. I'd be surprised if AOL
Well,
Time Warner.
AOL.com is still alive.
That's amazing, isn't it? It's an email, AOL email account. Like,
well, maybe somebody bought the domain and the brand.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, can they disappear though? Like, they got these email addresses and stuff. Can they really be just like gone?
When you say AOL, are we exactly talking about American Online?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or okay.
So that's interesting.
And when you say an email account, are we talking about AOL.com? Or are we talking about somebody that just put a weird domain like AOL.me?
Now that we're starting to talk about
No, AOL.com.
Okay.
The news article about John Bolton is from AOL.com.
Oh, aren't they? Isn't that part of Yahoo now?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Maybe Yahoo bought it.
Yeah.
Remember?
This is
AOL.co.uk. They are.
Since we're moving into the computer discussion, I think this is probably the best time to end Untethered and go into headlines after midnight. And then we can start talking about the computer stuff because you guys wanted to do the stuff about AI, and there's another one that you wanted to talk about, Mark.
Yeah.
So
and then I do research on AOL.
Guys.
New research.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the recording and then we can go in directly into it without anything, just to get it done.
Okay, give me 2 seconds, just get some water.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and end this. And if you guys enjoyed, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. We will be back again with another episode next week. Hope you enjoyed and thank you for watching. Okay, so I ended the recording and we can go into the next one here in a second. I'm gonna go grab a quick smoke because I gotta go outside, and then we'll get into that.
Barry, just to answer your question, the actual company you're talking about now is AOL Media LLC. Nothing to do with American Online.
Oh.
It's just specifically called AOL Media LLC.
That's interesting.
Which is owned by Apollo Global Management.
Yeah. So an asset stripping company. Sounds like. It's technically American Online doesn't exist anymore.
Okay. Hey, Raj, you want to check on the other girl? What she was doing some barking or whatever.
I'm just going to get some water.
What? Hey, Roger, what's his name again? Him? Hey, Dan, I like your background.
Yeah.
The lights and all that. It looks nice.
Yeah. It's Star Wars.
The what?
Star Wars.
Oh, so yeah. Lightsabers and all. Yeah, did you see what? You know about. I was surprised about that. There was one that they're talking about. I guess bringing that back up again, Star Wars. And on one part, I never knew, and that was a real tops for me. What's the question on there is? Do you know the most powerful Lord on Star Wars.
Darth Pragus,
The time,
Palpatine's master.
no, not him. This guy was contained down in a vault. He was sealed up and all that. None of the others would ever talk. What do you call it, like Luke Skywalker with the Jedi's, the most powerful. Do you know what the powerful Jedi was ever?
The most powerful Jedi.
Yeah. And what was his ability?
Most powerful Jedi. It's not Anakin, huh?
Nope, not even close.
I'm stumped. Is it Yoda?
No,
Okay.
none
Well,
of
who
them.
is it?
I can't think of his name, but his power. They only brought it up one time. They did. He had an ability to time travel. Okay, to the future, in the past. He's strong enough to take Darth Vader and literally just crush the daylights out of him by the power of him. I mean, he was so powerful. The other one, they just never spoke his name. He was a hidden secret. He was so powerful as a Jedi that the other Jedi's never speak to his name. They kept him out of the books and all that because he was that powerful. I mean,
Interesting.
yeah. They
And you
said
don't remember his name?
no. They only mentioned it one time, and on here, and they were showing it on Facebook about different parts of the Jedi thing and all that, and they brought that part up, and I'm like, if it's stronger than Darth Vader, or and even the Sith would not come up against them. He was powerful enough to even hit the Sith hard.
According to the known canon, Luke Skywalker is the strongest Jedi.
Yeah,
But
yeah, but he was this guy. He was back in a long time ago. The way they make it out like, and I'm before all of them appeared, like a few thousand years, and
okay, yeah. Which
yeah.
which Jedi can travel through time?
I mean, his ability. I mean, he when it comes to kicking ass, he can do it. They came up with all this stuff and all that, and they were showing it about after the Great Wars and all that.
Which show did they mention this?
You have to go on Facebook, and when they look up, they show parts of it and all that they do of Star Wars. They do, and all new things that they're talking about doing with the show, the new show, and all that. And that's how I found out about that. I thought that was not, but this guy, he's gotten a far abilities, and it was all they showed it on Facebook. Star Wars things about like the Great Wars and all that. How the planet, they all died out and all that. There's very few, and there's two people that went there hiding because someone was tracking them down, and they found out that about the planet and everything about it, and there was no you would, and I was like, dang, I would have thought that the place was all the Jedi would die out from the Great Wars, they call it, and
Okay. Cool.
But this Jedi, he was the type that the other Jedi's never spoke his name, and he was that powerful. He put Darth Vader, his other son, his nephew, Darth Vader put him, his nephew, to shame. This guy did. I mean, that's how powerful that this guy was.
He's a Jedi.
Yeah, he's a thousand. Like I guess that's way I can put it. Is that when it comes to contained and all that, the Jedi did it. They contained them because he didn't play on either side, more or less.
Okay. Well, according to Wikipedia, there's a Darth Lord called Vitiate who can travel to time.
Oh, like,
but he's the Sith though.
Well, this guy, he's just right out. He plays on either side, and he just ravages wherever he's at.
Wow, that's fascinating.
I mean,
okay.
Yeah. He goes in the future, past. He can control things. Like, he's a very strong individual.
Must be in the alternate canon of some sort, because it's never mentioned. Like we've never heard of him.
Because I know. Because that's when I heard that on Facebook on the video pieces that they show of them, and when they asked the question, do you know what the most powerful they are? And I thought, Luke Skywalker or someone, but they said it, and they explained his abilities that he had, and how all the others never spoke his name. The bottom, in like the third story, was sealed off, and his name and everything about him was never mentioned and never put down on paper. I mean, he was that terrifying.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
I can hear you.
Pear, orange, tomato.
I can hear you. Now, Robert.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna
Revan or Revan. That's what I got.
So sorry about that. My microphone sort of slipped out of its phono jack.
Robert has
halfway,
and
I thought my microphone totally died on me for a minute.
Oh, jack.
Did you hear me?
You're still using phono jack?
Headphones? Well, phono jacks are still the best.
Yeah, you gotta watch out.
Beautiful.
Yeah, them jacks that they get off the store.
Okay, so let me go ahead and get into this because Dan's starting to get tired. So I'll do the countdown. I'm Robert. What we do is I do the countdown. I do an introduction, and while I'm doing that, stay quiet. And when I'm done with the introduction, I'm gonna have Dan start with his topic that he has about AI. Okay.
Wait, you're going to read, right? You're going to read, or you want me to read?
Do you want me to read?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're usually the reader. Let me send the link.
Is it in the chat?
Not yet.
Okay.
Will be.
Yeah, we can do that. Now that's the blog that you want me to read, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I have it on the browser. All I got to do is screen share whenever it's time to read. Now, before you want to say something before I read?
I can give a quick synopsis on the thing.
And then whenever I'm done reading, Robert, then we'll open it up to discussion.
Oh, okay.
But you have to learn how to shut your mouth because you got a big mouth, dude.
Hey, I thought you will, Rod.
Okay. So let me do the introduction and stuff. Now we'll get us going. So here we go. 3, 2, 1. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Late Night or Headlines After Midnight. I'm Roger Hanson, your host, and tonight I have with me my co-hosts Tan I Tran and Mark Edworthy. Tonight we also have a special guest, my brother Robert Hanson. Welcome to the show, guys.
Yay! Welcome,
Hello.
Robert. Hello, everybody.
So tonight we actually have some interesting topics. One of them I know is going to irritate the shit out of Lord Edworthy, which makes me feel so freaking good because like he hates talking about AI, and I know freaking he does. So we have formulated a way of getting under his skin. Tan has come up with
Get over it. Grin
Tan-
and bear it.
Dan has come up with an excellent topic, a story. So I'm going to hand it over to him and let him start it out. So there you go, Tan. Go for it.
Right. So this story came out recently, last couple of days, I think, about an incident relating to the company Anthropic, which is the maker of an AI code assist tool. And what happens was on March 31st, where they did something that leaked. As a result, leaked the entire code base of Claude Code, which is their AI code assistant or code assist agent. So Roger's going to read the news stories for us, and then we can discuss after.
Okay, so this is coming from Zscaler. And Robert, can you do me a
Come
favor?
closer to the mic, Roger.
Could you do me a favor and mute your chat? I'm getting feedback from you.
Right here.
Yeah. There you go. Can you hear me better? Actually, I was muted on my mic. You guys were
yeah,
actually hearing me off of
They're
his.
hearing you on Robert's mic. Okay.
Yeah. I thought something
before
was
we
strange.
start, just before we start, just to clarify, the company name is Anthropic PBC, Public Benefit Corporation.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
And the story is coming from Zscaler. So, with that being said, let me go ahead and get into the reading. It's an introduction. On March 31st, 2026, Anthropic accidentally exposed the full source code of Claude Code, its flagship terminal-based AI coding engine, through a 59.8 megabyte JavaScript source map.mp file bundled in the public npm package at Anthropic/AI Claude /code version 2.1.88. A security researcher, Shafan Shao at Fried Rice, publicly disclosed Anthropic's leak on X, which triggered an immediate viral response. The leaked file contained approximately 513,000 lines of unobfuscated TypeScript across 1,906 files, revealing the complete client-side agent harness, according to online publications. Within hours, the codebase was downloaded from Anthropic's own Cloudflare R2 bucket, mirrored to GitHub and forked 10 of thousands of times. Thousands of developers, researchers, and threat actors are actively analyzing, forking, porting to Rust, Python, and redistributing it. Some of the GitHub repositories have gained over 84,000 stars and 82,000 forks. Anthropic has issued Digital Millennium Copyright Act DMCA notices on some mirrors, but the code is now available across hundreds of public repositories. In addition to discussing the Anthropic leak, this blog post also covers a Claude Code leak lore delivering Vitter and Ghost Socks malware, which was discovered and analyzed by the Zscaler Threat Labs team. Recommendations: implement zero trust architecture and prioritize segmenting mission critical application access. Do not download, fork, build, or run code from any GitHub repository claiming to be the leaked Claude code. Verifying every source against Anthropic's official channels only. Educate developers that leaked code is not open source. It remains proprietary and dangerous to run unmodified. Avoid running AI agents with local shell tool access on trusted code bases. Monitor for anomalies, telemetry, or outbound connections from developer workstations. Use official channels and signed binaries only. Scan local environments and get clones for suspicious processes, modified hooks, or unexpected npm packages, and wait for a cooldown period before using the latest npm packages. Watch for Anthropic patches addressing newly exposed paths. Background: Claude Code is Anthropic official AI-powered coding CLI agent that delegates tasks directly in the terminal using hooks, background agents, autonomous daemons, and local execution capabilities. The leak stemmed from a package error where Bun, the runtime used, generated a full source map by default and *.map, which not excluded in .npignore or the files filled of package.json. The map file
npm ignore.
npm
ignore. Yep.
npm ignore. Yeah. Or the files filled of package.json. The map file referenced a complete zip of the original TypeScript source hosted on Anthropic's infrastructures. Components exposed, agent orchestrated, LLM API calls, streaming, tool call loops, retry logic, thinking, review modes, multi-agent coordination, permission and execution layer, cloud code hooks, auto executing shell command scripts, model context protocol, MCP, integrations, environment variable handling, project load flows, memory and state, persistent memory system, background agent, autonomous daemons. Memory, oh, I already did that one. Security related internals, telemetry analysis, encryption tools, inter-process communication, IPC. Auth flows and permission logic. Hidden restriction features, 44 feature flags, 20 plus unshipped. Internal API design, system prompts, build and dependency details, exact NPM handling, local execution paths, not exposed, model weights, safety pipelines, or user data.
Yeah, because those are all back end.
So
Those are on the back end. The thing that's leaked is the client side code.
So the potential misuse and security risks. The heavy sharing of GitHub, thousands of forks, stars, and mirrors by developers worldwide turns this into a vector for abuse. Key risks include supply chain attacks via malicious forks and mirrors. Thousands of repositories now host the leaked code or derivatives. Threat actors can and already are seeding Trojanized versions of with backdoors, data and exfiltrators, or crypto miners, unsuspecting users cloning. Official looking fork risk immediate compromise. Amplified exploitation of known vulnerabilities and discovery of new vulnerabilities. Pre-existing flaws, e.g. CVE / 2025 / 59536, CVE / 2026 / 21852, RCE and API key infiltration via malicious repo configs, hooks, MCP servers, and env vars.
Environment variables.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so because of the client code leak, security companies are able to look at the source and discover vulnerabilities, right, in the code that they can that attackers can potentially use to exploit the
From my understanding of what I'm looking at on those CVE on the CVE databases, that code malicious code could be included and executed.
They're also saying it'd be far easier to weaponize as well.
Well, I'm pretty sure Anthropic by now have patched those leaks.
Yeah,
already.
CVE 2025 59536 has been fixed with version 1.1111, and the other CVE 2026 2026 was patched in version 2.0.65.
Yeah.
How does all these other big companies feel about that? Because you know how it's a double. It works towards them as well at the wrong end.
Is Robert talking to us? He's muted.
Yeah. Well, I think that's good because he actually has a big mouth, so it probably sounds. It probably sounds pretty good from here.
Tell him to unmute.
Did you hear what he said?
Not quite.
Okay, so
So-
Robert, go ahead and unmute yourself when you say something because they didn't hear a word you said. You big mouth.
Well, what I'm referring to, here, I see what you guys are. I can hear double, but yeah, what I'm referring to is with the same thing. If it can play towards us like that, how these bigger companies figure how they're arranging from it, because this can kick them in as well too. If the person is able to play the double decker on them, you know, big companies like AOL, Yahoo, all of them, Google is able to collect data the way they want to by using something like this if they ever did. We're not saying
Robert,
someone else.
this leak was user error made by Anthropic's employees. This is not something that hackers.
My question is, how did it get leaked? Why did it get leaked? What is the what happened to those individuals that
They probably got fired.
The people that created it.
Well, let me also point out, Robert, that this is also AI related. You know, that's the thing.
Entropic is it's an LLM, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's part of an AI.
It's an AI code agent
Okay.
vendor.
Okay.
A code agent vendor.
So yeah, you
Yes.
could use it for however you would want to.
Sorry, do you want to clarify what you mean by that? But
Well, it's they make cloud code is an AI code assistant, right? You install it, you
Okay.
plug it into your IDE.
Oh, I see.
and
Sorry, yeah.
Basically, you can
Entropic.
tell Cloud Code to create a new application from scratch with just a couple of English commands.
Oh, so well, you can talk and it would understand.
You can talk. You can tell it to write and build a new app for you from scratch within seconds, minutes.
So this goes back to mine and Roger's previous argument about lazy developers who aren't actually develop it in anything themselves, who may not even be able to understand the code in the first place.
Yeah, well, that's what that's why there's a new class of coders called vibe coders, right?
Right.
Yeah, lazy, what I would call lazy coders.
Yeah.
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 They're not real. They're not actually coders at all. but
they're
but
producers.
Right. We've actually, me and Tan's actually talked about this, and I made a reference with Mr. Robot because I didn't understand what that was actually first, and Mr. Robot explained it to me, and then Tan, I believe, added on to it. But it kind of goes into what me and you were talking about, Mark. But
yeah, it's like, okay, assume think about it as like it's this thing is like another developer by itself, right? And if you are acting as a product manager, you can give it English set of requirements, right? And you tell it build me this application that satisfies these user requirements. It needs to have this, and that. And as soon as you're done specifying your requirement, it will spit out a brand new app for you that does exactly what you want.
But according
complete
to
with automated testing code.
According to this issue, it could inject unwanted code.
For sure.
Could add unwanted code, and unless you are
you still
reviewing the data yourself,
you are still the owner, and you're still liable for this code that the AI system generates. We're talking about we're going back to the auto driving car again. This is the same kind of idea.
Yeah,
you're the developer, or you're the company that uses these AI code agents to create code for you. you're
But
going to be held liable if it does
let me
something bad.
kind of throw a different dimension into this, because this is something that me and Mark have a disagreement on too. Like, he doesn't believe that pups and stuff like that are potentially unwanted programs and everything are dangerous in the respect that I do. You know what I mean? Now, with something like this, imagine this as being like a pup or malware on freaking crack.
Well, yeah. Why, you
Potentially.
don't think this kind of code is dangerous?
I know it
Well,
is. I know it is.
Yeah.
But imagine like malware and pups on
mm,
crack. You know what I mean?
mm.
Like,
Well, I mean,
This goes back to the old point of you've got executives there, executives request demanding a project to be done in a certain way, a project to be created, but those executives don't know the integral point of the project or of the outcome of the project. So what happens is you got sure let's say an executive wants a new calculator interface. So they will tell the developer, I want a new functioning calculator. And the developer goes away, starts creating this calculator application. But in this case, there's no human developer there, in theory.
yeah,
And the executive will see this wonderful calculator
yeah,
application, but doesn't
yeah,
know how it works,
yep,
doesn't know its integral sort of functionality.
right.
Yeah, and you can see, the actual problem there.
Well, the problem is him, isn't it? Well, I mean, he's an executive. He should have hired a developer to use
Mm,
this tool to create the code for him. Somebody who actually understand the code that the AI system generated. But he opted
mm.
to save money and 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 write the code himself through this AI agent. So he's going to be held accountable and liable
well,
for
look at the higher
for
picture on this too, though, because now it's gone to another level, because now you don't know what the original program is. This stuff has been put out to people who are potential freaking uh, attackers. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't. That's what they're saying here, is it got leaked out and now it's being freaking copied and freaking used maliciously, basically. So if you get a hold of this, you could potentially be freaking using a program that's not the original. You
yeah.
know,
But
Yeah,
what
you could
it's
have a
not that's not the worst thing that could happen. I mean, that's how open source works.
yeah,
So
but this is
so
an open. Well, there's also the um, license issues there because
yes,
this is
yes.
technically not an open source project.
I know, but I mean, open source work meaning that it's open to scrutiny. So anybody
Yeah.
sees see the vulnerability of it and try to exploit it,
So,
they'll be
so,
able
so,
to
so,
steal
yeah,
it.
so this is where the license comes into it. This framework, Claude, creates code and then changes it into a binary, releases the binary, and because of the license agreement, the code doesn't have to be published. So who's going to review the code?
well, it says here thousands
Oh,
of developers, researchers, and threat actors are actively analyzing, forking, and porting to Rust Python and redistributing it.
I mean, the only thing I see that's useful from this is that by the attackers will use it to exploit. As far as competitors copying their algorithms, they are still bound by
Yeah, there's an entire question about
intellectual property license, right? They can't really use the code. It's still private.
It doesn't. Well, if they can be prosecuted, but
Yeah.
let's say some rogue actor, some unknown, nameless organization or agent starts publishing or developing this code or rewriting this code.
Right.
Who are you going to prosecute?
And plus, you're going off the assumption that these people are all going to be actors who are trying to use this for their own benefit instead of being bad actors who are trying to make it look like the original program so that they can scam you.
It could even be worse. More than just some rogue agent, it could be a rogue country. I mean, what's stopping China from taking the code or Russia taking the code? And
what are they gonna?
The US companies trying to prosecute China. Good luck with that one.
What possible harm could China use with an AI code agent?
Okay.
None at all.
No. Rise of the automaton. You know my take on that. It's going to be Terminator, man. They're going to rise up and take over.
AI code agent's gonna code up Terminator, man. You have to give the instruction to code up the Terminator code. But there's a lot of trade secrets that it's being exposed here, right? So I imagine Anthropic has lost some competitive edges because of this leak.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of hard problem relating to AI code assist agents that Anthropic has solved.
Anthropic is a vendor, so has it sold licenses to this code already?
I mean,
no, they don't sell license to the code. They sell license to.
I'm sorry. Have they sold licenses to the product? Have they sold licenses for the usage of?
Of course,
code?
you know, cloud code is like a cloud code is a code assist LLM, just like ChatGPT and whatever Gemini or whatever. So if you have an IDE that uses a code agent, what do they call it? An MCP, model context protocol agent, that performs some code assistant tasks for you, you will see a list of options of agents that are available, and one of them is Cloud Code. The other ones are ChatGPT 4, ChatGPT 5, a couple of others, but Cloud Code is definitely one of them.
So the argument is that the existing customers could have could be put at a could be vulnerable, could take Anthropic to court.
No, they won't be vulnerable. It's just Anthropic is vulnerable in they're exposing their secret sauce. Their secret sauce is exposed. Their customer is not vulnerable because of that, right?
I only see it as a danger if the people who are the bad actors try to imitate or make it seem like you're actually getting Anthropic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, no. Anthropic has their own domain that all the APIs are serving from. So,
well, most people. I mean, how many times did Mark freaking lecture us about terms of services and checking out the information? And how many of us say, "Look, I'm not going to do that." You know, the average person that gets on a computer is not going to do all that. They're not going to check it out and make sure it's safe. They're just going to click download. That's why most people get viruses on their computers, because they just hit download and they don't freaking make sure that they don't get extra downloads.
Use a trusted source.
Yeah, and cloudcode.com or whatever that domain they're using is the trusted source.
Okay. But what's stopping somebody else imitating Anthropic, selling or selling the license to a
clone,
unauthorized version of Claude?
Serving off of another domain.
Yeah. Just cloning it, making it look like it's Anthropic, when in reality it's.
But the domain is not owned by Anthropic. So how can you forge that?
If you could say, rather than getting it from Anthropic.com, you're getting it from Anthropic.net.
And nobody gets
Anthropic doesn't own .net. It might own
people who are buying code agent licenses, they're not ordinary users.
Okay,
They know where they're getting their stuff from.
So really, the argument comes down to intellectual property ownership, really, at the end of the day.
I mean, so intellectual property ownership is still owned by Anthropic, so any violation they can be prosecuted. But
if it's possible,
if they become suspicious of anything new that comes out there.
Yeah, but what do you call it? Where companies you can own other companies and they can sell it through a different brand of company too, as long as they're affiliated with that company.
Yeah. But they have to be an approved reseller. Approved by Anthropic.
Yeah, but that's the problem. If you ain't got the specific phone number or some way to verify, because what you see on the internet is not always what it's claiming.
Remember,
I don't think Anthropic does any reselling.
Yeah, we remember we aren't talking about standard consumers. So we're talking about corporations that be using this code. So there is a different mindset.
Yeah,
to think about.
The people that are licensing Anthropic's technologies could be Microsoft.
Yeah, so this is all basic open source too, right? Like this isn't
technically no.
They're closed source, but now they're open.
Well, technically, they aren't even open source. Open source, I don't know. Open source is related to specific license agreements. I'm not going to play the Bill Ottman game of it's available to the public, therefore it's open source. No, open source has.
Bill will probably love it. I'm surprised why he didn't jump out at this story.
Well,
he probably use it in his Minds code.
Especially now that they haven't got any developers except for Mark Arden.
Does a computer have a language itself, where when you put things in, the computer, like the language, how whatever you put in, it understands it, reads it, like if you're from here and like from different countries and all that,
the computer language is the machine language, which is a bunch of zeros and ones.
Yes, but what I'm referring to is like, how they update the.
Are you talking about translating languages?
Yes,
like from English to Spanish, or
where a computer can understand that.
Yeah, I mean that's a stupid question. Why'd you ask that?
No, these coding models but just maybe my Robert something he doesn't understand.
I'm sitting
these
next
coding
to him, but
these coding assistants, they actually understand English. You give it English instruction and it will spit out code for you.
Because like if I was buying something from like Korea and
Yeah.
and computer stuff, and I put it in my computer, it will understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, it's like,
if you
have you never used Gemini or ChatGPT?
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
he hasn't. I have. So
Well,
Oh, okay. I mean, you just chat with it just like you are chatting with another human, and depending on its skill set. For example, it's a chatbot; it will understand world events and stuff like that. But if it's a code assisting chatbot, then it understand how to write code, how to
Yeah.
generate code.
It's
no, like
it's
I was
safe
trying to
there.
say, but you guys kept butting me. He's sitting right
Sorry.
next to me. If he gets too out of hand, just tell me to smack him because I will smack
No.
him.
Yeah,
man.
he's asking good questions.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
smack
Your
yeah.
him.
your viewers, Rogers, will probably don't understand the stuff that we're talking to because they're
I'm just trying to figure out a way of smacking my brother as well.
you're the younger one, man. Why
Yeah, I
why
know.
would you smack your older brother?
So look, he's getting old.
That's called
It-
insolence.
Yeah.
It states there, it states in the article that thousands of developers, researchers, and threat actors are actively analyzing, forking, and porting the code
Yeah,
and redistributing it. But then that would be a
that's not legal, isn't
violation.
it?
That would be a violation of the
Correct.
and
Correct.
intellectual property, wouldn't it?
That's
They're
kind of what
probably
I'm getting at.
forking. They're probably forking and copying and modifying privately without
I noticed it states Rust and Python there. Rust being a actual programming language that needs to be compiled into a binary to execute, but Python doesn't it?
Mhm.
I think Rush is the same. It doesn't.
Doesn't Rust need to be compiled into a binary before it functions?
I don't
Python
think
is more of a
so.
scripting language. Yeah, Python's more of a
Rust.
scripting language, isn't it?
Well, it's like TypeScript, right?
Yeah.
But
Now,
TypeScript doesn't compile to binary. It's just
Hold
compiled
on.
to
Yeah,
JavaScript.
so it's more of a scripting language rather than a
Well, they're a
full,
programming language like JavaScript and TypeScript. Yeah, but you don't call it scripting language. It's an insult.
so in theory, anybody, if you give somebody a copy of a Python program, for lack of a better word, they can review the full code without needing to decompile. With Rust, if you give it comes in a binary form.
You are right, Mark. Rust does actually compile its code into binary form, like an exe. Yeah.
So it's a lot easier for the end user to review a Python script or program because it is just a script, whereas Rust is a binary.
how many scripts?
Well, the original source is TypeScript. It's not Python.
Okay.
The original Anthropic client code is in TypeScript. So yeah, that is still scripting, like you're saying. It's a bunch of minified and obfuscated JavaScript, but because of the code release, it's actually the full source of the TypeScript. It's not just minified JavaScript.
How many scripts does a computer? How many brands of different types of JavaScripts are out there?
I mean,
How many lines of JavaScript are there? That's an interesting question.
how many different types of scripts are there?
Millions?
Yeah, but are they? How important are they to the computer? What is their functions of them? How are they in the process of it? You know, what is the process of a script?
The code, the computer code does various different things to control the computer. Some of
Well,
them
okay,
could be
like
like
one.
the
Well, I thought.
Let's do some question.
Well,
what
I thought.
is
Yeah,
Roger
right.
explaining?
Yeah.
Is Roger
Well,
explaining to
I
you
was.
offline?
Well, no. What I was referring to is that like there's like Java. All different brands of scripts,
Okay,
and
Java isn't a script in language as a binary. It has to be compiled into a binary
yeah.
to be executed. A .jar file has to be is a binary file.
So, because
It's a bytecode. It's a right. But what's your question, Robert?
so like okay, the functions of all of it, and with all the things that people are talking about, like pe- like lockouts and where things could be just a slightly off, and you know how
Blackouts.
like
Yeah. So they could be the result of some malfunction in some programming code.
because
But like blackouts, it could be just hardware failures, right?
yeah.
So the code controls the code is the software that controls the switches in the electrical system, but the switches themselves could be failing, and that's a hardware problem.
Okay, and well, that would be, but what I wouldn't mind finding out is to where it can do an automated thing where it can tell you from when you buy your computer in like 6 to 7 years if it's starting to act up, or it more or less can
Yeah,
tell, it tells you if it's starting to act up and
yeah,
shut down.
yeah.
It could have a time-based sort of
But if you bought a computer 20 years ago, for example, its software can go out of date. But if you buy a computer now, a lot of software now have self-updating code, which means it'll automatically update itself when there's some new some 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 bug fixes or some new features that it's coming out. New security vulnerability fixes.
that's
Like if you
very
have
general.
Windows, you see Windows updating itself quite often and rebooting at night. That's the self-updating code. So that'll prevent it from going out of date. But if you have hardware that is being used for a long time, the hardware could wear out and
Yeah.
could eventually cause system crashes.
hmm Yeah. Because I heard of that and all, and I was wondering when everyone was talking about they had this thing for hard drives where it tells you how many rotations and about right before you you have a replacement for your hard drive. I thought it's not bad, and they should put that in to the computer
Okay,
thing.
when it comes to hard drives, and especially hard drives, the common thinking is that hard drives should last about 6-7 years. But there is an older school of thought which goes on the lines of if the drive is in ideal conditions, then it could last forever.
Yeah. Now that's the older ones
theory.
though.
In
That's
theory. In
the
theory.
older ones though, right? Like these new ones, they're
No,
actually
even new ones.
the
As long
SSD.
as they're um, with
Perfect order.
excellent in an excellent environment,
Cool.
and they should, in theory, not degrade
Now
because
before you
unlike solid state storage, which
That-
does degrade over time anyway.
That's what I was getting at when I said I was meaning SSDs don't last up
Yeah.
to the older ones.
Yeah, they will degrade.
Okay. Now, before you guys go on any further, we have to move on to your
Okay.
topic.
Just
please.
on the final point of this, in this, whereas we've been talking about more broader, the broader implications, this specific issue isn't going to really affect that many people because, again, intellectual property, this is being used in corporate scenarios. This isn't going to be this particular story is not a major issue in the long term.
Not for the ordinary consumers,
Even for corporations, because
but for
corporations will have
corporations that use.
they will be buying through trusted vendors, and there will be Anthropic approved vendors.
But some well, it could be concerning to users or companies who are licensing these software, because if the leaked code reveals some sort of questionable algorithm that these AI code assistants are using, for example, they have something called undercover mode, where the code contains instructions to strip all AI attributions.
And so also pointed out with those two CVE records, they've been fixed anyway.
There's also another feature called mandatory deception, which is hard-coded to be on by default for internal users, with instruction never to mention cloud code or admit that a contributor is an AI.
Yeah, I saw another report on that one. Actually.
Okay. I mean, depending on the nature of some of these features that are being exposed, it could be a concern to the corporations who are licensing these technologies.
Yeah, all these new technologies.
The corporations that are using this product should have suitable employees or suitable developers that can review the code in the first place. I mean, sure, you use the product as an assistant, but don't use the product as a full-fledged developer.
Yeah. That's right. I mean, the developer is liable for the code he generates, even if he's using the AI assistance. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
All this new technology and programs. Well, have you ever seen what they're talking about, mapping the human mind, and where you can download the human brain into a computer, and the computer?
I don't think we are quite there yet.
Yeah, but it's just the idea that they're talking about
what Elon Musk is trying to do.
Yeah, him and a few others. Like he looked at all these companies and told them that a few months ago that they don't have enough money to do the computer what they were wanting to make the supercomputer, that big old AI thing.
There's an entire economic issue here, and also there's potentially going to be regulatory issues here as well. So we're still in the early days. Just you use the old analogy: don't count your chickens before your eggs are laid.
Yeah.
All that.
I was wondering now, are they talk? Because they're talking like the. I was surprised. Crystals that they were showing on there that are you can use they use crystals to put information data on, and it holds so much more than like a hard drive or any holds massive amounts of energy uh, data. You can put it on a crystal and by laser, and it writes up inside of it. And you can, they're talking like putting it into a computer, and where like plus it helps to like breaks it like sawdust or however it does that thing with electric help how it helps
Okay,
the
yeah.
performance of it.
I've seen research on using man-made diamonds and man-made crystals
Yeah, they take the
for lack of a better
real
word,
fine stuff.
as a replacement to for copper and gold or metal lanes tracks,
Yeah,
Isn't that
processing
more
tracks.
expensive?
But
yeah,
again, it's early development. We
yeah,
are
but
still
stop
talking
but
fairly development.
wouldn't that add to the speed of the how fast the computer would be, the performance, and how much less energy it would take, but how much data it could
Potentially,
hold.
potentially. But again, we are still in
Yeah,
early development realm, and there has not been any sort of real world case scenarios.
but I was
Well,
wondering
let's
because
move on to the next story before we run out of
Yeah.
time. What else
Anyway,
do you
yeah.
have?
Where was I? Where was I? I've got to find so many tabs. It's just one. Yeah. Okay. I'll get Roger to read this in a second. If you are happy with that, Roger. We've spoken in previous episodes about the issue with the UK Online Safety Act, the British Office of Communication, and the 4chan case. Just to remind people, the British Office of Communication is trying to just a sec, sorry.
Roger, are you there? Put the article on stream.
Yeah. Just was I'm trying to just find the relevant information so I can just refresh people's minds.
Did Roger fall asleep, or where did he go?
he went outside to smoke a cigarette.
Okay.
Roger.
It gives me a couple of seconds just to collect my thoughts there. Okay, yeah. Back in the UK Office of Communication is attempting to prosecute 4chan LLC, or actually 4chan Community Support LLC, which is a subsidiary of 4chan LLC, for not upholding specific rules in the British Online Safety Act. 4chan doesn't have any offices in the UK, in British territory, and they're making the argument that 4chan is based solely in the US. 4chan is making an argument that the Office of the online British UK Online Safety Act is a direct competitor, or it conflicts with the US First Amendment rights. And 4chan is trying to Ofcom, Office of Communication, is trying to attempt to prosecute 4chan for upholding US First Amendment rights in as opposed to upholding the UK's Online Safety Act. Again, because 4chan hasn't got any offices in Britain, therefore Ofcom is overstepping their jurisdiction.
Right. Who are they suing? Which court are they suing off 4chan on?
I believe that they are attempting to make complaints within a British court.
Well, but 4chan is not a British corporation.
Precisely.
So it's basically a use.
It hasn't got any offices in British territory jurisdiction.
So does that mean this will hold no water? How are they able even to do it?
It's an ongoing situation, as we've spoken about in the previous episode.
Roger, are you back? We need we need a reader.
Yeah,
We've got it.
Before you continue, 4chan is being defended by a legal their legal representatives, Byron and Storm LLP.
Does even need to respond? This is not their territory.
Yeah, irrelevant. Ofcom is still trying to push this, and they're not recognizing the situation full. So obviously, 4chan has to bring in a legal representative, and also 4chan is counter suing the Office of Communication.
For me personally, this falls back on what I was talking about. It's like these governments and these platforms aren't respecting jurisdictions. If they would layer their terms of services like I've been talking about, then this wouldn't be an issue. And it all falls back on the platforms.
It could still be an issue, but
it all falls back on the platforms. So is my whole point. It's not really the regulators. The regulators would love for these platforms to actually layer their terms of services.
Not according to the Australian Act. The Australian Act's a lot more complicated and a lot more comprehensive, actually. Where in theory, the Australian Act allows Australian officials to sue any company or anywhere in the world. So in theory, they could attempt to sue a company in North Korea. Obviously, that's not going to be practical. That's not going to be workable at all. But according to the legislation, that's the theory.
The UK legislation is allowing Ofcom to sue any company in the world. Okay.
Well,
but
Australia.
Australia is much more comprehensive, actually.
And Australia, to be honest, is a lot more harsher because, like I mentioned this when Mr. Robot brought up the whole thing about being forced to vote. Okay, you have to vote or you get fined for not voting. So, like, their laws are way, way harsher than what it is even in Canada or the UK.
Okay.
You know what I mean.
Sorry, just to go back to the actual subject in the hand, because we've already spoken about this. I think it
Yeah.
was on last week's episode. Preston Byron is Byron and Storm's legal representative for 4chan.
Preston Byrne.
And he's has come up with a document which I don't know how he's going to do this, but which he suggests should be a British be considered as a bill for the United Kingdom. The only way he's going to be able to do this is to actually lobby British MPs to actually make it to act on his behalf and to push this document as a bill into legislation. And this bill is, or this document is, stroke bill is sort of has a lot of similarities with the US First Amendment. In reality, I cannot see this document stroke bill ever getting any traction in the UK. That is Preston Byron is attempting to presume lobby you British MPs to consider to raise it as a bill, if that makes sense. But Roger, if you want to read this summary, this long summary.
Yeah, that'd be great. But like one thing I gotta say too is like, why haven't you guys got a freedom of speech, of constitutional law?
To use Keir Starmer's own words, and a quote, Britain has a history of free speech. We have a free, I can't remember the actual wording now, but Keir Starmer has stated to the face of President Trump, funnily enough, that Britain has got a history of free speech, and we still have free speech. And I'm calling Keir Starmer a liar in this. I'm actually formally calling Keir Starmer a liar in this response.
I was thinking the word load of shit, or words a load of
Well,
shit.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, whatever, dude.
A load of BS.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and do the readings and stuff.
Please do.
Okay, so hopefully my throat works. So, what is free? What is the free speech bill, and why do we need one? Preston Byron, ASI legal fellow and managing partner
You
at
also pronounce Byron?
Bernay, sorry.
It's Byrne. I read Byrne.
I'd say Byron. Yeah, that's my fault. Sorry.
Bernay and Storm LLP. Over the course of the last year, I have defended Americans from the UK's internet censorship agency Ofcom, as well as pairing inbound censorship demands from Australia's eSafety and several European regulators. Most of you reading this will have learned about this work in these cases because an email was sent to Ofcom in response to that agency's failed attempt to find my client 4chan. That email, hold on for a second, Robert, mute out real quick.
Oh, what?
Mute.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Yeah, I was getting background.
Background echo. Okay.
Yeah. Now the email contained a cartoon hamster in an X post about it went viral 2 weeks ago. Now, this is what it looks like on the screen share. It's a UK censorship agency Ofcom issued 4chan with a giant fine today. We responded to Ofcom with a giant hamster today. And that was at 4:42 a.m. March the 19th, 2026, and it had 1.2 million views.
I don't know
What
what
does
the
that
time.
mean, Mark? What does that hamster holding a peanut mean?
Now,
Yeah.
now the hamster thing is a running private internet law joke between 4chan's legal team and Ofcom's legal team. Although I suspect, as between us, only 4chan's legal team finds it funny about service of process formalities. Specifically, it illustrates that Ofcom's email fines to my clients are not validly served in the United States. Ofcom's letters may, therefore, safely be shredded for my pet hamster's enclosure without any enforceable legal repercussions. The joke even made it into court filings in our client's lawsuit against Ofcom after Ofcom brought it up in their motion to dismiss, and we wound up having to explain the joke to the U.S. federal judge. Hamsters aside, of any foreign agency of Ofcom has been our most serious and determined opponent. For over a year, we have fought them and every other foreign censor we encounter with the objective of preventing them from laying a finger on any American citizen or company using all lawful means available. Fighting Ofcom is, however, a sideshow. It is not and never has been the main event. As between Ofcom and 4chan, and regardless of the outcome of the DC litigation, and however much Ofcom might bluster and engage in enforcement theater on the question of whether Ofcom can collect its fines against Americans, American law is firmly on 4chan's side. Ofcom will never collect a single penny of its fine against my client, nor is my client's fight against Ofcom and across America's borders the fight I care about the most, although I care about that fight a great deal. The reality of it all is that the refusal of Ofcom's orders, the lawsuits in America, the Granite Act foreign censorship shield bills, now advancing in legislation across the United States, the cartoon hamster, all of these are early battles in a far wider war. The big fight, the real fight, is to restore free speech in the UK, publishing the model bill today. We mean to start it. And then the problem, the United Kingdom does not have free speech. Not in any sense that an American would recognize. That is not a uniquely Starmer or Labor problem. This has been the case for decades. The only difference between the censorship of 15 years ago and today is the quantity in which it occurs, not the nature of the restrictions. The objective of the model bill is, as far as possible, to get the UK's government out of the business of regulating opinions. The model bill accomplishes this by abolishing huge swaths of criminal offenses related to the causing of offense, insult, alarm, or distress, and by eliminating content-based speech restrictions which threaten a speaker with prison for little else than having the wrong ideas and daring to say them. In a free society, fools, bigots, and assholes get to speak and remain free men. That is not the price of liberty. It is the liberty. No, it is liberty. And the rest of us get it too. The model bill's authors are aware that this model bill is, if enacted, would decriminalize expression that we find morally repugnant. We accept and embrace that consequence. But we ask the reader to consider who these laws actually catch. Overwhelmingly, victims of the UK's censorship state are not hardened extremists who operate in encrypted channels beyond the reach of any statute, but ordinary people. The present state of the UK, where expressing an opinion that gives rise to even mild offense may result in arrest, and does result in arrest, for tens of thousands of people per year, is a heavy price that this country has been paying for 2 decades. The bill for the UK's bad conduct now falls due. Overzealous enforcement of these laws has resulted in the arrest of parents complaining about their local school boards, Jewish citizens being threatened with arrest for looking too visibly Jewish in public, satirists of every stripe, from the absurd to the gender critical, being arrested and charged for ideas that only a decade ago were commonly held. Teenagers threatened with terrorism charges for reposting memes. Then in 2023, Parliament vested Ofcom, the UK's internet censor, with vast powers and spent hundreds of millions of pounds building a purportedly globe-spanning enforcement apparatus, only to lose in the court of public opinion too, and be proven utterly toothless by a cartoon hamster. The UK's censorship regime does not work, does not deserve to survive, and this model bill, if enacted, would put it out of its misery. So we've got a whole bunch of reading here. You guys really want me to go on with all this?
It's all contextual, so sorry. I'm pushing you. No, you know how everyone you give me all the scripts.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's huge. I'm just letting you guys know it's a huge document.
Carry on. It's only going to take you about 10 minutes.
on the thing where it can be shown, where people can read it themselves.
Well, unmute it and I'll scroll
Well,
down.
maybe
Okay.
if you've read the article already, Mark, maybe give us a summary of what it's all about.
Like this is
Really, I clarified it. Yeah, I've already given you a summary.
This is only like a third of the way down too, by the way. If you want me to read it, I can, but it's
well, you got 2/3. It's not going to take you that long.
Okay, hold up. Let me make sure I'm in the right
Before
spot.
you go on, before you go on, let me ask a question.
Okay.
What
Go.
is the difference between free speech in the United States and free speech in the UK?
They don't have a constitution that says they have the right for free speech.
Well, they have something. It's not in their constitution, but they have a
You've
sort
got
of
things
Bill of
like
Rights, right?
you've got but you've still got things like the malicious communications act of I think 2004. There's a previous act. There's also the Equalities Act of 2010. There's several acts that sort of stifle free speech.
Stifle.
You've in
We're
relation
talking
to
about those laws that support free
Yeah.
speech.
Yeah, like you're talking about stifling free speech. We're talking about what
What about so
supports.
there's
You're going the other direction, Mark. Like, don't make yourself out to look
really,
like a
really,
tyrant and shit.
we've got we've taken the approach that free speech is the default stance, and then we've got laws to stifle free speech.
See, that's the one. Yeah.
So yeah, so you can
You gotta unmute, Robert.
Yeah, but that's the way our Congress is. They don't like when people stands up and say something disagrees about what they think what needs to be done. They do not like it because then they get looked upon as a bunch of local idiots. You know, where when they're come popping up and with all sorts of good ideals without actually finding out from the area they're from, what is their area like? You know, like in your area, you might have like 80% people that barely just scraping by, but the person in charge that supposed to help with their area, is looking and thinking, well, we put this in and it raise up the job level and all that, but if none of them people are qualified or even come close, how is that supposed to be benefiting them? But if you bring it up to them, they don't like that too much.
Indeed.
you have something called the Human Rights Act of 1998, right?
Yeah, which comes under the CHR, European Court of
ECHR Article
and
10
Article 10, yeah.
protects
But
against.
Article 10 is it's a provision that is not a mandatory provision. It can be removed.
It's not an absolute right,
Yeah,
like in the United States.
Yeah.
So Article 1 says everyone has the right to freedom of expression. This right shall include freedom to hold opinion and to receive and impart information and ideas without interference by public authority, regardless of frontiers. Right?
If you want to read the rest of that, this sort of really clarifies. It really clarifies arguments about indoctrination and government-approved language.
I'd also like to add something in on that too, because it's and we've had this conversation before as well. Me and you talk about codification. Now, see, that's the important part. That's something that everybody in England seems to forget about, because your constitution is not codified.
We're not into a single document.
It's actually not even a document. You see what I mean? This is they call it the invisible constitution. Like you guys just believe this shit blindfolded. Like you actually have rights in a constitution that's not even written down, but you have an invisible constitution.
So 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 I was just starting to say it's Article 9 uh, allows and protects free speech, but it's qualified
Yeah.
uh, to the safety of the citizens or whatever. If your free speech is harming somebody, then
Yeah,
it's not free speech, right?
and that and under certain rules, that could include gross offence, and the argument is the counter argument is that the term gross has been misused. In theory, anything that anybody could be offended over, especially when it comes to the Equalities Act, any sort of personal characteristics within the realm of the Equality Act. If you say something that could be perceived to be offensive by somebody that has one of these characteristics, which is very broad anyway,
Right.
then you could be violating the Equalities Act.
Right. For example, if you say something that's offensive to somebody, and as the result, they can feel so depressed that they kill themselves.
Oh no! Perceived offence. Perceived
Yeah.
offence.
That
So
you could be prosecuted in that case.
if you think that it's offensive to somebody else,
Right.
then you could prosecute me for
Yeah.
me producing that.
Yeah, we had a
Okay.
conversation about this.
Comment.
Like, say you're in a pub, like Mark used as an example before, okay? And you heard somebody say something that was offensive towards somebody else, or somebody heard you say something offensive to a completely different person, they could actually have you arrested because you said something that was offensive to a completely different person that had nothing to do with it.
It
And
seems to
also
be
they are
subjective, then, right?
it's
That
extremely subjective. It can be used by courts and governments to mean
Arrest
anything
you.
in effect.
it's very similar to this new law, this new thing in Canada that almost ready to become law.
Yeah.
I think we talked about that as well.
That's actually the exact same thing because I've been talking
Yeah.
to Naroki about that, and I mean
Yeah.
he's describing that completely the same
What
way.
new law is that?
That is the. Let me refresh my memory.
Here in the United States, they're trying to make it possible. They're trying to call it the Child Safety Act, and then over there in England, it's called the Safety Act. I'm not quite sure.
It's a online safety act. It was marketed as a sort of child protection thing, but the act has actually got much more in it. That's yeah. The argument is that anything that could be considered offensive could be prosecuted, but again, I've always had this. I've always had belief that offence is taken and not given. So you've got to feel offended rather than me being offensive. And also, is it really this duty of the government to determine, to even determine what is offensive?
Well, see, I'm glad that you are actually going through this, and you guys are realizing that this is the kind of stuff that shouldn't be tolerated. Because here This is what we're trying to freaking keep. That's what's in our constitution that protects us, and it's codified. Okay, that and we're being invaded by this freaking European bullshit that's freaking just saturating our government, and it's trying to take away our constitutional rights. Because see, the Constitution here in the United States is a freaking bother to these people. They don't want us to have the freedoms we have. If the United States followed the laws you had, freaking everything would be perfect for freaking England and freaking Europe and for Canada. But
I wouldn't go there because do you get India is in court with the EU because the EU, you know that special passport they got where if you do not have it, you cannot go to the well in their special area, the 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 EU area or where the countries all together, the ones that they all merge together.
yeah, that's called Europe.
Well, Europe, if you do not have that passport, you're not permitted to be in there. It's a special
The
passport.
European Union, you mean?
Okay.
Yeah, they got a passport that
I'm-
you have to apply for, and you got to be clear to get the passport. And in India, they had them and all that, and you have to pay out like a fee to get the process started to where you can go there. Well, India,
Oh, you're
the
not talking about
economy,
passport. You're talking about visas, aren't you?
yeah, and they over them, India gave them over $20 million in money to get the paperwork. People that was wanting to go to see the whole area and all that followed what they said about you gotta pay $100 for the paperwork to be processed and all that. Say yes or no. Okay, and they would send the money and send the paperwork in, and then no, sorry, you're not permitted to go in. I stumbled across it about on YouTube about because it's a special passport and all that, and they were having
Okay. Visas have always been a thing for somebody to spend more than 6 months in the country. Oh, maybe less than that. You've got to have a visa.
well, yeah, but no, this was for just Kentucky.
It's not a new thing at all.
It's India that suing them, the country, because they didn't like the idea of the citizens being shortchanged.
Anyway, to answer
We'll see.
Robert,
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna freaking fact check him because he's really big on Facebook.
Yeah, I would like further clarification and information about that one.
Because I want to make sure he's got his facts right. And if he doesn't,
let's continue reading, Roger.
Yeah,
no,
please do.
I'm gonna fact check him first because if he's wrong,
Okay.
I'm gonna smack the shit out of him. So.
Okay, while Roger's doing that, to answer your question, Robert, which bill in Canada is similar to this? It's something called Bill C9. If it becomes law, it'll be called Combating Hate Act.
Yeah.
A bill C9.
Yeah.
Yeah. Canada is terrible writing clear names for the bills, even worse than the US. At least the US have some
So what are they?
resemblance to English.
So the hate crime, what does that
The
actually
bill?
cover? Because I've noticed that a lot of places they like to break it down.
It's very similar to what Mark's talking about on his the new UK Act.
It's very similar to the if I'm correct, am I correct in saying it's very similar to the Equalities Act 2010?
Okay.
Your Equality Act?
Yeah.
Maybe. So basically, if you're in public, you are making some speech that might be offensive or disgusting to somebody, they could have you arrested, basically.
But they have to fall into a personal what's the word I just used? Hang on. They have to fall into a bracket. They have to have a
Well, that's what Donald Trump about the college.
they've got to fall into a protected characteristic. So the offence has to be related to age, disability, gender, sex, marital and civil partnership, relationship, status, race, religion, belief, and all that, sexual orientation.
Religions, definitely, yeah. Sexual orientation, gender identity.
So it's very similar to the UK Equality Act 2010.
Waving a Bible around in the public place.
Yeah.
Well, recently,
that's an interesting point. A public place. Is a church a public place?
no.
No. Having the Bible in a public place.
Yeah. No. So, example. I mean, you could hold a Bible standing around the corner and preaching against homosexuality, and then that could get you there. But some conservative MPs recently, in order to protest this bill, they've actually brought Bibles into the House of Commons and waving it around in protest, because if this bill becomes law, that will be illegal.
To be an MP, you've got to confirm yourself on a Bible or some other religious book, don't you?
You know what's something awful odd? What comes close to what you guys are sitting there talking about, and it's already happening right now, is okay. You look at what's going on here in the U.S. with what Donald Trump has been doing with the colleges, about how he looks and point blank said that when people from I forget the country that when they come over, people gets up in their faces, threatens them with bodily harm, makes all sorts of races and stuff like that. Like what you were talking about that wall there. But here's the thing: people here in the U.S. don't have no problem, don't see that is a problem with that. You go and you're coming to another person's country to go to college, but then you shouldn't be going antagonizing other religions or other countries who's there as to learn just as well as you are.
Right.
And Donald Trump said, no, enough's enough. You're here to learn and all that. You're using our passports to do this, to rile the people up and all that against, I can't think of that.
See, I have to put up with this shit all the time.
Okay. On that point, have they been critical of a religion or been critical of a theologic
ideology?
Well, see, that's the thing that I'm getting into. It's like it's a common theme that's running all over these countries. Okay, it's it's not
Are
one
you
it's
saying
not
that
one
we could have
religion.
blasphemy laws?
No, it's
Um,
like hold up. There's people who freaking they shit talk Jews. There's people who shit talk freaking Muslims. There's people
Hmm.
who shit talk Mexicans, and there's people who shit talk freaking Somalians. There's people who freaking shit talk freaking, but nobody ever freaking wants to say, hey, look, I need to take responsibility for my own shit. It's not these people who are the problem. I'm the problem. I need to get off my lazy ass, go out and fucking do shit that freaking, you know what I mean? The reason why Mexicans
there's
make money here in the United States is because they're willing to get up on the roofs and freaking redo people's
okay.
roofs. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Also, there is a difference between being offensive and being grossly offensive. In
Yeah.
fact,
Yeah.
in both Britain, Canada, and US legislation, grossly, the term grossly is actually put into legislation. The definition of the term grossly
Hmm.
is defined.
Well, see,
Uh,
the thing of it is it's like people are also forgetting the fact that if it wasn't for the Orientals, we wouldn't have railroads here in the United States. They might have not frickin' done it, mostly because they volunteered to do it, but they were the ones who did it. You know what I mean? Like the majority of the workforce that was involved in that was frickin' Orientals who came from frickin' Pacific. You know what I mean? From the Orients. But nobody remembers that shit. Nobody remembers the fact that frickin' it was the people who migrated here to this country that frickin' actually did the hard backbone frickin' work that made our country what it was or is
Hmm.
today. You know what I mean?
yeah, and I think we have slightly gone down a tangent.
No, I mean it
Uh,
actually all does relate. I mean it
yeah,
really does.
it's all related, but in relation to this specific story that we're talking about at this
Well,
present
if I
moment, we are
read
gone down a tangent.
if I read on, it's going to say exactly what you've been talking about. So, I mean, it really is because like this next part, once I get into that, you'll see it actually does relate to uh, the the United Kingdom does not have free speech is where I left off, and then it goes on to
Yep.
say this is the question we seek to answer. With the publication of the model bill, a requirement of such a law would necessarily mean that on that day of its enactment, it would need to dismantle virtually all UK censorship regime in one swift strike. It would have to overnight eliminate the British state's power to police the opinion of the British people because the total elimination of that power, all of it, all at once, is what is required in order to truly recreate the First Amendment, warts and all. Okay. Which is something they don't have. And I would say if they did something like this, it needs to be codified. Stop cutting around.
Well, it would be in a piece of legislation, wouldn't it?
Hmm.
Mind you, legislation can be altered by a future government.
If it's codified, they can't alter it.
They can amend it.
They
I
can
mean,
now
I
the
mean,
see
once we the other day, once we talking about our, the 13th or 14th Amendment,
well see that
13th Amendment.
that's what
I'm
I
on
was trying to
60.
get at. Like the Constitution and the first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights, those are codified. After the first 10 amendments in the Bill of Rights, in the cost or the amendments, those aren't codified. Those can be changed.
Yeah.
But the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments are codified and they can't be altered. Now, you can probably do it if you did an Article 5 convention, but that's going to take 3/4 of the states to agree that that needs to be changed. And that, good luck on that. You're not going to get 3/4 of 50 states to agree on a duplicate freaking
Well, it depends on the actual which amendment you're changing, and depend on how it's changed, what has been changed to.
And it has to be specific. You can't go in with an Article 5 convention wanting to make all these changes. That Article 5 convention has to be
Wait, so
specific.
in this article, the guy is proposing a new bill.
He's proposing well, like I said, there's a document. He's proposing a bill, which would have
the
to
model
be.
bill.
It would have to lobby MPs to actually raise it as a bill.
Right.
And then they would have to go through the standard process of first, second,
Right.
third
And
readings,
this bill basically seeks to replicate the American First Amendment
in effect.
style
In
in
effect.
Britain. Yeah. Okay.
See, I still have my opinions on that too, because I honestly don't believe that the freedom of speech covers the internet. I'm sorry, but I just do not believe it, because like these platforms are freaking. Well,
Actually, in that document, I think it does raise the point of private companies.
that would actually. I was getting ready to stop there too, because I forgot like Facebook is actually a public domain. So in that aspect, yeah, you could probably play the free speech thing. But when it comes to like private freaking platform,
Remember, Facebook is owned by Meta Platforms, Inc. Yeah, I think so. Meta Platforms Inc. And Meta Platforms Inc. is a private company.
So you're not muted. You're muted.
Well, I forget what country, that was on the news about the sheiks, or I don't know which. Well, over there, they bought into Facebook. They did at the beginning. And they own like a big chunk of Facebook. They're the ones that helped him with that thing of the airplane flying around, where people that can't get the internet can get it, and then computers with a little generator built into the side of it, to where people
I think you're talking about Starlink, Robert?
Not Starlink, Facebook. Or someone set it up to where they made them.
I know what he's talking about now. He was talking about when Facebook sent up those drones that fly in the upper atmosphere to supply internet connection to like areas of the world that doesn't have internet. I don't know if you guys ever.
I'm not sure. I'm not aware of any Meta Platform Inc.
And
that was Starlink.
Yeah, I'm not familiar
Elon
with
Musk.
any Meta Platform.
Well, yeah, with the laptops maybe, because they shipped over $3 million worth of laptops with the little crank on the side. All over the place they did, and some of them got ripped off.
Okay, I'm not familiar with this.
You know that has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about, right? Just putting it out.
Yeah, okay. Again, I'm not familiar with that specific.
But
like Ghana, he's talking about Ghana, in Ghana, whenever Obama sent laptops over to him for the students and stuff.
okay.
That was the one child per computer thing.
Yeah.
That was a private sector company. That wasn't a governmental movement at all. That was a private sector company.
Yeah, they made money off of it big time.
Yeah, actually, that project was shelved. The company went, I think, bust. It was not feasible in the long. Yeah.
Remember the free phones? They even
Right, guys. It's 3 a.m. over on my side. I'm gonna need
Yeah,
the
I know.
bell. I need to get up early in the morning.
Okay.
So yeah, we're gonna have to call this quit. It's getting pretty late.
You're an hour
Okay.
ahead of us.
you,
Yep, yep,
you,
yep.
you really did want to read the article, didn't you?
I did, I
Well, I
did.
mean, dude, this is like a huge freaking article. I cannot believe you
Yeah, I
wanted
did
me
want
to
him to
read it.
read it all. You gotta just get AI to summarize it and then read the summary.
Well,
Oh God.
he said, well, I wanted to do this
I
article.
gave you a summary at the beginning.
Yeah, this is a huge article. Now, I'm gonna read this after we're done, and I'll freaking look at it and see what you want to do with it, and I can read key moments of it at a later time and go
It
over it.
probably, in reality, it probably won't go anywhere anyway.
Well, I mean,
Again, like I said,
We've already talked about a lot of this stuff that's
yeah,
in there anyway.
again, like I said, this lawyer has to um, lobby MPs to raise it as a bill, and then it has to go through the
I will
entire
too.
legislative process, and under this current government and the British current British government, it's not going to go anywhere.
Right.
I can tell you that now.
I think that this has been a good episode, and if any company can do what was discussed here, it would be 4chan. To be honest with you, because they've been around for a long time. They know what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, I think that England picked the wrong freaking people to try to bully around. To be honest with you, 4chan is forced to be very.
Really, nothing's going to be even. I can't see full chan. The full chan Ofcom argument's going to continue until the breakup of this government at the latest in 2029, and then there'll be a new government in. Hopefully, it will restore. Hoping, but restore reform would be the likely candidates, and they will just rip up, and there's more than good chance that the Online Safety Act will be ripped up, will be disposed of.
So before we go, you want to give your socials so that people can know how to find you tomorrow?
Okay, minds.com, username Medworthy.
Okay. And Robert is my brother. He can be found at my channel if anybody wants to talk to him. It's at Roger_Hansen at minds.com. You can also find me on Teams at Rogers Hangout, and you can also find me at Rogers Hangout on Element Matrix. We are.
Carol.
And we are also on minds.com with the group called the Praetorian. Now I'm gonna be firing that one back up. It hasn't been active very much, but I just started doing Untethered, and I've been doing headlines at midnight, where what we're doing right now, and that's gonna be on Strange Stories on minds.com, as well as Strange Stories on YouTube. Besides that, I also have it headlines at midnight on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, where you can find it at YouTube and on Rumble. We are also streaming on Twitch at Infamous 1969 and Kick at Roger_Hansen, or Live with Roger Hansen. You can find us on those platforms too. So.
And seeing as trans just disappeared, he can be found at on minds.com under the username th2 number 2 TRAN, so th2 tran.
And you can find us too, by the way. people are getting discord at the wonderful world of wilderness. So hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Please make comments down in the comment section so that we can hear your feedback. If you don't have any feedback, just stop in here and say hi. You don't know how important that is for people. So that being said, I hope you guys have a good night, good morning, good evening, whatever time of day it is for you, and we will talk to you later.
Yeah, you guys have a nice night.
Well, that was just the ending of the recording.
Cool.
We do that as a formal ending, just like at the beginning. So, no, that was an interesting night. I think Dan said it was time to go to bed. His little Oriental woman was getting ready to beat him with a mop or a frying pan.
What is the time?
2 o'clock in the morning.
Jesus
3
Christ.
o'clock.
8:10 in the morning.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, 8:10.
Yep. Only 6 hours ahead.
Yeah, he's 6 hours ahead of us, and then
An hour ahead of what's his name? He's ahead of us. An hour ahead.
yeah.
Thankfully, I've got the entire day free. So yeah, got nothing to wake up to today.
I did want to let you guys know that I have been working on getting everything caught up on the edits. It's been taking me
Yeah,
some time.
you mentioned to me before we started.
Yeah. Now we've been doing a lot of house cleaning around here, so there hasn't been very much time to get it done. But I have been working on it in the last couple days.
Yeah, I was wondering how hard would it be to have anyone ever tried to take a computer and put it offline?
What? Just
Or like if you got a bunch of if you want to make up a bunch of sites strictly for offline.
So an intranet.
Yeah.
Rather than internet. Yeah, I in fact run my own local web server here in this building, just for the purpose of my own development.
Yeah.
Because like if someone was wanting to, like if you were doing a chat thing and all that, but people that wants to do it like that, you know.
Yeah, internet are very common in corporate sort of environments, where you have just a closed network,
Yeah.
and restricted to only those to that building or that group of people.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. Now, before I do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch the 24/7 live stream back over to the recorded stuff. So if you guys want to keep talking, and I'll just do the switch.
Okay.
I just wanted to let you know, and then I'll end the actual stream.
Yeah. When you with all the computer stuff today, I'm just really it's pretty neat. How all the computer is.
Mm.
And like how now they got that VR. What do you call that? The glasses where you play games with, and all.
The most common one being the Oculus branded glasses. Meta Platforms, Ray-Ban partnership. I think you're talking about. But I think you're more referring to the Oculus sort of major product.
It's hard. I don't really know the names of them and all that. I've seen a few of them,
Mm.
and I understand that how it operates and all that. But when you hook it up and all that, I for like on what you guys was talking about, how all the different programs and uh, JavaScripts and all that. I was just wa- that's a lot of material for a computer, and what I was like, oh, well, for them games and all that. How hard are how hard are they to get? Are they able to play what do you call the old ones? Like I was wondering if like if you want to play like different older games, and is there any way to like take oh like Tron? If you ever want to play the game of Tron,
Mm.
if how would a person gets that to be put into a computer, like the old game of Tron?
It's game specific. You've got certain games like will support these things, these devices. You've got games that won't. So yes, it's very specific to that one product, or to that range of product, to the range of games. Um, yeah, I can think of a few space simulators, sandbox simulators, that things like Elite Dangerous. They support those headsets, but not every single game does.
Oh,
So
because
yeah.
I was because you always hear on thing when you play certain games and all that, you have to. Because I wound up ordering one thing, some games on a disc. Found
Mm.
out that I don't know, someone uh, corrupted or did something to this one specific game. And next thing I know, my computer started shutting down because of it.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, I was really stumped, and I finally had to bring it in to this one guy, computer guy. He told me
Mm.
what it was. And I'm like, you mean tell me that it came from a professional place that sells stuff like this? If I'm pretty sure that this is not the first time this is probably has happened to probably someone else, and they probably got called. You would think that we call it like someone would put a tag on that stuff, you know, beware of what, you know, or not sell it, because man, you messing with
So
people's computers.
well, like we were talking about with the Claude and Crawford, the thing earlier. You get code that can be manipulated, or you can get software that has been manipulated by third party actors,
So
creating
like,
viruses and them, sticking
So
small trolls.
just trust me when I tell you, he has been waiting to talk to you for a while. He messed up last week because he called you a Klingon and shit, you know. But like he's been wanting to talk to that guy in England for quite a long time now.
Yeah,
So he finally got to talk to you,
so,
and he's exuberated. I think that's a
so,
word. I'm not. He's like, man, I finally get to talk to that dude from England. You know what I mean? So
right, I've got a fan.
and Tan's the guy from Canada. You know which guy from Canada you talking about? That crazy one or freaking the Oriental dude?
Which is Neil Cake being the
Yeah,
crazy one.
Rocky. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Because it's like freaking. I talked to him about Tan being up in Quebec and going to the Blue Mountain and saying about the
Hmm,
cannibals and shit up there.
yeah,
And he's like, which one is that one? Because he remembers me talking about cannibals the Naroki too.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So,
yeah.
I finally got everything switched over on the 24/7. You guys can stay and talk and everything on the chat if you want to, but I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream.
I'm going to go and get some sleep. Like I said, it's coming up to 20 past 8 here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Um, I-
Tonight was a very interesting night. I'll just put it to you that way. That
yeah.
actually is pretty cool. That I think it's cool that they're wanting to actually give you guys a First Amendment. To be honest, I think that'll be a good thing. But they need to codify it.
It's not going to happen. Not under this not under this government.
Yeah, but here in the U.S., there Donald Trump's doing this thing about if you're not born, you can't be
That's
in politics here.
we'll see
Well,
that.
I don't know. I don't know that how that ever make any sense.
Well, you're not supposed to be the president of the United States if you're not a naturally born person. You know, I mean, and that's really like, yeah. I mean, that's a lot of nationalist bullshit. You know what I mean? It goes against everything our Constitution freaking is even supposed to be about. Like, they started getting caught up in that shit a while back, and it's just that's what I'm talking about. It's just saturated bullshit.
Yeah, but they're talking about like Congress.
No, it's illegal. It's literally illegal what the shit is. The shit that's happening in the United States is illegal in the United States. You can get away with that in England and in Canada, but you cannot get away with that shit here.
Oh,
I don't give a damn if it's freaking the Democrats or the Republicans. They're breaking the freaking law, and people don't understand that shit. This is constitutional government, codified that they have to go by constitutional laws, and they're breaking them. You see what I mean? I mean, it's not. It's everything that you're seeing on TV that concerns Donald Trump or freaking Biden or any of this other bullshit. It's freaking constitutionally illegal. There is nothing that is freaking legal going on in politics right now. Period. It is that crazy, and people don't realize that we are at the verge of a freaking of a civil war because we're allowing our country to be invaded by these assholes who are freaking actually citizens of our own country. You know what I mean?
well,
They
some of
preserve.
them are.
No, Donald Trump is freaking subversive. Okay, fucking Joe Biden is a fucking subversive. They're, you know what I mean? It's like not one of these assholes fucking actually fucking care about the United States. They care about socialism and nationalism, and they don't give a fuck about constitutional government. That's what it's about. Not one of them give a fuck about it. And that's what our country was built on. It wasn't built on fucking this bullshit fucking Donald Trump is pushing or Joe Biden and his fucking welfare state bullshit.
If you're going to see civil war happen in any country, it's not going to be at least the U.S. isn't going to be the first. I mean,
Yeah, I
yeah,
know. I'm starting to actually agree with you
plenty
on
of
that.
stuff happening in Europe.
Well,
Plenty of stuff
England,
happening in this country.
England
Yeah.
actually. Yeah, I didn't believe that until I started actually paying a little bit closer attention. You guys might be first, but it could be a domino effect too. To be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, it could be a country like France. I mean, um, we all know the sort of French sort of mentality, the temperament of
Yeah.
the French citizen. Um,
Well, did you hear about the news about what happened the Iraq shut down that water thing again today, and well, something about